chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for release. Thunder beneath my feet, a sight you won't believe. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure. Charged up, my fuse igniting, a sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky, gonna make the earth shake, 'cause you can't contain me. Voltage burst through the black of my eyes, put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. Against the odds, until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
DRX 화이팅!
DRX 화이팅! 투펀지 화이팅! T1 화이팅! 좋아! 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. It's the last day of the week and we have DRX up against T1 for our first matchup. I'm Valdez with Ox again. How are you doing today, Ox?
I'm pretty good. You know, always excited to see T1 play, always excited to see DRX play. And we had some banger days earlier this week, both the Telecom War on Wednesday and yesterday Honor Life Esports against D+. So it's been a good week.
Yeah, it's definitely been a good week. I think that, you know, these matches that we have here are a bit... I just noticed my badge is just kind of... Wait, now I turned it upside down. Oh no! It's falling apart! No, we're fine. These two matches, though, they do have a clear favorite and then kind of a team that's been struggling and is looking for a come up here. So either we get some upsets or Ox, you get 10 out of 10 on your predictions. How do you feel?
it'd be a win-win. So pretty good. You know, either DRX getting upset, Nongshim getting upset. These are teams that I both love watching. I think a lot of people like Nongshim, a lot of people like DRX, but obviously struggling to get the wins on the board. And honestly, this isn't them going up against the likes of like Gen G, Honor Life for D+. T1 and KT have had struggles today, so it's not impossible. And also, if they want to get those playoff spots, denying those teams wins would make a big difference.
Yeah, it absolutely would. You can see that at the moment our standings are definitely very segmented. T1, though, at the top of kind of the third group, as Gen G are in their own group. But speaking about this match, a crucial battle between two teams desperate for victory. DRX on an 8-match losing streak and a 15-game losing streak versus T1 that escaped their slump after defeating KT. That one was a close match, and T1 did look better as a team. So for the T1 fans, they're certainly hoping that T1 will begin their climb now in preparation of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, DRX, I feel like they had such a strong start, and it just kind of has gone all wrong since there. You know, some deliberation around which top laner to play, and they've decided to go with Frog, their most recent match, and today as well. And Sponge believes T1 definitely winnable. You know, I don't think it's an impossible matchup. I don't think it's going to be an easy one, so they need to come in with confidence, which he's absolutely showing.
Yeah, I think that DRX have it within their roster, the ability to get it done. It's just that, you know, especially, you know, if T1 were in the middle of their slump, I'd say, hey, anything goes today. DRX, you know, if they have a good day, T1 continue, then perhaps. But I think T1 did have a nice little turnaround. They had that big victory with Guma Carrier picking up the Caitlyn Lux once again. What card are they going to use up against the human Nexus Teddy? It's a good question. I
feel like playing that style against DRX is so advantageous. We've talked so many times about how their bot lane is a strong point of the roster. If they crush them into the dirt, playing things like Kate Lux, that sort of realm of picks, they could really disarm DRX when it comes to the matchup. And obviously, look, you know, DRX are the underdogs, but if you look at their remaining schedule, they still have Gen G to play, they still have Honor Life Esports to play.
Oh no.
If they lose those matchups, which I think it's going to be hard to win them, they kind of have to win every other match if they want to get to that sort of realm of playoff wins, you know? We often see teams with 7 wins make playoffs. They can't afford to give this one up, otherwise the weight is on them to beat Honor Life or Gen G, which I think is too tall an ask. So at this late in the season with only 2 wins so far, DRX need every single win they can get if they want to keep playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, well, we do have Frog coming out here once again. We on the global side have said that we think that Frog, although his inexperience does show, he has been performing better than Rascal. So happy to see him coming out here once again. And it's in a tough matchup against T1. We'll see how he can perform tonight.
Yeah, still a young player, so hopefully we'll, even if they don't make playoffs, even if they don't get the win today, we'll get a lot from the experience playing up against a player like Zeus. And T1 coming off the revenge they got on KT in the Telecom War, obviously feeling pretty confident. This is a team who I feel like often has the hiccups in the regular season recently, but always managed to come through strong and meet Gen G in the finals.
I don't know.
Feels like that's always been the script. You know, you say you don't know this time, but it's like
every year.
The Quantum Freaks collapse, right? It just seems to always come true. We'll see if they can pull it through again, because right now, it's looking like Honor Life Esports should be the team in the finals against Gen G, but I'm sure T1 will not let that happen.
Yeah, a lot of us casters in the LCK, we weren't suspicious before becoming an LCK caster, but now that we've been here a while, we're all suspicious when it comes to the LCK. And we do have those suspicions that some things will happen, including this jungle matchup here. Sponge versus Owner. As Sponge, very high kill participation at 14. Kind of reminds me of back in the old days of Umpty on Bro. You know, kind of everything happened through him. If he wasn't getting kills, if he wasn't getting ganks, the team did not win lane. So can be seen as a good thing, but also as a potential negative. Yeah,
I mean, it definitely shows that Sponge is making a big impact, but also shows that, as you said, the team very reliant on having him there to make things happen. And I feel like, honestly, T1, a big factor is Faker can often be a one, moving, making solo roams. Zeus can find solo kills, so 2v2 kills in the bot lane. A lot more happens organically, not necessarily down to that jungle impact. But, you know, I think regardless, top side of DRX, definitely not the side we sort of favor in terms of strength, but they've had some good showings. I just think they all need to align and all have a good performance today if they're going to be able to take down T1's top side, especially Owner when he's been playing things like the Nidalee. has been pretty suffocating.
Yeah, Owner's really difficult to deal with. I feel like he's really enjoying the current meta that we are in. You can pick up the Lee Sin as well and stuff like that if he has to go towards a bruiser. Faker has looked better on the AP champions in mid. And, you know, that mid lane matchup also is very interesting. Both of these guys actually dying isolated a lot, but Faker has a lot more solo kills, whereas Yehu has 0. So definitely could see a very aggressive mid lane matchup with some solo kills happening. I would not be surprised.
And you know what? I hate to bring it up, but that matchup against D+, Yehu in the mid lane was actually bodying Showmaker until he goes for that dive, and it completely backfires, and in the end ended up losing the matchup pretty bad. But shows that, you know, mechanically, when it comes to like the actual laning mechanics, he can do it. It's just that inexperience can sometimes cause some hiccups, and you only need to make one mistake against these veterans of the mid lane, and they will crucify you.
Absolutely. That was a vibe, by the way. Just the DRX flag draped over the head, and the sign is just like absolute hardcore Teddy fan. Like, you can't deal with DRX because Teddy is a human nexus. I love that vibe. Even though the team isn't doing well, still supporting your boy down there. We'll see if it works out today. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. I was talking to you guys before the match started. I would not be surprised if DRX picked up one win today. I don't know if they'll actually get the series, but I think there is a world, especially with T1, sometimes happy gaming, sometimes having some issues. As Koma very very embarrassed to be on camera. He's like, I was just pouring myself a drink.
Yeah, he's just didn't expect to be on camera at that exact moment. Yeah, I think DRX, obviously T1, humongous fan base, but DRX also, despite their place in the standings, got a lot of loyal fans. Always looking to see them do well. And I agree with what you said. I don't think a game is impossible. Series win, very hard for DRX, but not impossible. This isn't Genji. You know, T1 have shown inconsistencies. And we do dive straight in the ban. So DRX targeting that Caitlyn. They saw what happened between T1 and KT, and they don't want any of that heat.
I don't mind it, honestly. The Ashe is also going to be banned here, especially from the blue side. I think you do have some room to go ahead and go for some target bans. On the red side, we're slowly approaching a meta where it feels like you don't have a lot of room in terms of your bans. It's very difficult in terms of deciding what you're going to leave available. Like, we're already in a position now where, you know, they take away Sponge's Sejuani, they take away Ezreal. I think you have to ban Rumble. Otherwise, you know, maybe you say, okay, Zeus can deal with it, but Rumble's just very strong right now.
Yeah, it feels like a risky one to give over, and they will ban that away. Feels like the bans on red side just very cemented. It just feels like you don't have too many options when it comes to sort of specific target bans. And DRX goes straight for the Kalista here. So obviously a pick we see banned a decent amount, but we haven't honestly seen it played that much on the current patch. Did get those slight nerfs a while ago. One game, wow.
Yeah, here in the LCK, it's 1-0.
Yeah, so a powerful pick, but it definitely cements to me that Teddy and Pleta want to go hard in the bot lane. They really want to try and find an advantage there. T1 looking at the Azir for Faker. Obviously something he's very comfortable on. And then in this situation, could just end up taking a jungle for Owner here. We'll see what they opt to go for. Obviously, Nidalee not, you know, typically we've seen a lot of these AP junglers wanting to pair with like an AD mid, but like Vi is open and very popular. Could still just go the Nidalee himself if he really wanted to. Could pick up the AD from other areas. But actually opting to go for the Senna. This feels a little bit risky. Obviously, a lot of pairings to go with the Senna. It's something that T1's bot lane have played a lot, but you know, if you end up having a melee support who has to farm, it's so difficult to walk up against like a Kalista Renata. That being said, DRX have to be a little bit careful. If you pick Renata here, you could end up playing into something like Senna Seraphine, which could be a really painful matchup.
Yeah.
If you pick the Nautilus away, that's obviously got a lot of value.
Remember this champ?
Yeah, the Nico. So looking to play that in the support role. A lot of harass, and I feel like, you know, still going to cause issues for a melee champion if Keria plays it, but not as counterable, I feel, as the Renata would have been. And it looks like they're just going to go for the Ornn for the scaling option, but I don't think this is going to be a fun time in the bot lane for T1, and Frog gets that Renekton as well, which we've seen really high prio. So I think draft-wise, DRX are doing really fine so far. Just comes down to finishing things out. Next stage of bans, I feel like T1 could just target mid laners. You know, with the Zero already locked in, you could really look to punish Yahoo's pool here. Things like the Lucian still open and available. They opt to go for the Yone first and foremost. Does sync up with DRX composition, wanting to enact those dives. And I think it's no surprise DRX is banning away picks as Zeus might want to play. The Cannon would be very annoying to play into as the Renekton, as we've seen time and time again.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I think you could also consider maybe one ban towards Owner. Like, if you really want to get rid of his Nidalee, could be a decent option to go for here, because I feel like T1 felt forced to pick their bot lane before things started to get banned out even more, especially after seeing the Caitlyn Ashe bans and then the Kalista Nico coming out. So I think that's part of the reason why we see the Senna Ornn coming out as well. The Taliyah going to be banned, and it's Jace as well, which has really risen in popularity here on this patch.
Yep, and I think Zeus definitely someone to be comfortable on it. The Taliyah ban said to me they were maybe scared of like a Taliyah Vi pickup, but we could just see T1 take Vi themselves if they really wanted to. I think that makes the most sense here. Get that lockdown, and also against the Kalista, this is going to be a hard game to team fight into as a Kalista. You know, you're into a Vi, you're into an Ornn, you're into an Azir. Going to be a difficult one for Teddy, even if he gets fed. Very easy to get targeted by the side of T1. And now DRX looking at the options for mid-jungle. Toying with the idea of the Viego. Honestly, like a Viego Ahri could be a pretty good combo. They go for the Viego, definitely. I'd actually go for the Aurelion Sol. This has been changed on this patch.
Yeah.
Got some buffs to like his overall kit in his late game, but the trade-off was they took away the tap queuing. We saw a lot of times when Aurelion Sol was played, it's like you tap Q, you proc like Comet, and you would be able to trade on the back of that. And we felt, you know, when we were talking about this change, that the loss of that would really remove him from pro play. But yeah, who feels confident? And then Poppy coming in for Zeus in the top lane into the Renekton. So just wanting to play a tank there. Quite a low damage composition from T1, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, there is a lot of wombo combo when it comes to team fights. You know, the Vi goes in, you've got Ornhorn, you've got Azir, but, you know, if Faker's not alive doing damage, if Guma's not alive doing damage as the game goes later, you don't really have that much.
Yeah, also if you fall behind, if Guma falls behind, Senna is super vulnerable to being put behind, and she's already down in levels because of how the champion works.
Yeah.
And you could be like 5 levels down on the enemy to carry. So if they lose bot lane and they don't find great success in these early ganks, I am actually genuinely concerned for T1's composition. There'll be a point in the game where this Aurelion Sol will already start to take off and become problematic. They do have answers to Kalista though, they do have a lot of pick potential, definitely playable. But I think DRX have navigated this draft pretty well. I think they should be happy. The main thing I'm concerned about is how the Aurelion Sol is going to do, because those changes to the tap Q, I don't know, it feels like it really hit his laning. Yeah. We'll have to see how Yahoo can play it out, especially going up against Faker on Azir.
Especially with the Viego as well, it doesn't feel like you can make too much happen, especially if you don't have too much priority in mid, so definitely feels like they want to play through bot, try to get the Kalista and the Nico ahead. We'll see if that works out as T1. They're in this for the long haul. They want to wait for that late game. Otherwise, they might not be doing too much. But let's get ready to hop onto the rip for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 1. As we get ready for this one, approaching the end of week 6 here already at the LCK. We already have one team who has made it into playoffs and, due to that, made it into Worlds with that spot. Of course, that is Gen G. Still waiting to see who else is going to make it into playoffs, and with only 3 weeks left and 1 day today, we will soon find out who's making it into playoffs and who we will see in those very important matches later on this year.
Yeah, I feel like when we get to this point in the season, particularly in summer when Worlds is on the line, it definitely feels really quite impactful. You know, we start seeing teams counting down how many wins they need, how many they need to make playoffs. We start tracking it as well. And looking at the schedule going forward, you know, we've obviously already started round 2. if you've lost to an easier team at the start of round 2, there can be a lot more weight on your schedule.
Yeah, absolutely can. And I'm very curious to see how this bottom lane is going to go, because a lot of priority here from the DRX bot lane. They say, okay, well, if we have to deal with Caitlyn Lux, we can't play this lane, right? So we have to ban that away. We have to ban the Ashe away, and that way we can force pressure and control of this bottom lane and hope that Teddy and Pleta can carry us across the line. And Sponge has been one of the guys that's getting a lot of action done, but Teddy and Pleta have certainly been the team fight masters here on the side of DRX.
Yeah, and opting into strong lanes against Guma and Carrier is pretty cool to see. Also, Pleta on the Nico, he's had one game on Renata, and other than that, every single time he's played, every single game this summer has been on a melee champion. So definitely not something we've seen him bring out this summer so far. But so far, having a good time into Guma and Carrier, and this is kind of the expectation. You're not going to be able to walk up in lane and contest. Sponge is actually heading over. Looks like he's trying to challenge Owner, who's still level 2. He knows he has the backing from mid and bot. Yeah,
they saw the miss, so they know that Sponge is here. There was a ping that already went down as Sponge, he tried to pull the blue buff, and it went the other way. So now Owner's here, but he's got that support. As you mentioned, Pleta's coming over, and he will help get this one. Owner's just going to give up on the blue buff. He says, there's no way I can fight for that one. Might even get his Gromp taken away as well, as that is going to reset. Very awkward here for Owner, who's also going to get rooted down. Not in danger of dying, as Teddy is not here just yet, but a bit of a skirmish brewing in the T1 jungle right now. As the 3-on-3 comes in, and it's really just a fight over the Gromp.
I've never seen such a heavy contest over a Gromp.
I've seen the Gromp get kills, so it can be very valuable. But, yeah, it looks like eventually DRX are just going to give up on it. They want to return to lane, and they want to continue pressuring, and Sponge is just going to say, okay, I'll take the double scuttle instead.
Still managed to get that blue, so there's something that came out from the invade, but Teddy had to move back to pick up the wave. And looks like things are going to continue as usual. Looking for Faker now, though, but he is playing Azir. Don't really lose anything from going for that. Sponge obviously is just pathing towards the top side for that scuttle anyway, but figured they'd just try.
Very aggressive overall from the DRX squad. I feel like they've come in here with a very specific strategy against T1, which is get in their face early and often, and certainly this comp does that.
Yeah, it feels like everyone apart from the Aurelion Sol is just, I mean, even Yahoo's been challenging Faker up in his face, but in terms of the composition, everyone is just trying to take these early skirmishes, and Yahoo is the late game win con that they're relying on in this situation. You see a root come out, but not really any follow-up going to come through. And, you know, Carrier's a little bit behind in farm, but that's kind of expected. So far, Guma and Carrier have been taking a decent amount of harass, but holding up pretty well, all things considered, with how rough the matchup is.
Yeah, I mean, they're holding on. That's really what they're trying to do here, and just wait for the late game, wait for the Senna to eventually get levels, wait for the Orin items to come through. And then you'll have damage with an Azir and a late game Senna, but you do have to wait for quite a while. As all focus on Sponge, who is definitely ahead in the jungle. Looking to see where he's going to path next.
Yeah, do have grubs spawning up pretty soon, and yeah, a lot of time spent in the enemy jungle. I think we definitely saw that one. Both skulls secured as well, and Sponge having a pretty good time so far. But like grubs might be a point of contest, especially when you have this Renekton. Definitely a lot of strength in those early grub fights. But it looks like Sponge is just going to start up the dragon, but will be spotted if Ona looks for him.
Yeah, thing is, I mean, Faker's not mid, and they have Prio from bot. So Sponge just knows he can start this up immediately, and he should. I think this is exactly the way you have to play this as the Viego. Try to get early objective wins. And so far, I've been nothing but impressed by DRX.
Yeah, the timing's so good that Faker's back because, you know, they obviously have a lot of Prio bot, they have a lot of Prio top, but mid is the one where you're like, you know, we saw Yahoo forced back by Faker, but because of the timing, he's able to actually find a point where Yahoo is there and Faker isn't. Now Ona's going to go straight to the grubs, but Sponge is going to come and challenge, and with Frog being level 6 and with this much Prio, I think Ona's going to have to scarf him.
Yeah, Owner is up a level, and he is going to get 2 of the grubs. And with Faker nearby level 6, they were considering it, but especially seeing Pleta in mid, they're just going to back off, and that's one grub over to DRX.
Yep. Just getting a single grub makes a big difference because the first one each side takes, gets that XP bonus from the junglers, so Sponge happy to get at least one, and considering he already got the dragon, I think that's an okay trade for DRX, but obviously Owner gets those two and able to disengage. Gold still even, and obviously not too much advantages given over, but I'm just glad DRX are, challenging where they can and showing life in this one.
Yeah, they absolutely need to as well. I think your Viego, your Kalista, they need to get rolling in this game to prevent T1 from eventually snowballing into the late game. The top lane, we haven't looked at it too much because the focus has all been on the jungle and the bot lane. But, that's, Renekton's ahead by a little bit. And the Poppy's doing a good job of neutralizing it for now. And there is going to be one plate that goes down here as Frog looks to push the envelope a little bit.
Yeah, just getting little advantages here and there. No plate taken yet in the bot lane, so I haven't really had a window for that. And I think it is a bit scary into the Ornn, especially with 6 now. If Vi ends up being there as well, could just go down. Owner does spot Sponge, but doesn't want to challenge. And now, Frog gone for a roam here. Still on Azir.
Yeah.
So gets a ward down, but not really able to find anything mid. And this definitely feels like a pretty defensive game from T1, just tracking, marking Sponge. Not really able to do much in terms of aggression, but just happy to farm up. And, they had some little CS disadvantage, but a lot of them have closed the gap in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, mid very even. Bot actually very even between the Ornn and the Kalista. And yeah, I think that, even though DRX have been doing a lot of the right things, they still need to find some bigger objectives, bigger wins here in the early to mid game if they want to continue pushing the envelope in this game. Otherwise, T1 just going to sit back, farm up, hang out, grab a little bevy. But yeah, they're just kind of farming as DRX at this point.
Yeah, I feel like possibly when we get to that second dragon, that could be a point of contention, or the second herald. I feel like the first ones we get a lot more trading, second can be a bigger fight. Also interesting, we haven't really seen Guma move up because we often see Sennas make that move up for the grubs just to get a ton of souls from them. So maybe we'll make that move when it comes to the next one. Now Sponge angling mid, but I'm going to remind you, it's an Azir.
It's still Azir. That didn't change.
Did not change in the past couple of minutes.
Yeah. And it is Faker who is willing to get very aggressive and look for plays and maybe put himself in a rough spots, but he hasn't really done that this game. I think everybody on the side of DRX is on their page, the same page, but also everybody on the side of T1 is on the same page. They're just sitting back, farming, not really taking any risks, and they don't necessarily have to. As long as the game stays in this very, kind of sleepy, even spot, they will be very happy as the game comes along. I have seen Aurelion Souls do crazy things in late games, though. We all know Chovy, obviously before the changes, when the Aurelion Soul was very popular, he was hitting like 4,000. As I say that about Faker, he is now going to get knocked up, and he will just dash away. Owner goes in, and he's alone. So he realizes, hey, I'm just going to back away. And Faker's just fine, doesn't even have to flash.
Yeah, unfortunately the CC layering is not quite there for the ult from the Aurelion Soul. I'll be honest though, I felt like the tap nerfs could have really hurt Yehu, but his laning's been fine, and with those tap nerfs, they gave him some strength to the ult in the late stage of the game. So if he's doing fine in lane, he could become a major problem for T1 later on.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about Chovy and what he's done in late games as Aurelion Soul. He was hitting like 4,000 Stardust, and he was ulting, and it would just push everybody off the map because obviously once you get that empowered ult, it just hits everyone, and it just does ridiculous damage to the point where, yes, we have a very tanky core on the side of T1, but if he gets really fed, then maybe he just blows everybody up and forces them away from a big objective like an Elder or like a Baron. I mean, the Drakes have been taken very quickly here from DRX, so we might even see something like an Elder fight in this game.
I think as well, with Aurelion Soul's ult, the empowered one doing so much damage to everyone. I'm not sure more's coming from that. With his ult doing so much damage, particularly for squishy people like Senna, we always see how small a health bar is. You could just lose half your health bar just from the extended AoE.
Dan, I know you're very passionate about talking about Senna and how squishy she is, but now we have a Chemtech Soul.
Oh.
So I implore you to pay attention in the future.
Yeah, that's my bad. Pretty bad for DRX, honestly. There is a Chemtech and not a more desirable Drake, considering they already have 2 in the bag. So a bit unfortunate for them. They definitely would have hoped for a higher priority one. But I think that's a big reason why this Aurelion Sol is important and has that scaling aspect to it. Because I think if you had a mid laner like maybe like an Ahri here, you'd be super upset at a Chemtech Soul just giving you no real late game option in the back of it. Oh, Frog in trouble.
Yeah, it's a Senna gank that comes in, but again, this is Renekton, and they're just going to try to turn this one around. They got Viego coming up here as well as the TP, and that's an Aurelion Soul. You're not getting away from that as he glides on in. The ult has to be flashed by Guma, and that's a nice first blood going to DRX.
Yeah, it goes really well. They end up turning around the play, getting the kill onto the Poppy, and beating the flash from Guma. We see Carrier going to TP in to defend this bot lane tower, but overall, DRX get a winning play, and things looking good for them.
Yeah, it's absolutely good, and yes, Faker did get 1 plate in mid. He's going to feel good about that, but Yehu, with the aggressive TP up to the top side, really loved that, as he knows he's able to close the gap on that Aurelion Soul. T1 trying to get what they can in trade. Looks like they should be able to get this red buff, but still, got to be feeling good, especially able to scale up your Aurelion Soul faster than normally.
Yeah, and also Frog doing a pretty good job. We've seen Renekton's have more and more impact in the later team fights than it really used to. And having this Black Cleave already, with it being, you know, this Poppy, this Ornn as well, a lot of value from that armor shred.
See a little bit of a swap in terms of lanes here from the side of DRX. They're going to send their bot lane mid and their Aurelion Soul top, and Renekton is going down to the bottom lane. Frog still has his TP, so it looks like they are setting up for the Rift Herald when it does spawn.
Yeah,
eventually.
I think it's super hard to hit mid tower when you're against an Ornn in particular, but Ornn Vi, if you ever step up and try and hit it, it's so easy and just to set up those engages. And so DRX put a lot of priority towards that Herald. The counterplay is that T1 trying to apply pressure on the bot side. Frog will clear out that Fierce Wave, but now he's kind of trapped under the tower. Does have ult coming up in a second, so maybe if you can keep this wave away, you can prevent the dive, but Faker might just shuffle him if he does.
The root's going to come in, but that's Dominus as he goes in. The flash from Owner, but they just don't have the damage. I mean, this is under a turret against a fed Renekton with Dominus and Black Cleaver finish. So
yeah, Frog
that dive did not work.
Playing it really well. I mean, the flash looked weird, but he knew if he got flashed on the edge of the tower, he'd get immediately ulted by Faker. So put himself back deeper under the tower, able to clear the wave, able to negate the play. Yes, it cost his flash and ult, but I think he'd be happy with that one. In the meantime, DRX managed to get that Herald. And now looking for some pressure in the enemy jungle. They might find Zeus. Looks like he just managed to dip away from danger there.
Yeah, but you know, even if Zeus doesn't go down, it looks like first turret blood should be going the way of DRX. And yes, I mean, Frog's going to be pushed off of this one, but the damage is already done up here on the top side. Yehu has set this up, and they have the Rift Herald, which they will probably put into the mid lane now.
Yeah.
So DRX ahead of tempo here, and nearly a 2,000 gold lead. Will be shored up a little bit by Faker picking up this turret, but still feels good for DRX.
Yeah, it feels like they're making all the right decisions in this game, honestly, which, you know, considering how many struggles DRX have had in the last several weeks, this is such a good look for them. And again, it's still early days. It's not a game over sort of gold lead. It's now just 1,000 after that turret was taken, but this is such a promising start from a team who've had so many struggles.
Yeah, it's really good to see. It's kind of funny, you know, Micro, the coach from DRX, he was talking about how a lot of the guys are struggling from confidence issues from such a long losing streak, but funnily enough, Sponge was very confident going into T1. He was like, no, I think we can kill these guys. I think we can beat them.
Yeah, and in fairness, Frog, he wasn't there for the big losing streak, so he's just coming back in like, hey guys, you know, how's it going?
He's vibing.
He's vibing.
He's hanging out. He's like, you know,
in his lane, flourishing.
Just gonna try my best. And you know, if Sponge and Frog feel confident.
Yeah.
Who's to say the rest of them aren't confident? Out of nowhere here against T1.
I think as well, playoff chances aren't gone for DRX, but at this point, you know, you're not thinking about that anymore. You're really just thinking about the game in front of you. And right now, so far, it's gone pretty good. Now, TP's going to come in to try and deny this Herald, and I don't think they're going to get the value from it as a result. T1 going in force to prevent this.
I mean, DRX still here as well, but yeah, that pushback and no charge means that the Herald does not get a charge, and DRX moving now towards the Dragon. Feels like maybe with that pressure, they should have just moved towards the Dragon earlier, but trying to stay together as a team.
Yeah, T1 going to struggle to approach. Control over Banana Brush and the Aurelion Soul being able to put down that field does make it hard, but Ona looking for a flank.
This is a big ult from the side of Carry. It's going to hit 4 people, and the ult from Zeu's going to knock back the Aurelion Soul, as a big ult will come from the Aurelion Soul. But now the Vine goes in, and we do have the Nico pop-up, but a lot of members on the side of DRX are low. But where's the damage from T1? So many low health bars here on the side of DRX, but nobody can kill anything. Finally, Carrier will get the second kill onto the Viego, and Guma on the Senna, level 8, is able to get that final kill onto Pleta, as T1 finally turned that fight around.
Super scrappy fight there, but T1 edge up in the end. Guma getting a ton of value in that fight, just unhit for the whole time. And the CC from T1, the target selection ends up going in their favor, but still felt very close, very down to the wire there. Yeah, I mean, Sponge nearly, you saw him getting the resets, and you can kind of see why he was the main focus target for T1. The ult comes across the whole team. Unfortunately, they could have punished Yahoo more, but he gets knocked away. But then Ona, you know, they already have Sponge half HP. They ult him to focus. He nearly goes down, but it's a good flash. And then he starts getting this value from the ult. Ults Faker, gets the reset, gets another reset for Zeus, and then he slams Carrier, but doesn't quite have the damage to kill him. And that's where the momentum stops. You know, Guma has just been free hitting this whole time. And unfortunately, no one else really able to do enough in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very close one. I feel like T1 got kind of maximum value out of those team fight ultimates from the Poppy and the Ornn especially. And now trying to get to work here on a Frog who just got his Dominus back, was probably spamming that one, and now do they have the damage to chase him all the way down the lane? The double slice and dice will come in, and Frog does get away. Does
manage to dip out of that one. They will still lose that tier 1 tower in the top lane, but Frog's been doing a pretty good job of weak siding, getting away from sticky situations, and it will just be a trade of towers in the side lane. Even with that fight loss, it was slight, so the gold is about even right now between the two teams, although T1 looking for a bit more here. TP gonna come in, they won't give up this tier 2 if they can help it.
Yeah, with the TP, they do keep it alive. Without the TP, I think that goes down and T1 are able to back away, but they keep it alive, but it will cost the teleport. And now, you know, a one-team fight, a delay on the Elder Drake spawner, which is, of course, the Chemtech Soul. And T1 are feeling pretty good. I mean, the gold lead has really been chunked down. It's only about 300, 400 at this point in time. And you're still hanging out, scaling really well. The one issue that we have highlighted many times is the fact that Yehu, he's already at 181 stacks. He's doing pretty well for himself, and he has a kill and 2 assists, has not died in this game, and is farming well. So very excited to see if Yehu can carry them in the late game.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, I feel like Sponge getting the resets is huge value, but once Yehu comes online, he is going to be the main force in those team fights. There are a lot of tanks on the side of T1, which can be a bit of a pain to cut through. But Leandri's already completed, and it looks like either Void Staff or Crypt Bloom going to be next for Yehu for that pen. So going to be a problem. But T1 have to answer. Faker could be in trouble.
Yeah, trying to punish Faker in the side lane. Not the first team to do this, and Faker is going to dash away.
Yep, they don't overchase. Sponge could have just ulted on a Faker, but Ona and Guma, we're moving over. And Sponge opts not to overstep in that situation. But looking for angles still. Not really bothered by the fact that they obviously lost out in that Drake fight. Still know what their comp needs to do and still looking to challenge.
Here comes Owner now, thinking about getting onto Yehu, but Sponge is there. There's vision as well. Red buff on Faker could have been a nice angle for a 2v2, but not going to force the issue here. As now the bottom laners just kind of playing around here in mid. Carrier already level 13. ahead of Teddy in terms of levels, and now Sponge going 1v1 versus Zoner. They're going to get the knockup on a Yehu, but there's no follow-up here from the side of T1, so a little bit of a disengage ult.
Yeah, and I think DRX happy just to get the Ornal on that one. Don't need to stay around for more, but it is such a massive factor in the team fights for T1. And, you know, oftentimes we can see, you know, when we have Senna plus, you know, tank lanes, the tank later on doesn't get as much farm or maybe struggle to get farm in lane. Keria is very farmed right now.
Yeah.
201 CS, he is super bulky.
Not really going to chunk through this one as the ult is going to come down, hits the Senna, and a bit of damage here on a Keria. But it's pretty much just Yehu trying to hold on to this mid wave. Everybody else is backing.
Yeah, very scrappy, and Sponge playing super aggressively up in the face of the T1 there. Obviously has his ult to buffer like a Vial, but now TP coming in, they really want this mid-tier 1, and there's nothing DRX can do to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, everybody just backed, so Yehu alone is not going to try to hold on to that one. He will stick around and pick up as much Stardust as possible. He's at 215. And he is still scaling really well. It's kind of a really scary dragon at this point in the game. But
I think as well, we're going to need to talk a bit about the difference in teamfight power when he has the empowered ult versus the non-empowered ult. Because that can really make a big difference. Obviously, having it ready for significant fights makes all the difference, but T1 often a team who will just sporadically start Baron.
DRX.
And you're not always going to have it. Yeah, they're not even going towards the Dragon. They're looking for a pick here, potentially.
They saw that it was Chemtech Soul, and they're like, yeah, we don't really care about that. We're just going to try to set up on Baron. Now, T1 handled this well. I don't think that DRX were fooling anyone there, as there is vision now in the Baron pit. And so T1 will just get another Chemtech Drake, as now, little fight coming in, but Keria goes way too deep by himself, as now getting flanked by Frog. He is all alone in the enemy jungle. Down he will go. That is that very tanky Orange just dead, and now DRX looking at that Baron.
Yeah, Ornament came in for Keria, and he was like, I'm invincible. Apparently not, is a lesson he quickly learned. And empowered ult for Yehu now. One member of T1 down. Keria no TP. They used it for the mid-tier 1. DRX want to start up this Baron.
T1. Okay, this Baron, specifically the Hunter Baron, does a lot of damage, but this is going to be a rough steal from the side of Owner. I mean, there's a Kalista, you've got Smite, and they're down a member as the knockback comes in, and now it's just a massive Aurelion Soul ult, and the Kalista gets the Baron, and T1 do a bunch of damage, but they're losing everything else. Nobody on the side of DRX will fall except Sponge, and Zeus is just on the run here. Yehu looking for a little bit more, and he should be. Okay.
Oh, too much healing, too much
So
healing.
the plants are going to come in, and that's fine. That would have just been the bonus. DRX still get a huge win.
Massive win for them, and I love the call to go for this Baron with Keria down, the Ornal removed. This was the setup they wanted, and Keria plays so aggressive. He's trying to get the knock-up on the tower, but just misses it, and then he's like, oh, I have no way of getting out. Flashes over the wall instead towards his team. Platter gets thrown over, Frog flashes over, and here, Ona gets in the pit using an ult, but it becomes a melee inside the Baron pit, so hectic, and Yehu ends up getting massive value from this ultimate here. Comes down, hits 3 people combined with Platter, the bigger shockwave hits Goomer as well, and then look at Yehu on the side just firing. Both Teddy and Platter managed to flash out of that situation, and Frog is just in the mix having the greatest time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, feels really good as Aurelion Soul, where everybody's in one circle, and that is how wide your ult is.
His ult literally perfectly fits in. The E as well. It's at this, the amount of stacks he has, it just covers the whole thing. And Yehu also 10 Dark Seal stacks, getting insane value out of this pick. This was a late game they needed.
Yeah.
And now with the extra experience from Baron as well, Guma is level 10, Teddy is level 14, right? That ult from Yehu, who's closing in on level 16, like, just the shockwave will do so much damage to the squishy Senna.
Yep. And it's going to be rough for him to play the game. He's got barrier, and, you know, eventually he'll get those levels. But as of right now, T1 are in a bit of struggle street. They do have some nice wave clear with the Azir and the Senna and the Orange, but, yeah, just going to hold on for now, essentially, is the case. Is Frog also doing very well for himself in this game, I should say, as he is ahead of Zeus by a level. He's got a couple of items already here. He is going to be that unkillable Renekton as this game comes along. Yeah, it's really difficult for DRX to hit this tower just because of the threat of the Ornn ult, the Vi ult. So they are struggling to get this tier 1, but it looks like they're trying to move down towards bot for Zeus. Looking to land the stun or something. The Keeper's Verdict is going to hit the Aurelion Sol away, but the two members of DRX are already on the Poppy, and Zeus cannot survive. As that Poppy looking really squishy at this point in the game with the amount of damage that DRX have and the momentum they have. Yeah, great ult from Yehu, and Frog layers the CC, kills him, and the damage from Sponge is there as well. The Ornn ult comes in, but not able to connect. Now T1 are gonna try and find something here on Yehu, but they might be in trouble themselves. Oh, it's a root here on Owner. He's in a ton of trouble. I mean, look at that massive chunk that the Aurelion Sol is at this point, and the Vi alone is obviously going to be taken down. The only gold lead is on the Ornn. As Sponge, he's going to get a flash out of the Senna as well. That means that Guma's going to have less survivability on the next Aurelion Sol ult. This is all just going swiftly downhill as DRX have a massive snowball that they have rolled in this game. Yep, they managed to get the mid tier 1, they managed to get the bot tier 2, they managed to get some more kills as well. DRX get everything they want. And I just feel like they're playing so well here. Yehu throws down the ult with the E on top. Zeus can't get out. Frog ults for the empowered stun. They kill him. The ult for Morn does nothing. And then here, Pleta sneaks up, gets the root onto Owner, and then the flash from Sponge to get the max range stun. They're just playing so well. Yeah, and it feels like T1 did not expect this level of play. To be honest, I'm sure a lot of people did not. But DRX, prop to them, credit to them. I said today, you know, don't be surprised if DRX get a win, and already they're looking good in game 1. Maybe that series isn't as far out of reach as we expected. Look at that goal difference graph as a couple of huge spikes going one direction. Yeah, and considering the losing streak that DRX is on, they could be so happy with just how this game is going so far. T1 set up for the Dragon again. It's only a Chemtech, but DRX not going to let them get this one for free. Yeah, this time around, DRX want to fight for it, as a lot of poke damage is coming out of the Azir. Faker doing a good job of that. But is it going to be effective damage here? As we don't have the empowered ult, and a lot of damage does go into the Dragon, as T1 will take it down. DRX say, okay, you poked us out. We're not going to try to force this one. It's just Chemtech Drake. Doesn't do much for us. And now just kind of chasing T1 through their own jungle. They want to push and get some mid-prio here and maybe take down another turret. But now, Peria going to throw his ult as the flank is coming in. Sponge in a really rough spot, as now the ult from the Poppy's going to knock him away. Yehu's all alone on the top side of this one, as these fights have been so messy. Pleta, a massive ult as Faker in a lot of trouble, has to flash away. Keria going in by himself. He's got Guma on the backside. Yehu's going to go down by himself. Keria is so tanky, but does eventually go down to the human nexus that is Teddy. T1 looking for a little bit more on the chase as the charge comes in from Zeus, and it looks like Pleta will have to give his life for the team. T1 managed to find that engage, and that's the danger against his composition. Teddy! The flash comes in. That's a shutdown for the Vi, and importantly, Teddy will be taken down, and Baron spawns in 15 seconds. Yeah, they're not going to be up in time to deal with it. Yehu could maybe TP in. Actually, I think maybe they will. Not enough members over there. Faker did go bot. We'll see after the replay. But this is the danger against this T1 composition. Stepping up mid against Yorn, against the Vi. Sponge gets focused down first. And then Yehu's in trouble. I love this from Pleta though. The flash back in to try and turn it. They know escaping's not going to be too easy. Unfortunately, Faker does get away there. But they kill off Keria once again. That Ornn feeling less and less indestructible. But Baron's been started. This needs to be the focus. Yehu is TPing in. They can contest this. They absolutely can with Yehu and how gigantic this Dragon is. But the Ornn ult comes in as T1 look for the turn, and they get absolutely bombed in the river. Massive damage comes out from the Aurelion Sol. As Yehu, he is going to go down to Faker though, who is doing an insane amount of damage. And now Zeus and Keria able to win a 2v2 up there. Frog trades one back, but man, that Aurelion Sol ult was insane. And DRX stopped the Baron attempt. One of the things that got buffed, you know, the nerf to the tap cube with the buff to the ult damage, and you could see it there. And now DRX, they can start it up. They don't have a jungler, but they have a Kalista, and that's all you need. They got a Kalista, they've got a tank, and this Baron does do a lot of damage. You see Frog is getting a little bit low, and Faker with the Mega Cone is just going to go to the north side here alongside of Zeus and try to fight this straight up. Pleta just trying to avoid it as the Fates call. They dodge the ult from the Poppy, but they take out 2, and it's only Teddy who does get the Baron. And
wait, Teddy!
1v2ing. Teddy able to stand up to 2, and no, will take him down at the last moment.
He gets the Baron, he gets Faker, but Zeus is too much for him. DRX, that was definitely a close one for that Baron, but they got what they wanted out of it. Oh man, but a scrapped play, and Sponge gets immediately focused down in this. Unfortunately, has to use his ult to disengage the initial CC. The Ornal comes after this ult, ends up hitting all 5 members.
Oh boy.
The value from Yehu, and then the Zhonya's to dodge away from Faker's ult. Unfortunately, can't win the 1v1 against him, but is definitely done enough to help DRX out in that fight. And then the ensuing Baron take, they get so low in HP. Frog is already low. I love the ult from Teddy though, just to dodge away from the ult from Zeus, to keep Pleta there. Pleta gets an ult to stop Faker coming in.
Okay, 바로 먹을게.
I'll get Baron, he says.
Oh, so close, so close. But he got the Baron. That was the main thing there. Who actually has the Baron?
Nobody.
By the way, nobody
has the Baron.
Okay.
He got it right before Yehu spawned.
Ah, well, the golden XP is something at least. Unfortunately, they don't end up getting any buffs, but Dragon in 50 seconds would be the 3rd for DRX, would be Soul for T1. Obviously, Chemtech not the most important. And Guma has really passed that trough we talk about. He's now only 2 levels down on Teddy.
Yeah.
He's at about 100 stacks. This is where the center has sort of gotten through that rough patch and really starting to make an impact. Plus, that Edge of Night, so valuable up against DRX and Yehu in particular.
Yeah, he's gonna need that, I would say, against this massive dragon that is Yehu. He's about to hit level 18 as well. Faker's been doing a lot of damage in his own right, but it's a different type of damage. It's very much just chip damage
bottom
compared
left.
to the big bomba from Yehu.
Yehu's very close to the empowered ult, but not quite there yet. If you can get like another wave, that might actually be enough.
Yeah, and they don't have a lot of ways to hold people in place as well. I mean, they have like the Nico ult, that would be huge. So maybe they'll rely on that, but just gonna go for the Drake, as they do have just an intense amount of damage. The smite comes in, and the Callista secures it. And T1 say, well, you get it. We'll try to get mid-prio. Frog in a lot of trouble, goes for the Dominus, is going to get swept in the team, and Frog is just so tanky, though, as the rest of DRX is coming on over. They want to take the fight. Owner is in a lot of trouble, but the Yehu ult doesn't do that much damage, and down will go the Renekton, and now Yehu's on the run. Pleta's on the other side of the fight, as here comes Faker once again, looking for more, but the peel comes in from Sponge to help out Teddy. Nobody can get onto this Callista, as they're trying to lock the soldier forward. And Owner, here comes Zeus looking for this, but the Sonya's is going to keep him alive, and the rest of the team is able to dive under the turret. Zeus is able to lock them in place, as now Teddy, the range from the Senna is too long, and maybe, just maybe, T1 has won a big team fight. I don't think they'll win the game, as now they're trying to get Pleta here, who was just pushing mid, and he will just die.
Yeah, the human nexus, but Guma is now a fountain laser and just runs him down. T1 managed to get a clean sweep in that fight. Pleta trying to push the wave out to stop the game being ended. They will keep their nexus for now, but they lost the fight pretty hard. You see Frog very out of position. And then I've got to say, this ult from Zeus, such high value here. Look at Sponge get knocked away as he was going to jump on Guma usually. And then Yehu, the ult wasn't empowered, unfortunately. They only get a GA, and then the chase down. The slows from this center really starting to be a problem for the side of DRX. Sponge gets caught up by Carrier, and it's this flank from Zeus as well at the end. The Zhonya's from Yehu is great, but this Poppy is so tanky.
Yeah.
The tower just not doing enough.
Massive shields too. You know, they have 3 Chemtech Drakes, so it actually does make a decent difference, helps them out there. And eventually, the Fountain Laser, as you mentioned, this time is rather Guma. I'm so used to saying it's Teddy, but this time Guma is able to lock him down. Just picked up LDR as well.
Yeah, he's fully online, you know. I feel like we've had a lot of games where the center has kind of struggled to transition that point, but T1 have managed to navigate it. Now with the gold lead, and with this Senna being so strong, 107 stacks, this is the point where the range feels really obnoxious. I will say no rapid fire cannon yet, so it doesn't have that super long range auto we often see, but the consistent range is still very high.
Yeah.
A lot of item spikes coming in. Those ornaments passed out to everyone but Zeus. And Zeus, I'm going to be honest, he doesn't really feel like he needs one right now. He's so tanky already.
Yeah. Well, he'll have one eventually. But yeah, I mean, this is the moment, right? This is where we were talking about in the draft. T1 should be very comfortable. And yes, Yehu is huge. Again, keep highlighting that. And he does have the most gold in the game, but everybody on the side of T1 has the extra gold from the ornaments, and they have a lot of scaling as well, so they're vibing.
I also feel like Yehu's struggling to really just put out DPS. Like, he gets the big ult, he does a lot of damage, but to actually focus your breath onto these tankier targets feels like he's constantly being challenged on that, on his positioning, so...
Yeah.
Still has a huge ult, has it empowered right now, which is massive, but I think can struggle to cut through some of these tankier members from T1, and boy, are Zeus and Kerry so tanky right now.
Well, I feel like if he can just kind of bomba Guma and Faker out of a fight, or at least chunk them out to a point where they feel uncomfortable to be in the fight, there is enough damage in the rest of the comp as well.
For sure.
To try to, like, edge the fight in your favor. And the last time that Yehu had his empowered ult was the fight in Upper River. He didn't have it in the last fight.
Yeah, he was so close but missed out. And this is kind of one of the issues with Aurelion Sol. Obviously a mega late game champion, but the difference between you having that empowered ult or not can be the difference between a won or lost fight. Now, they're clearing Baron vision around the Baron, and they are starting it up. DRX have vision, but T1 have their engagers ready to play interrupt on whoever approaches.
Yeah, I'm looking for this Keeper's Verdict right now as the ult comes in from Prague. They want to get... Oh, the massive knockup from the side of Plena and the follow-up, but T1 are still turning this one around, but Faker the first one to go down. Guma's also going to hit the deck. The rest of the team, though, is dead on the side of DRX, but this Viego is getting reset. Finally does go down as it's just the two tanks left, and the Dragon is just breathing on everyone. A triple kill comes through, and Zeus will go down as well. And they have that damage to get the job done.
Plena with a monster engage. Absolutely massive. Finds the backline of T1. The follow-up from Yehu is there. Now they're going to look for this Baron. Only 2 members, but this was monstrous. Plena pretending to be the Aurelion Sol right now. Ends up finding this beautiful angle. The flash. 4 members there. And then the old follow-up on the backline. And they just get melted.
It's kind of insane that the fight was still close after that happened. It's credit to, you know, T1 scaling in their comp, I guess, because they got absolutely bodied with that engage by the side of DRX. And by the end of it, DRX still won, and they still have their Dragon up. They pick up the Baron in live, as you can see, and they're going to keep their Nexus turrets alive. So...
Does look like Sol is up, though, for either team to take it. T1 are getting on the map quickly. We always talk about how the Chemtech Sol isn't that impactful, but with how close the fights are being, any little difference is going to help.
Yeah.
I remember, no empowered ult now.
12k damage, 11.5k damage in the last fight.
Yeah, when he can breathe fire, when he can ult like that, he can get the damage down. Yehu doing a monstrous amount, and now he doesn't have the empowered ult. They don't end up fighting the Chemtech Sol. T1 will get it, but Yehu has to be the focus target, I feel. If he gets another ult like that, it might just be game over.
They definitely might. You can see that Jonas Strong, he's keeping it locked on the Dragon right here. 463 stacks, and he's getting very close to that empowered ult. He's a little bit over half, and they really need to prioritize that right now. They do have the Baron, the Red Bull Baron power play, and I think they want to get a little bit of value out of that, but it's such a tense moment in this game as we crest above 40 minutes, and anyone can still win. I mean, DRX could have another big team fight like that, or if T1 get a good angle, they could still win this game. It's anybody's game here at 40 minutes, which doesn't regularly happen. It's just really cool to see.
Yeah, so many scaling elements in these compositions. You see Guma stacks going up, you see Yehu stacks going up, and it's really the execution that it's going to come down to at this point. You know, T1 have been really strong on these team fights, but you know, Plena's flash is about a minute and a half away. The value they got from that was massive. And again, this is a composition from T1 where they have 2 carries, right? The Vi is a bruiser, they have 2 tanks, but if Faker or Guma gets caught by that combo, becomes so much harder to win the 5v5s. Now DRX fishing, seeing if they can find someone here. Yeah, who's still not with that empowered ult. He's grabbing that wave bot lane. You can see the team is just giving him the waves. They know, even though he's full build, him getting the ult is going to be so important.
Yep. And more stacks, always going to feel good.
Oh, yeah.
As well, so he gets them in the bottom lane. He does not quite have his empowered ult yet.
Yeah, I think
one more wave?
He sold Knighton, was looking to buy something there, but I guess didn't have enough money.
He'll get mid wave. I think he gets it here. As we are tied currently with the most kills in Summer at 40.
Yeah, and undoubtedly we're going to beat that, right? Because we're not going to have this game end without another kill, so that record will undoubtedly be broken.
And it was DRX too.
Look how close Yahoo is to the ult being empowered. Couple more minions and he's got it.
Yeah.
And then DRX will be ready to look for an angle. Pledder's flash just coming back up as well. But Faker does have a Seeker's Arm Guard this time.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage saves. You got to be careful. I mean, he's tanky, but not against Yahoo.
Yeah, Yahoo is just shredding now. He's got a Rabadon's now, sold the Morel for a Rabadon's, got the empowered ultimate. He is doing the boom boom damage.
This is the definition.
This is what we defined it by. You know, obviously Aurelion Sol, a very old champion. His ult killed the dinosaurs. Yeah. And I remember one of the dinosaurs at the time said, wow, that's a lot of boom boom damage.
And that's how it was born.
Yeah, that was the quote. That's how it all came to be.
So now you guys know the lore. But looks like both of these teams are just kind of... There's nothing really big to fight over yet, but we do have Baron and Elder spawning in 2.5 and 3 minutes, respectively. So there is going to be some fireworks here eventually, maybe just before it spawns, or... Yeah. I mean, T1 have more map control at this point in time, but once they back, I would assume DRX push out on the map and get some themselves.
You can definitely see that T1 are just really... DRX are so cautious about pushing up because they know the threat of these big ultimates from T1. If someone's overextended, they will just get targeted and go down. And so T1, with that vision and map control, resetting for some wards. DRX ideally want to get some vision out on the map and to contest this, but they're just being cautious about it. A lot of stack checking.
Yeah. It's 506 and 138 on the side of Guma as well.
Whoa, I mean, Yahoo has over 3 times more than Guma.
True.
Yeah.
They are different champions.
Yeah, but, you know, purely on a math basis.
I do appreciate your efforts to trigger Twitch chat, which always seems to work. But yeah, both of these guys stacking very nicely in this game. I mean, 45 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things with Senna is not only do you continue to stack throughout the entire game in terms of souls, you have so much less gold that you're still actually building items at this point in the game. You know, Teddy's full build, Yahoo's full build, Faker's full build, but Guma still is getting more powerful, which a lot of champions sort of hit their peak at this point and don't have anywhere further to go. But Guma catching up in levels as well, level 16. Everyone else in the game apart from Pledder is level 18.
Makes sense. And, you know, you were talking about the extra items being built on Guma, so it's actually effective gold, which at this point not a lot of people are using gold effectively and efficiently. As Faker's backing on the top side, he's going to get away. I was a little bit worried about that. But, yeah, I mean, DRX are just trying to control the top rhythm. Seems like they absolutely want to go for the Baron here, as it does spawn first, and they do have the damage to try to burst it down. Owner right now is getting red buff for his team. Feels pretty good before a fight to pick that one up, but he is going to get away as well from Sponge, so he's not going to be spotted, and now he's got a nice little flank angle.
Yeah, the ult comes in.
Yeah, the Ornn ult here. They have to run through the E of the Aurelion Sol, though, and now Owner's a bit far away from the team, so they're not going to follow up on the Ornn ultimate.
You don't run through the E of the Aurelion Sol.
Nope.
You walk through it at a crawl, honestly. Good disengage there from DRX. Ornn ult down is big, but you can see the cooldown ticking away. It's not that long. Oh, Carrier!
Uh-oh, Carrier. He is going to dash away. He's pretty tanky in his own right at this point. And I mean, the poke from the side of Faker still going to be pretty huge, and they do have the poke from Guma as well. He just has to be a little bit more careful than the Azir. As now the Elder about to spawn, DRX as a team moving on over. Zeus on the chase here, as T1 do not want to give them this one, but they're already getting to work on this dragon.
Yeah, the cluster secure really makes it a lot easier, but the fight's gonna come in.
Oh, the ult there onto the Renekton, but the massive damage there. But Yehu is alone in the front line. He has to go solo. The Olena with the turn, but their dragon is already dead. Down will go Faker though. Is there a chance, perhaps, for Sponge and Teddy to carry this one? Owner on the chase here. Pletta's gonna go down. Teddy's also gonna go down. I think T1 have finally broken the backs of DRX in this game one.
They managed to take down Yehu. The ult looks massive. Pleta gets a big ult, but it's just not enough. And Guma, the Fountain Laser, comes through clutch in this game. T1 able to close it out. An absolute battle to get to this point, and this is just game one and breaking the record for kills in a game this summer. An absolute slugfest.
I mean, this was just insane. 46 minutes. I did not expect to cast a game like this in game number one of this series as well. But T1, they do take down the Nexus. They get the first win of the best of three. And Guma, by the end of it all, the Senna just got out of control, which is something we expected. I feel like DRX are going to feel a bit, they're going to feel like they left a little bit on the table with that last team fight. It was not perfect, but still, props to Zeus. He gets that ult onto Renekton, and then Yehu's kind of left out to dry.
And I feel like T1 have been in that situation, you know, really intense back and forth games like this so many times. That experience definitely helping to close this one out. But I think DRX, you know, they've been on a long loss streak in series and in games. They really played a fantastic game there, and they should hold their heads high. Going into game two, they should be like, hey, we nearly beat T1. We can definitely take these guys down, as Sponge said. What can we change to make sure we get them in game two? Because they definitely earned a win there. They just couldn't quite get it over the line. So hopefully for game two, they're able to bounce back. But a banger performance. You know, Yehu had a fantastic game, did 1 million damage. Pleta had some huge ult. Pleta doing almost as much damage as Teddy.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't seen him on any range support to split apart from one Renata game. Honestly, I could see him on this Nico more. Had a fantastic game. And then on the other side, Guma on the Senna eventually just became unstoppable.
He did. The Senna just scaled out of control and was, in fact, the best scaling champion in this game number one, amongst all of them. As that's going to do it for game number one, guys. We're going to take a break and have the space to break down that marathon game, and we will be right back.
가볼게.
쌈 먹으면 될 듯?
못 떴다.
왜 니코 전면이야.
오케이, 나 이거 쏠쪽 보는 중이야.
네, 버스 탄다.
오케이, 아직
많이 멀어 많이 남았어.
천천히. 쏠 본다.
오케이, 쏠.
술 봐달래.
브리 있어.
쏠 잡았어.
거
비고 봐. 칼리.
아래 봐줘야 돼.
아래 봐주면 이겨.
아래 봐줘.
나 천천히 한 중.
빨리 현준아.
오케이, 칼리.
아직 팔이 잡았어.
칼리 잡았어.
아지르만 봐야 돼. 아지르. 할만해. 나 좋아.
바텀 갈게.
나이스.
민규 씨 긴장 안 되지?
아이, 도핑 하나 했다니까 껌으로. 아, 나 오늘 2대1로 이겨 가자. 오케이.
화이팅.
아이번이라 그냥 막 가면서 먹을 생각 하자.
스마스 어떻게 할래?
기다려봐. 나 이거 봉풀 쪽으로 바꿀게.
같이 하자.
기다려.
언제 되는 거야, 민규야?
지금.
2천에 쓰자 2천에. 민규야. 써봐.
지금. 나 아이마.
한테 W 없어. 한테 봐봐.
맞아.
셀피 높여 얘들아.
집 갔다 이제 방향성만 잘 하면 이기긴 할 듯.
우리 포커싱만 잘 보자.
천천히 보자. 할만해.
박아볼게 이거. 천천히 셀피 높여.
세라피 잡았고. 업데이트 밀면서 바텀 라인까지 쓰자 이거 얘들아.
끝내 생각 보자.
야 잘못 겠다. 봐도 돼.
보자.
와.
야, 죽였다.
나이스.
지금 자신감이 많이 안 되는데 다 뺄 것 같아.
그만 잘해. 장난이고. 계속 잘해. 잘할 생각으로 가보자. 화이팅.
화이팅.
공 볼게.
보자.
한 볼게.
야, 메가다 조심. 애매하다. 빼면서. 나 좀 벌어. 아주 빼면서.
이즈 노플.
아지르
노플이야.
아지르. 야 위에 개 빼고 있어.
딜러드.
가도 돼.
딜러드. 이즈 노플. 나이스. 지렸다. 와.
잘했다.
쟤 무조건 목숨 걸어야 된다 이제.
3명 잘 쐈어. 얘네 사용 때 무조건 나와야 돼.
텔 막았어. 천천히.
아지르.
아지르 봐봐.
아직 잡았어.
나이스. 야 이즈 잡아야 돼 얘들아. 이즈 여기 있어.
이제 잡으면 끝나 이거.
여기 잡았어.
야 나를 못 잡을 것 같아. 아 잡았다.
끝내보자.
끝내.
나이스.
야 근데 롤파크 많이 바뀌긴 했다. 작년이랑.
바뀌었어?
많이 바뀌었죠.
네. 저 일단 이 모니터 이런 거 없었는데.
네, 모니터는 서머 때 바뀐 거긴 해.
자신감 있게 하고 알겠지?
네.
화이팅!
파이팅! 이거 미드 푸시하면 탑 빼면 안 되냐?
나 될 것 같은데 이거? 가자. 너 라인 밀 수 있냐?
나 이 가능해. 뭐야? 좀 와봐.
가봐. 나부터 할게. 누가 평타. 높을. 바뀐다. 3번. 나이스.
잘 잡았다. 루시오 꺼내고 세주고 먼저 스타트하자 이거.
가자. 이거 sultan 되냐?
나를 높여.
야 다시 아래.
아래 밀어.
아래 밀어.
아래 열어올게.
아래만.
매초 빼.
비고. 안돼 스톱 안돼.
오케이.
야 비고 봐. 높을.
잘 잡고. 나이스. 애쉬 높여. 나 일단 죽었다.
얘들아, 나 너무 잘 컸어. 캐리해줄게. 천천히. 야, 나도 캐리해줄게 이거.
얘네 쇼바 이거.
야 이렇게 하자 이거. 아니 그냥 싸움하자. 우리 자리 너무 좋은데.
야 탈려 여기.
탈려 W pis고.
애쉬고.
빼면서. 비고게. 비고 높을. 싸움하자. 밀어.
애쉬 노정원. 미드 가.
미드
들어가.
야 여기 있다. 야 나 이길 것 같은데? 파이팅!
이겨줘, 제발. 이겨줘.
아 이거 못 이겨. 나 W 쳐. 까비.
아, 괜찮아.
끝내. 괜찮아 끝났어.
야 됐다.
밀어.
와.
고생했다. 나이스.
everyone, and welcome to the space after that crazy game number 1. It's T1 on top of DRX 1-0. D-Gon here, alongside my fellows in black, Wolf and Atlas, as we're saying rip to the most kills in a single game. That record is now done and dusted, as this was a lot.
Yeah, this was a game that I feel like we should be hyped about and be like, oh, it's so epic, what a cool game. But I can't help going back to the draft and feeling like T1 were maybe disrespecting what DRX were capable of. Because if DRX could actually close out this game in an effective manner and didn't get like decision paralysis, then this would have just been over.
Yeah, I do think the big issue here is picking the Senna into the Kalista. The Ornn was the choice. We've thought about maybe Seraphine could have come in through here, but I think the Nico pick was really cool. And then later on, obviously, the Vi comes through. It's not the best Vi synergy we've ever seen, but it is quite strong. You've got a really nice front line with the Ornn and the Poppy. But problematic is that you're going to lose control of the game very early on because the Renekton's going to get advantages against the Poppy. Not going to win the lane or kill the Poppy, but should have prio. Mid actually went way better than I expected after the tap nerfs to the Aurelion Sol. Good laning from Yehu. Faker was put a little bit behind, but it was the bottom lane where really all the pressure points came through. And I think T1 drafted this, I think, into a stronger team. You get absolutely giga destroyed against DRX. You know, they were able to keep the game close. I think just because they have a better read on those tough decisions when you get to the late game, you go post 40 minutes. T1 has seen that 1,000 times. This roster's been together for so long. They know how to handle those decisions. I think DRX fell apart there.
Yeah, and DRX have been a team throughout this season already that have struggled in these high-pressure moments as well, right? Like, they have Teddy. They like to get behind their veteran, but he isn't on a champion that's necessarily the late-game fountain laser this time around, and actually had a bit of a rough game this time as well. Playing into a Poppy is going to be difficult, and I do want to credit Zeus on that Poppy pick just for the anti-Kalista synergy, but they just didn't have a whole lot of damage in the early stages of the game, and you can see that DRX were able to take advantage of it, even if things weren't necessarily the best that they could have been.
We saw a lot of combos, actually, with the Aurelion Sol ult coming through with the Nico ultimate, and when T1 were all in the pit in this particular Baron case, we'll be watching a few Barons in this this segment, but that one is a big combo. I think the problem was later on when they couldn't set up that combo reliably when T1 got control over the map. The Poppy was the biggest issue, because if you lose one piece of this composition as DRX, it doesn't function anymore, because the Senna in the late game has so much range against the low-range Kalista that you never win out there.
Yep, so that was the first Baron here. The second Baron was epic in a different way, where no one ended up with the Baron buff here.
Yeah, and you can see Yehu over the wall here. This ultimate does about a trillion damage.
Trillion.
Yeah. I think that's the official term. I know we need to come up with new words to describe how much this dragon was doing.
We can check later.
And ultimately didn't actually survive the fight, but got enough done.
Yeah, and this is when, you know, you see this really extended fight happen here. Teddy rejoins, and then they start the Baron, and T1 are like, okay, well, we have to try to stop this. It ends up getting really wild, fast and loose gameplay here, I guess you could say. Teddy is extremely powerful at this point, fighting in these small choke points, right, in low-range situations where he can actually duel with people. And he unfortunately rends too early at the end of this fight, so doesn't actually get to keep his Baron buff, but he is able to take it. That's one of the powers of the jungler, or no, you could actually get the Baron, but if you rend too early on the Poppy, you don't get to keep it.
Yeah, and so then I think it was just Yehu that had the Baron buff towards the end of that.
They all lost it, actually.
Oh, they all lost it.
Yeah,
All right, so never mind. It was just nullified, and therefore, like, DRX were never able to really get back onto the map. I think one of the biggest issues this game was, as it went on, you're thinking, oh, this Aurelion Sol has hit critical mass. It's got, like, 7 million stacks. I think 506 at about 40 minutes into this game.
Yeah.
Did manage to get even more throughout this, so, like, was executing people below 30% or something ludicrous, but they were never actually able to push towards the enemy turrets after having a little bit of a snafu in the mid-game that was actually much prior to this, which was the end of the game, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Yehu goes down extremely low, isn't hit by the Emperor's Divide, but you need that Dragon's damage output, and the collapse onto Teddy is instant. He is unable to offer anything in this fight. Look at him try to kite out here. And Senna, on the other hand, has so much range that she could just finish these targets off. It's a really clean fight here from T1. For me, the biggest moment when I knew the game was over, like the moment I was 100% sure was when DRX walked towards the Baron and didn't commit, couldn't commit. I was like, that's it. T1's going to get the better setup on Elder. There's no way, unless this fight goes exactly the way DRX wants it, they can layer those CCs together. They win this game, and they did not.
Yeah, and Poppy popping him away was really, really huge there. As we take a look at the POG, it could be anyone here, honestly, and it ends up going to Zeus. That is the base vote. Look at the smile on Alan.
Yeah, this is the one that we went for. I think that in a game like this, you have to sort of vote for the one that had the most utility, walked away from this clutch moment as well, but I think that everyone in the end on T1 played that last team fight extraordinarily well. It was just that Zeus kind of picked Poppy, nullified Callista, did what he needed to do, and hit away the right targets.
Yeah, his frontlining was also really well played. He and Keria both made it really difficult to actually break through as this Callista. Callista's great into tanks when she gets enough time, but they don't give you time when there's a Senna layering damage the whole time. My secondary vote probably would have been the Senna, probably would have been Guma here because his positioning was really good. He did a ton of damage. His KP was extremely high. He scaled really well. His itemization was smart, but the Poppy ults were too big to fail.
Ooh, we got a bit of a tiebreaker here as well, as it was almost the Senna vote coming through, but not actually going to be us. Sorry, media.
Yeah. Sorry, Jonathan.
This one goes over to the Yordle with a hammer.
Yeah, Keria vote? Any Keria voters here? Right, media went for Keria. Ornn?
I mean, his ornaments were impactful.
Yeah, got to late.
Yeah, I mean, he is one of the 5 players on T1, so it's an option to vote for, Digon.
Sure.
All right, well, that was a heck of a game number 1, and to turn up the volume here in game number 2, let's send it on over to Vox.
Thank you, Space, for sending it over to us, Vox.
I worked it out. So, Guma bought the support item. So, Right Media thought that Guma was the support, and that's why we got the support vote.
He's just so many layers of beast beyond everyone else that actually Wolf's explanation, I think, was correct. He's like, the Ornn had just a lot of impact on this game because it helped the team scale and provided reliable engage. Good job, Right Media.
He saw that Ornn build Frozen Hard, and he zoomed in on every fight and counted the cancelled autos and calculated the mitigated damage because of that. And was like, that's just way too many. We have to give it over.
Only Right Media could do that, so it's understandable. No, that wasn't the right choice.
He wouldn't get it.
That wasn't the right choice, and I don't. Yeah, I mean, you can vote for whoever you want. Now, DRX is on the blue side. So, again, they might just do the same thing with some touch-ups here. Let's see how they change it going into Game 2.
I think, unfortunately, the problem with a situation like this is that I think there were weaknesses to T1's draft that we clearly saw. And there's also picks that DRX had that they aren't going to get again. You know, you're not going to get that A-Sol again in the second rotation. T1 will ban it. They won't let that go through, and that was such a big reason why it's successful. You won't even get the Nico. In the first part, they saw Pletter's Nico play and said never again, which I think is a valid response because
I agree.
Getting some humongous ults. And now the question is, what do DRX take? Sejuani is open and available. If you're to take the Callista, you don't have the Nico to back it up.
Play Sedge. I mean, there's a lot of talk here from Frog, so I thought maybe they were going to pick like Renekton or something, but it's just Callista first again. And so Owner buys himself a Sejuani if he would like to play that.
Yeah, they could just take that. Could pair up with a strong pick. They could even go like Renekton Sedge on this rotation if they wanted to. Though Zeus, a lot of people have been leading into the Renekton priority. Zeus, not so much. Azir Sedge has been a super powerful 1-2 in the LCK. You know, I say powerful, it's been very popular, you know. It is, they're both strong picks. The synergy maybe not there as much as like some other pairings, but looks like Owner's like, no, I'm happy with the Vi into Callista, have fun playing the game. I think DRX could just go Renekton Sedge themselves here. I think Frog had a good game with the Renekton. You know, maybe you just go in that direction. But it looks like they're gonna secure the Renata. I think this makes sense considering the Nico's gone.
Yeah. They know where their bread is buttered.
Oh,
and
no.
It's the bot lane.
Yeah,
so
they
pick
are
the bot lane as soon as you possibly can.
They are fully dialed into this. So like, okay, Pledda had a great game. Let's give him Renata. Let's see some big AoE ults. And then Yahoo on the Aurelion Sol again. And look, I read those patch notes. I saw what they said about, hey, high-level play, the tap Q, really powerful. We're going to hit his laning. And a lot of the opinions I heard was, well, he's just not going to be playable in pro. Yahoo seemed to be chilling. He was winning lane.
Yeah.
Winning lane, so I don't know, maybe the nerfs to the top Q were overstated, just a different playstyle, but Yahoo definitely displayed it can work into Faker's Azir. Now, Zeus has picked up the cannon, so Exhaust is going to be taken. That's something we know for sure. But now, the question is, what will Frog play into it? Because you can't just slam Renekton here.
Remember Sejuani?
Who?
Yeah, you remember the first ban on red side in game 1?
Did you what?
I said that you were Ani. No, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of just funny that we haven't seen it at all, and it's still available for Sponge. They ban out Viego instead. They could just ban it here.
I always find it so funny when, like, a pick that was, like, in first rotation bans, are like, okay, we have to ban something else, let's free it up, and it doesn't get a look in. If they don't ban Sedge now, it would actually be, and then DRX don't pick it, that would be the funniest thing ever. But we'll see how it goes. Well, Renekton going to get banned away, so despite the fact that I think Zeus playing Kennen into Renekton would be comfortable, he doesn't even want to give it to Frog, because Frog, I think, obviously Renekton not going to have the most impact in the late game in games like those. I still think he was a force to be reckoned with, and particularly the weak siding, able to clear out waves and survive dives was really impressive.
Yeah, it was really big for getting them into a position to do a lot of work. I know in the late game he mostly just got Poppy ulted away, but yeah, I do agree. And so they're going to take that away, and there's not a lot of great options into Kennen, to be honest. So the Senna, once again, going to be banned here, and it's just Draven for Guma. So going to try to fight fire with fire and run straight at the Kalista and try to win lane.
Yeah, and Sponge, a lot of Zins out under his belt, so might just lean towards that. I think there's a lot of damage coming out from T1. Very different composition to last time where we said, hey, you know, they're limited in damage threats. The Senna's going to take a long time to come online. They've cut the bulk down, and everyone is playing a champ they can really carry on, I feel, right now. So Zin's out, a lot of value in the ultimate, could also cause some disruption. But it looks like Frog might be going for the Jace here into the Kennen. The Cassante, you know, you're a Cassante. You do what you do. Looks like they'll go for that. So not going to be a winning lane matchup. And this is kind of my concern, is Aurelion Sol worked fine when you had pressure bot and top. Now you've lost that pressure top, and bot lane, Keria has counter pick.
Yeah.
I could feel like he could take a range support here, and his goal would just be to win lane hard. Soraka coming out in this one, and it's actually going to make it so hard for Kalista, because the thing with the Kalista is you're focusing damage on a one target, you're stacking up those spears, you're just going to have to keep stacking and stacking and stacking as the target gets healed up. Going to be very hard against the Draven, and the scaling of the Soraka absolutely massive. You can essentially counteract the damage from Yahoo's ult. I think Yahoo definitely needs Oblivion Orb in this one.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, we'll see the itemization, I assume, just pull out of healing and support and chanter items, but as you mentioned, I was thinking the same thing. Yahoo ults, well, Keria ults, and then you've got health bars, you don't have as much tankiness, not nearly as much. You don't have Ornn, you don't have Poppy, but you've got a lot of healing, so it's going to be very interesting, and I think it is something that can actually challenge in lane as well, and just heal up the Draven and allow Guma to do the majority of the damage, get a silence down onto some of the members down there. As this sign says, I believe in DRX.
I believe in DRX.
They already made us believers in game 1, even though they didn't win.
Yep. You know, that's the thing. I feel like we talked a lot about the confidence of the team, how it's been shaken by the loss streak. Games like that, even if they lose, should still give them confidence. Now, I think they had a bigger draft advantage in the last game, but they still have tools. You know, we still have Yahoo on the Aurelion Sol. I'm just interested to see how this bot lane goes. Keria whipping out the Soraka.
This is what we wanted to see, and T1 is going to try to get it started much earlier than game number 1. Let's hop into the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, game number 2, as it is Teleport Exhaust Cassante.
Oh, so this is huge because obviously DRX are like, look, we need Ignite into Soraka. We can't play our 2v2 in the lane without Ignite. It's just unplayable. And they're like, okay, well, Sponge can't take Exhaust. Yahoo can't take Exhaust. Frog's like, you know what? I've got you.
Yeah.
I've got you. I'll take the Exhaust for the Kennen. And honestly, you can just run over to the Kennen, exhaust the Kennen, ult him out of the fight. Like, you know, good luck. Zeus having a big ultimate in this one.
Yeah, I think his positioning is going to be paramount. He's really going to have to find the nice angles to catch them off guard so that at least he gets value at first, and then, you know, maybe he gets exhausted and pulled out of the fight, everything you mentioned. But certainly it does feel like a very nice neutralizing pick as a tank into the top lane cannon.
Also, something annoying playing Aurelion Sol into Soraka is what does Aurelion Sol need to do for his Q? Stand still, and
yes,
use his glide, and then Soraka can just throw a silence on his head. Very unfun to play against.
That's not very nice.
It isn't very nice. You know, it's been... I wonder if we're going to see how long it's been since we've seen a Soraka. It definitely feels like a while. But really hard to trade into with the sustain. And the big thing is if you land a Q, obviously there's the damage from the Q, but also the self-healing for the Soraka and the free W just means that getting hit by like a few too many Qs on lane just make it so hard to play against.
Yep. Yehu is just...
Oh, on the edge of tower range there.
Yeah, he has made it clear that Aurelion Sol is fine.
Yeah. And also, I mean, credit to Yehu's laning this week. Like I said, he obviously tried to tower dive Showmaker that massively backfired, but up until that point was doing really well. Has had, you know, first game was laning really well in the Faker, having a fine start so far. Just good to see. Yeah. Soraka can be really annoying. Planet tries to dodge out the Q, doesn't manage to, and it's been 513 days since the last game.
And it was first Keria.
And it was the same matchup. Keria remembered that.
He remembered that. He still beat it with Renata Glask, so he says, you know what, I'll play it better. And
maybe it wasn't about the
probably will.
Renata. Maybe there was other factors, like the fact it was Bro against T1.
Yeah.
That could have been the bigger factor. Maybe it was like, damn, this is such a good lane for Soraka, but unfortunately, we are T1 and they are Bro. And that was the takeaway from the situation. Look at that
damage dealt at 3 minutes. Why are we showing this? I mean, yes, it's exactly what Ox was talking about. So our production team is very much in sync with Ox. Now there is a Xinjiao on the way, but he's spotted.
Yeah, I think Plato was trying to find a handshake angle there, but now Sponge in trouble.
Uh-oh. He's going to have to go in here. A lot of damage already done to Guma as Sponge goes the opposite way from the Vi, and actually kind of saves him, although he could have just flashed immediately and same result with more health.
I think Ona was threatening the Q flash there, and so Ona just goes in for the Q, forces the flash from Sponge. Big advantage in there, and you can see the difference in this game. Look at bot lane, look how pushed up Guma and Keria are, and look at top lane how pushed up Zeus are. Yehu no longer has the strong side lanes.
Oh, the max range Q, that's a lot of damage, and Yehu's just going to glide away.
He used pretty much all of his health bar there. Good health bar usage, you know. I feel like when you recall that low. But fortunately for himself, didn't run out.
Nice dodge there on the Callista Q from Guma. And this lane is going very well for Guma and Keria. They're ahead on farm just a little bit, and it does feel like, you know, they've got the momentum here. Teddy pretty low on mana.
I feel like a thing as well. I mean, you know, I talked about how...
Oh boy, here we go. They're just going to run them down, and the silence comes in. Putta, the last hit is going to get the job done as, yes, bailout keeps him alive for a little bit, but it's still first blood to Guma already.
And it's working well for T1. Guma already getting a cash in. Wasn't too much gold, but a good start for the Draven lane. And DRX's angle of going this Callista appears to have backfired in this one so far, at least not having a good time. And the thing is, the Draven with gold, with the cash-ins, is going to have a ton of value. But a Soraka winning lane is terrible to play into.
Yeah, it feels really bad. And, you know, it's just really rough because in terms of kite back, you've only got a couple of abilities. Really just one, right? The handshake to try to push the Draven away. The second Guma dodges that, you're just getting run down by a Draven who's getting healed. Like, there's nothing you can do. You never win the trade, so you have to run. But you don't run away from it very well either. So
well, it was a slick dodge from Faker. It does have the ult, does have flash, does have all his abilities. So
kind of looked like it hit him. But.
It did. So not too much threat there. But yeah, DRX trying to make something happen. Looking towards these top side grubs right now. Ona trying to contest the area. They will start this up. But there is members of T1 around who could come uncontested, so I think DRX, you might have to back off and be happy with 1 or 2.
I think they'll get 2. As T1, they move over, but it's a little bit slow. The mid prio is there, but Yehu's just always threatening coming in. The handshake is going to be utilized. It's not going to hit anyone. His owner's pulled back, and he's just going to get away. And now Faker finds the angle alongside Azeu. Says, yes, the exhaust is there, but Sponge is already dead. Doesn't have his flash anymore. As Pleta and Yehu also get pushed away, and owner's going to pick up 1 grub.
T1 just managing to find these angles, getting engaged, and DRX staying for far too long there. The exhaust on Azez, a little bit late from Frog, perhaps not used to having exhaust as a top laner. And ultimately, oh man.
Got him. It's actually quite impactful. We do have Sponge making his way over. Keria going to be spotted here. See how aggressive he wants
they
to
might,
get.
They might be able to find an angle here. Steps up too far, but this is the thing I'm talking about. You know, there's a lot of champions. You know, the Renata's really good into melee champions, but range matchups can be a struggle.
Yep.
And Keria is just harassing so hard constantly. Very difficult to trade back. Your E cooldown is quite long as well, so it's not like you can just E every time Soraka Qs.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's the ult, and ooh, he nearly even clips Pleta there. I mean, Teddy is just... He's just in a rough spot, and Guma's just solo laning at this point. Doesn't even need help from the Soraka. Keria will come back and just make his presence felt. It's just more plates, more aggression, more farm denial from this DRX bot lane.
Having a rough time, and Ona goes to the dragon, but I think they were very afraid of the prospect of Ona turning a bot with the ultimate. We'll see that replay from the top side. They just had to get out sooner. They end up going for this play, but you know, they get the grab onto Ona, and then he gets dragged out by the Cassante ult from the Aurelion Soul ult, which isn't doing too much damage. You can see Zayas, the exhaust is so late. His ult has basically done everything, all the damage before it comes through. Again, I think Frog not too used to exhaust, I think is the reasoning up there. And Teddy and Pleta hanging around, trying to pick up farm, but they're just losing plates and slowly getting chipped away at under this tower.
Yeah, I mean, Sponge is on the top side of the map, so with Owner down here as well, they don't know 100% that he is, but they have zero vision outside of the 1 ward.
Yeah, and
so they have to play safe, otherwise they die.
They recalled and just both bought tier 2 boots because they know getting hit by these rocket Qs isn't fun. They're going to use the walk strategy.
All right, well, that's going to be some aggression here on a Faker. And yeah, walking faster with tier 2 boots, very important. But the damage has already been done down on the bottom side. It's something like 3 or 4 plates even over to Guma and Keria. And the Soraka, as we mentioned, it's not just a lane bully pick into Kalista Renata. It has a lot of value into this composition as well, especially the burst damage from the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, really common builds we've seen are like the Moonstone Redemption, not specifically on Straka, just on supports in general.
Yeah.
Like Ivan even in the jungle, but if you get Moonstone Redemption on Straka, it's like you have 2 full heals in your kit, basically. Like, the value you get from those two, it's like, oh, they take an Aurelion Soul, okay, everyone's back to full HP from the Redemption. Oh, they get, like, damaged again by maybe Teddy or something, you can just pop the ult and deal with that. It's so powerful for the Soraka in particular. So it's going to be tricky for DRX to win out those 5v5s later, especially if Kalista's not able to really build any items, which is looking like the direction we're going in right now.
Yeah. Well, he's got tier 2 boots and a Vamp Scepter. And a lot of pressure from Sponge on the bottom side. Earlier on, there was that, you know, minute-long stint where they kind of just had Owner in their face. But with Sponge down here, it does look like it's Guma and Keria that will play a little bit more respectfully. Not going to, you know, cross the line. And in terms of crossing the line, it's a 3,000 gold lead at 10 minutes here for T1. There's a massive lead in top lane.
Yep.
Mid's, you know, even as we expect. We saw this in the first game. But even the jungle's really far ahead, and the bottom lane is obvious. It just feels like T1... all the plates going down as well. It's just huge. And you talked about it in the draft with DRX not having as many winning lanes and the counter pick for Keria coming up huge. This is what T1 does best.
Yeah, and Guma just picked up a Bloodthirster. I just don't see in any scenario how you actually, like, who has the damage to kill him in the bot lane. Like, I'm pretty sure you need Yehu and Frog to like CC chain him to death if he's gonna go down.
Yeah.
You can no longer play the 2v2 bot. I mean, we've already seen them just trying to farm and avoid any fights, but that is going to be how you have to play the rest of the lane. I genuinely see DRX wanting to swap away from the situation in the bot lane, disengage from the bot 2v2, or maybe look to try and go for a tower top or something.
Well, they didn't get the memo yet.
Oh man, this is going to be brutal.
Teddy's also here alone at the moment, so there is a TP though, as Jonah Strong is pointing out here. Let's see if T1 can get away from this one, as that is Yehu. They've got their own TP from Faker. As, yeah, the ult's going to be used by Yehu, but now he's just flashing and dashing away. I mean, that doesn't really do much in the trade of TPs.
I'm actually really glad that Faker TP'd, because if he didn't, I genuinely think Guma carrier would 2v3, and it would... I don't think DRX could take that hit to their confidence. That'd have been brutal. But I honestly think they're at this point right now. I think they're at the 2v3 point. So, good luck.
Yeah.
And Owen is here as well, so it won't even be a 2v3, it'll be a 3v2, which I think odds are even better. They're probably going to look for the dive here. A lot of ults from DRX, a lot of tools to make it difficult, but...
DRX choose now to be the time where they stay. I mean, they do a lot of damage to Carrier here, and T1, it looks like they just want to get the turret, and they don't know exactly where Sponge is, so they're not going to go for the dive.
Well, I'm glad they got damage on Carrier. Carrier is definitely the focus target in any of these situations. I mean, typically... people want to focus the Soraka, but especially when the Draven has Bloodthirster. You need to kill the Soraka and then hope that Guma lets you run away.
Yeah.
It's unlikely, but, you know, you just try it.
Just ask him nicely. Maybe
Yeah.
he'll consider it, and then he'll just throw axes at you.
Yeah, maybe ult. Oh, Planet can ult Guma, and then Guma can kill Carrier, and you can be like, thanks.
Yeah, that's you know.
Imagine if he got the cash in for that.
We're finding the angles here. That is really the only angle, one of the only angles we can see in this point in this game. Yehu's in a bit of trouble. Devi is finally going to use her ult, and the silence comes down so you don't get a dash away. You talked about how valuable that is into the Aurelion Soul, and we see it on display already 13 minutes into the game.
Yep, and this is the punishment for using that flash in the bot lane, and Teddy is 1v1 against Guma now.
He's going to try to go for the 1v1 here. I'm not sure exactly why. Just trying to push him off the turret or something.
He sees his health bar get low, and he's like, oh, I might be able to find this. He took a tower hit, and then Guma autos, and his health just goes back up, and you're like,
Yeah. It's like 10% per auto. It's like, oh. Yeah, that's going to be the first turret play going over to Guma.
One of the interesting things with Draven is the extra damage from his axes doesn't crit. So you can crit on an axe auto, but the bonus damage from the Q doesn't actually, isn't multiplied. But it does get impacted by lifesteal, which is why Draven so often rush things like Bloodthirster early, because your autos are doing so much damage, and you get so much healing compared to like any other champion in the game on the back of it. Here's that replay. The ult in a... What is the counterplay? There is none.
Yeah, I mean, he actually dashed before the Vi ult, but even if he didn't and he tried to save it, he was silenced. So
yeah.
it just... There's no winning on either side of that play. Look at the difference in plates. I mean, it's 10 plates to 0. And the laning phase dominance from T1 has really left its mark on this game number 2. It's not going to look anything like game 1 unless DRX get a massive turnaround. But they're going into Guma, who is a one-man army, and he has the rest of his team with him, as now going to get the handshake on here, the engage Renata, but the massive Kennen ult on top of everybody, and yes, the exhaust will help out. Down will go the Kennen, down will go Zeus, but the rest of the team looking to follow up here. They're not quite able to, though. A lot of health bars are low, as here comes Faker. The sweep gets nobody. And they're just all going to get away.
Swing and a miss. Honestly, considering DRX had a pretty good fight there with the deficit, and with the ult that came in from Zeus, I thought that was just a clean sweep. But Frog's exhaust, insane value here. Let's look at the timing of how soon he got it down.
Yeah.
But we see that initial engage. Planet finds Faker. They combo the ults after.
Here.
Yeah, gets the exhaust in. I couldn't see because he was hidden by DRX, man.
Gets like 1 or 2 ticks.
Yeah, so not too bad. But ultimately, I think it would have just been an ace, pretty much, if he didn't get the exhaust down at all. Then Faker's fishing, but doesn't find anything.
Yeah.
So all things considered, could have been a lot worse for DRX, considering the deficit. They are 5,000 gold behind.
Yeah.
But still showing how precarious things are in this game for them.
Yeah, really feels like They just barely got away, and they're very lucky to do so, but it doesn't really change the state of the game. I mean, they were able to shore up, I think, about 1,000 gold, and that's about it. And Teddy's doing okay, all things considered. Like, we've talked a lot about how insanely far ahead Guma and Keria are, and they are. By the way, Redemption Rush here from Keria.
Yeah.
No Moonstone just yet. But at least Teddy's, you know, he's not that far behind. He has a kill. He didn't die. But I do wonder if he's going to be able to utilize any of the farm he's gotten in this game as it comes along, because there are just so many threats on the side of T1.
Yeah. And Cloud Soul Kennen sounds pretty good.
Yep.
I'm going to be honest. I think a big thing, though, is that Guma got that cash in very early on. So I don't know the exact number of stacks right now, but he probably has a good amount built up. The game's in a bad spot for DRX. I'm not going to spin it any other way. But if Guma gets another kill or dies before so, that could dictate whether DRX even have a hope. If he gets a cash in for like 1,000 gold, it's just over.
Yeah.
If they kill him, maybe win the next fight, they're still in a bad spot, but there's hope at least.
You got to hold on to hope because they don't have much else. And you saw, you know, Pletty was looking for the handshake. The empowered ultimate is available here for Ye, who's also level 11. It's very early on in this game. He only has Rylai's. And they're looking for an angle maybe on a Faker who is considering taking that dangerous path. Would be a very Faker thing to do, but not going to happen. Here comes Frog from the right side. He's going to be spotted, and they immediately just back away.
Yeah, I think DRX, knowing that T1 had their sights set on that mid-tier 1 and won't let it go down, using the full force of their team to try and defend it.
Uh-oh. Just going to face check into the Xinjiao. Now it is a Azir, and he is going to dash away, but now we got the ult on top of him as well. He's going to get the knock-up on the Faker. Here come the heals from the Soraka, and the Redemption to keep him alive! It's just not fair, as Faker, his side lane shenanigans are only empowered by the power of Soraka.
Look at Keria. He's not even there, just walking around like, yep, I carried, I did that, I made the difference. Massive value on both of those. Owner as well, getting the ult to keep him alive just for the redemption to come through. And we often talk about the impact of Karthus in side lane fights, but you can clearly see the Soraka can do the same thing, and now they have to back off from this tower.
They absolutely do. That's the Fate's Call used just in trade for the Whirling Death.
I think they actually keep it alive, so isn't all doom and gloom right now. But
it pretty much is.
It's a lot of doom, mostly gloom, like 90% gloom.
Yeah.
I think
it's pretty cloudy today.
Sponge felt pretty doomed here. And unfortunately, Yehu has to walk around the soldiers to can't get the damage down. The ult comes through 306, and then it's Redemption, the ult, and 433 for the Redemption. So like 750 extra health to burn through. A bit of a pain for the side of DRX.
Yeah. Who needs tanky stats when you just have a Soraka to keep you alive?
Look at Guma's items, and he hasn't cashed in for 8. I really want to see his stacks. I want to know what stacks he's on.
I'm thinking like, I'm going to say like 425 is what I'll guess.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's like, I was thinking like maybe like 360, because he did cash in earlier.
Yeah, it was really early though.
That's true.
I don't think he would have had that many stacks in the first kill. But
that's not wrong, but obviously, you know, you have to build them up again.
Yeah.
Even if he loses, like...
He's had a lot of free time, though, to just, you know, juggle axes.
He's got really high farm. Because the thing is, like, you can see his farm and judge on that, but also it's you get the bonus ones for, like, perfecting a wave, so... I'm assuming Guma's doing that, but... Yeah, we'll find out.
Someday we'll see.
At
Eventually.
some point in the future, we will see the number of stacks.
Yeah. Well, you see the damage dealt. Zeus currently, after bullying a Cassante for the entire laning phase and getting multi-man ults 2 times in a row.
You know, normally, I'm just going to say I don't condone bullying, but when you say bullying Cassante, I'm like, well, yeah, he kind of deserves it.
In League of Legends.
In League of Legends specifically.
Yeah.
And we're talking about the champion, not the player.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. No frog bullying.
Frog's doing great. One of the new guys on campus.
Yeah, obviously he didn't have a fun time playing the Zeus in the top lane, but he's been doing okay, all things considered.
Yeah.
Sponge having the roughest game. We saw the XP difference there between the jungles. Owner's level 13 and Sponge is level 10.
How is Owner level 13?
He has a lot of farm.
175, yeah.
Some of which is his, a lot of which is Sponge's.
He's had a lot of free time to do basically whatever he wanted.
Did a lot of yoinking.
Yep. I still
don't know
how many stacks we're at.
Sponge is the same level as Platter. As Brendan looking at his messages, seeing if anyone's telling him about the stacks.
No stack messages.
They just denied.
Unlucky.
The thing is, maybe you made your prediction and you were super spot on, and they're like, let's wait until it's 100 higher, so it looks like he's wrong.
Or I was way too far ahead, and they're just waiting until it's exactly
That would be nice if they did that, but I doubt it. I really doubt it. Okay, we keep cycling through the same players. We don't get to see Guma. You know, they were doing a fantastic job of showing us the Yahoo stacks last time.
Oh, there it is, right as you say it, yeah.
But, oh, maybe I have the power. Draven stacks? Draven.
Hey, 497.
I do have the power.
So when I said it, I think I was right.
No, you were way off.
No, I think I was exactly right, because now it's way far ahead of your prediction, Ox.
I'm pretty sure you said 525.
No, well, that's even closer.
No, because now he's gotten more stacks. Look, stop making things up. I think the true amazing thing is that I am the one with the power, because I said
that was pretty amazing.
Came up, and then I said Draven stacks and it came up. So
that was pretty cool. I'll give you that.
I think the big takeaway is that not only does Guma have a ton of stacks, so if he gets a kill, he gets close to 1 million gold, but also his ult execute now is just 500 damage.
Yep.
So like if Teddy is at, let's say 700, 800 HP, the ult will just one-shot him and give Guma over 1,000 gold.
Yeah, and that's like a third of his health. So it's a significant chunk of his health bar that will just be executed if it hits. So a couple of axes, maybe 2, 3, a little bit of extra damage. You throw an ult, he's just dead.
Well, I think the obvious solution is don't get hit.
Yeah, just don't play with the enemies. And you know what? That's exactly what DRX are doing. They're just sitting back. They give the Cloud Drake over. They can't give the Baron over, so they are trying to get some vision around this pit right now. And they're doing a good job of that. Looks like T1 not really in position to deny this at this point in time. It doesn't look like they want to rush at the Baron either. I think that, you know, sitting around waiting and then eventually giving Guma a good chance to just get the kill is probably better.
It's risky going for the Baron when Guma has so many stacks. They'd rather find a pick, because if you go to the Baron, and even if you get the Baron but Guma dies, you'll feel pretty bad about it. One thing to be said though, normally teams without like that many tanky members can struggle doing Baron because you get chunked down so much, but
uh-oh, here's the kill! But he does have exhaust, and it is Cassante. Look at Zeus, he's trying to help. The cleanse comes in, Guma has to flash away, and he's still gonna get the execute, Jesus! And that's a kill. Now, they do have TP here available on Zeus. I don't know if they can really commit to this DRX, as now the TP comes in.
They've got to do it, they've got to do it.
It is a little bit late, but Owner's in the pit. He's ulting out of the backline. Sponge is dead. Oh no, it's disaster for DRX. It's an easy smite for T1. And this will be pretty much the end of the game, as massive amounts of golds went to the Draven. The Baron's going to go to the hands of T1. And they're already even pushing mid, as Owner's just going to chase Pleta and keep him off the map. Zeus says, I want a piece of the action as well. And Owner will pick up the kill. T1 running away with this game.
I don't think that could have gone worse for DRX. I genuinely think if you said, what is the worst thing that could happen right now? That would have been it. That was exactly it.
Yeah. That exact scenario.
It's actually funny how Frog really gave Guma a jump scare. You can see Zeus was kind of like, you got him right, you're good.
Yeah.
He like hand walks him, he's like, okay, there's your kill, go and take it. Here you go, buddy, you got this one. You can do it by yourself. And then he's like, oh no, it's Cassante. Just like half HP's him, he has to cleanse the exhaust. He's like, get me out, get me out.
And then this.
Dude, is insane.
That's a Cassante.
Yeah, I mean, your resistances do nothing to 2 damage. And then here, Sponge dies to the Baron.
Yep.
Baron just decided it is not Sponge's day. Yeah, so Sponge dies. Baron's taken. DRX dies. Guma gets about 8 billion gold.
Approximately.
Roughly, give or take.
He has 3.5 items at 25 minutes.
Yeah, if you round up to 8 billion, it's about 8 billion gold.
Yeah.
But he has a lot of items. I kind of want to, for science, of course, for science, I want to see him auto someone. See how much damage it does.
Yeah. All right, let's see it. Come on, good
I think ideally Teddy.
Zeus is just going to press his buttons. He's just flashing on them, and they're all dead. It's another execute to come in. And yeah, that was an auto as well onto the Xin Zhao. Other stuff is happening, but I'm just watching the Draven one-shot people. As,
so
yeah.
low. Are we going to see how much damage it does? Because he killed Planet, but he was on HP. Oh, there's Teddy. Run to him, Guma. Run to him. That's surely one auto.
They're like, nah, it's not worth it.
The thing is, he has a decent amount of crit, but if he doesn't crit as well, it's not the same.
Teddy's like, oh, I'll just stop the wave. Wait, they already have a wave. And, well, guys, this game is over. I'm sorry that game number 2 is not nearly as fun as game 1. But T1 really bopped them over the head.
Oh, but that's a Cassante.
Yeah, that's a Cassante. He's nearly dead. Just 3-4 autos down to that health as, yeah, Owner might go down here. The Nexus is very low as are they going to hit the Nexus? Okay, they finally do. And that'll be the end of game 2. T1 take the 2-0 tonight.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit unfortunate. We obviously, the draft, I feel like in game 1 had a lot of advantages for the side of DRX. The draft in game 2, not as good. They got kind of picked bot lane. That was great from Guma and Carrier bringing that out. Top lane matchup, they didn't have the pressure. Mid, yeah, who did fine, but the difference in scaling mid, winning sides, and scaling mid, losing sides is night and day. Sponge suffered a lot because of that, and he could just never really recover. I think Owner had a pretty fantastic game on that one, but Carrier played Soraka carry, apparently.
Yeah.
With the damage done. Damage done at about 2 minutes highest in the game, which is the stat we're tracking right
939.
now.
Yeah.
I've never seen a Soraka in the LCK this year do that much damage at minute 2.
Yeah, I remember last year there was a Soraka, but not this year. Everybody on the side of T1 seems like they're almost tired. They're like, oh, well, we got through this one.
Well, game 1 was a slugfest, let's be honest. DRX willing to bring it out. And obviously game 2 is a rough one, but I hope DRX don't get disheartened. They are capable of the play that can earn them wins, but consistency's been an issue, and also there's just a lot of teams who are big challenges for them in the LCK, and that's one of the problems I feel like looking at the schedule ahead. The next 2 matches are Bro and then BNK FairX. Bro definitely beatable. BNK FairX, I think if they play like they did in game 1, maybe, but they've been on a big upswing. It's going to be a hard one. Then they face Gen G and Honor Life Esports. Let's not even discuss that concept.
Yeah.
And they finish off with KT and Quantum Freaks. So I think making playoffs is going to be a big ask with their remaining schedule, but I just hope DRX start to get some wins on the board. They need to beat Bro and break that losing streak. But this game was not the one to do it. The damaged Soraka coming out, who just, it was like normal support Soraka, except Carrier pressed Q a lot. But we saw some of the fights got quite scrappy in this one. Zeus getting some big ults, but the Frog Exhaust was some interesting tech that did work, let's be honest.
Yeah, I think it's good. It didn't really help the bottom lane, though, not going Exhaust, but it gave them the best chance. I think, you know, you kind of have to accept the loss somewhere, and it just led to Frog kind of being in a rough spot in the lane. Eventually, he did have the Exhaust for the team fights, but
yeah,
the team just got way too far behind in the lane.
I feel like Frog's been doing a very good job. His laning's been solid. I feel like his impact in team fights has been good, and I think even though they haven't been able to break the lose streak, I think it's clear that the team looks better with Frog than they do with Rascal. So I hope they keep playing him, give him time to grow. And look at this, right? So he ults there. He does get, okay, the auto and Sponge did a lot of damage, you gotta see that. But then Plet is like 1 HP anyway. And then he ends up going for the end. And I want you to watch, Brendan. I mean, I'm sure you saw it the first time round. But the game-ending push, Guma's Restraint didn't auto a champion once. Only Nexus. And I just feel like
I would not be able to do that.
That's very Guma, but also, come on, you've just got to auto champions and see the big boom boom damage.
He does it here against Frog.
Yeah.
At least.
He's like, okay, I'll zone the Cassante out, he's scary. And then in the final push,
boom, 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 boom. But then, yeah.
Like, everything's falling apart around him, and he's like, I'm killing the Nexus no matter what.
Yeah,
like, Sponge is there, he's like, Nexus, Nexus, Nexus.
Gets the heal from Carrier.
It's technically the correct play, but, you know, that's why Zeus did more damage. Zeus was like, I hit champion.
He did, and I love how at the ending fight, he was like, you know what? They don't have flash. I'm just going to flash under the turret and ult them. He didn't have Zhonya's, didn't matter. He did his damage, did his job, died, but he has highest damage number, which is really all that matters at the end of the day.
That's why we play this game, for the biggest damage number. That's what media is going to vote for, so
yeah,
I think that's what you're looking for in
sure.
this one.
We'll have to wait and see what media votes for, but guys, we are done here on the cast for now. We do have another series later, KT versus Nongshim, but let's let the space break down this one of T1 versus DRX.
Thank you, Valdez and Ox, for letting us break this one down here at the space. We are at the space, and I'm joined with Wolf and Atlas. Game number 2, a lot more in control of T1.
I mean, they upgraded their draft. It was a very similar style of draft from both teams, but the Senna being the kind of sore spot in the first game, they went to the kill lane, the winning lane, Draven Soraka in the second game, which meant that they could actually overpower the Kalista. So the Kalista threw this time, but then had the answer. I think that's the big factor here. I love the exhaust tech that we saw in the Cassante. Somebody has to pick it because you can't pick that in the lane. I mean, you could have put it on the Kalista, I suppose, but it's really tough to actually have that in that lane. So that was a good idea, but the execution was just poor, and they were so behind early.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. I like that T1 went back to what works for them, though, which is the win lane, win game style of composition. It's not just everything playing for the late game, not really having that early game power that T1 have just historically leveraged to find success. The Soraka being a phenomenal pick into Renata in the past, and paired alongside a Draven means that you just don't get to play the lane if you're DRX at all. And we know Zeus' cannon, absolutely phenomenal. Picking Cassante into it for team fights late game. I mean, you're never going to get to a late game team fight that you can actually win.
Yeah, I think the cool part about drafts as we're getting later and later and closer towards playoffs is how the pocket picks and the unique picks that you have to ban are there. Like the bot lane priority here on the bans with DRX, very interesting. We know that you got to get rid of Rumble, but then after that, as we get to these top players that have such power picks, it will start alternating the draft later on and not just getting rid of just overall strong champs. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here as we welcome our viewers to Soraka. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, it was pretty oppressive, and the Draven damage output is just so insanely high with the poke, with the silence. It's hard to outplay. Now, this is where things get a little bit dicey because DRX can't really fight at this stage of the game. Their comp is not online. The ult completely whiffs here for Yehu. And I get the idea behind trying to fight this because, you know, guess what? Your bottom lane is in shambles. You're massively behind early. You lost the first blood. Everything is on fire, so if you win this fight, maybe you get back in it, but fighting into a cannon there, you were never going to win it. And then this, just a bit of an overextension here.
Yeah, just shows also the power of just Vi in general. The setup for the Emperor's Divide, absolutely fantastic. We did see the exhaust utilized for the final tick of Slicing Maelstrom in that last fight. I think maybe if Frog was in range earlier on, it might have been better, but I do love the patience from Zeus just to make sure that a lot was already down before he goes in, grabs that first blood, and, the second kill for T1, and then honestly, it just felt like at that point, the game was done. Yeah.
The lead at this point was like 5,000 already, and so it's just T1 win lane, win game, and then we get to the first like real major fight.
Oh, this was so sad.
It was very sad, but also wholly predictable how it was going to play out, I feel.
Yeah, and this was just after Goomer as well executes Frog. I'm pretty sure that's why you see the Cassante is already dead in sort of the team fight data at the bottom there. And that was kind of the catalyst for this to be basically donezo. The fact that you could get the cannon in with a teleport anyway. So it was a real rough time for DRX. But I think that like the context of this game really relies upon understanding what happened in game number 1, because that was a lot of fatigue after losing what was an incredibly long, winnable game against, T1, the defending world champions. If you're DRX coming off the stage after that, like being able to then walk into game 2 competitively, that is so tough.
Yeah, I fully agree with that because on the cast, Ox said, well, you haven't had a lot of good wins. You're kind of on a losing streak, but playing well against T1, that'll give you a little bit. I was like, I don't think it's that. I think it's the opposite. It's like, wow, we were so close to finally get that win. Weren't quite able to. Now let's take a look at the POG here for game number 2. Who does it go to here on T1? And it goes to Guma with the pose, too. That's his first POG of the season. This is all kind of crazy.
Yeah, I actually I voted for Gumayusi. I don't know whether it was necessarily the right call, but I think that you could kind of vote for anyone in this game. I think that like T1 just kind of ran the entire game in every lane.
I feel like Faker was probably the only vote that didn't really make sense, but the rest of the team I think absolutely could. Owner, good game. Zeus is who I voted for. Slicing Maelstroms were pretty big, including this one here.
Rage!
And my read is not that this is fatigue from DRX or anything like that. It's really just the fact that the draft for T1, the adaptations they made in Game 2 made the game so much more playable. You know, in Game 1, their draft was pretty rough.
Me and Media and VNcast, baby.
Oh, no.
Oh,
the Media has too much power. There's too much power. It's too much.
Needed to make sure that there's no Soraka voters, and we've denied that, and everything's okay.
At least this one is okay, because this one is not like a bad vote. It's just the Media and VNcast.
I do feel like I'm in good company, though. Because it means
you're in the best company.
I can hang out with right media and just ask, like, what they're doing, why they're making decisions. That
One of them.
I've joined.
All right, well, there's the votes. Pog Media, Pog VNcast, as they have now gone back to their roots and voting for bot laner, which really hasn't happened here.
It's beautiful.
What do we take away? So we talked about the takeaway for DRX, losing streak, kind of close, little heartbreak. What do we take away here for T1?
Win lane, win game is the way that T1 should draft, and thankfully they did so in game number 2, and we saw how much better it was, and I hope that they stick to what they're good at.
Yeah, just read your opponent's drafts and play around it. Don't just pick Senna because there's a Kalista on the other side. Like, that's not the right choice. I don't know. I felt like their draft in Game 1 was super greedy, super disrespectful. Game 2, I think after Game 1 really made them feel like, oh, wow, this is losable. They went back to their style, as you said, and played more respectfully, set up the really cool Draven lane. Much smarter.
All right, well, we'll see what has in store here for T1. But for now, we have the interview standing by with Deer. Deer, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Zeus and Gumayusi on the side of T1. Congratulations! Zeus, with the consecutive victory, you guys are back on momentum. How do you feel? Yeah, being able to get our consecutive victory after a long time, I feel like it feels also like it's been such a long time since we got a clean 2-0, so it feels great. And Gumayusi, you finally got your first POG. How do you feel? To be honest, I thought I was gonna get POG in Game 1, but I didn't get it, so I told myself maybe today's not my day for the POG, but being able to get POG in the second game and being able to win is very great. And Zeus, there were moments of struggle, but you've shown T1's true powers again with a decisive victory. So what changes did the team go through? I feel like we faltered before many times, and I believe that we are very capable and we know how to get back on our feet. So I think our mindset is that, no matter how many times we may slip, we can always get back on our feet. So I think that's how we were able to win. And so how did you manage to uplift the team spirit, Gumayusi? Honestly, I haven't personally had a lot of energy myself, so I didn't try to uplift the team on my own, but I think we were always trying to communicate as a team, and we had really healthy discussions as a whole team to try to get back and get ourselves back in the game. And Zeus, in Game 1, the draft seemed to align well with T1's style and preferences, so can you walk us through the draft? I think for me personally, I just really tried to focus on the team fight, and I tried to CS as well and just try to scale. And this summer, Top Poppy hasn't won a single game, but you took Poppy as the R5 pick. So what was the reason behind this pick? I think Poppy is a really good late game champion, and just because the enemy had a lot of champions that actually struggle against Poppy, I think that's really the main reason we ended up taking Poppy in the end. So let's take a look at this next highlight. You knocked Renekton out with ult and zoned out Viego. So what was your read on the team fight?
아웃을 날리니까 다시 날라오더라고요. 그래서 이제 다음번에는
You know, I actually ulted the Aurelion Soul before and he just flew back in. So I told myself, let's just use my ult on the Renekton. And I think, you know, it was just so chaotic that I really wanted to hit my ult on the right target, but it was really confusing at times. And Kumayoshi, in game 2, we got a Draven along with Soraka after 513 days. So how did you come up with this pick? I didn't realize that it took so long for Soraka to come back. But I feel like Draven and Soraka is such a... It's actually such a classic duo comp, so I think that's why we went with these picks today. And like the Caitlyn Lux last time, you guys seem to draft around bot prio, so what was the concept of today's bot lane picks? I think we just pick whatever we need with our comp. And I just knew that Draven has a good matchup against Kalista. Yeah, Draven's presence was overwhelming this game. And this champion actually can struggle in the late game, but you were able to scale from the start. So walk us through how you pulled this off. First of all, just getting the solo kill in the laning phase actually gives you a lot of edge, and it actually lets you snowball really well. So just because I was able to play so well early game actually just paid off. So let's take a look at this next highlight with the insane execute damage by Draven. And you were dragged by K'Sante, but you calmly dealt damage. How did you calculate the damage so perfectly? Honestly, I was not calm. I got flustered because K'Sante is so strong. But just because I had so many stacks with my ult, I just told myself I will kill him with my ult stacks in the end. So next Wednesday, you will face D plus Kia. What is your resolution? Zeus. You know, D plus Kia has been playing so well lately, and I think they're strong. They're a great team. And I want to make sure that we are prepared with just as strong performance. And I think we have a pretty rough schedule next week, so we will make sure that we are ready. And Kumayoshi, yeah, they're a good team, but I do believe that we can be even better, so I will make sure that we do our best to be prepared for the next match. And what do you want to give any shout out to your fans? Yeah, the next week's schedule will be crucial for the playoffs, so I want to make sure that we win as much as possible. And we want to upkeep our winning streak in a good momentum and atmosphere. And Kumayoshi, I'm just happy that we're able to win 2 times this week, and I want to make sure that we do the same and get 2 victories next week as well. And that's the end of the interview from Zeus and Kumayoshi, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Let's all thank dear for a translation. Yeah. Thanks, dear.
Thanks, dear.
There we go. See, we do it here. You guys do it in chat too. T1 now moved themselves up to 4th place. So B&K was getting a little close there, so they create a little space. DRX still looking for a win after a 9-game losing streak. It's brutal.
Yeah, and we get to now see whether another telecom team can actually get back on the horse. It's KT's turn, Wolf.
I'm gonna lean KT here. I'm gonna feel like they have a pretty big edge.
Well, the big stakes, the big stakes are that Ox's perfect 10 out of 10 hinges if KT wins. Will they do it? We'll find out after the short break. See you for the second series.
위한 단합대회를 준비해봤습니다. 선수들을 대할 때 당근, 올, 채찍.
적당히 술만 좀 채워놓고.
멘탈 관리에 관련된 질문들도 많았거든요.
서포터가 랭크 게임 하는 것 자체를 무서워하며.
저희 카메라 보고 해주시면 안 돼요? 아, 너무 무서워. 우리 보고 얘기해.
네, 그럼 이번 코너는 LCK 고민 상담소 시간입니다. LCK 팬분들의 사연을 저희가 미리 사전에 좀 받아봤는데요. 바로 오늘 이 고민들을 들어보고 함께 해결해보는 시간을 가져보려고 합니다.
자, 먼저 첫 번째 질문 드릴게요.
감독님들께 묻는 질문입니다. 화면에 잡힐 때마다 모든 감독님들이 이 수첩 같은 걸 들고 계시거든요. 대체 어떤 내용이 적혀 있는지가 많은 분들이 궁금해 하더라고요.
당연히 뭐 뱀픽 관련된 내용은 당연히 다들 적어서 가지고 오시는 것 같고 최근에 스크림에서 좀 잘 안 됐던 부분들 이제 얘기해 줄 수 있게 적어가는 것 같아요.
저도 똑같아요. 항상 이제 전날 회의한 거 정리하고 상대방 성향, 상대팀 성향이 요즘 이 게임을 이렇게 한다. 네, 그거 좀.
다 같이 전날에 뱀픽 회의 끝나고 이제 마무리할 때 쓰면서도 생각 정리가 좀 잘 되거든요. 한 페이지에 좀 이제 최소화해서 딱딱 들어놓으면 좀 더 말도 쉽게 트이고. 근데 뭐 팁이라고 하면 좀 그렇긴 한데 글자로 적어서 찾기가 어려우실 때는 프린트해가지고 챔프 얼굴로 박아두시면은 정말 그 글자 읽는 거랑 아예 달라요. 이런 꿀통을 풀어도 되는 거.
최영 감독님은요?
없죠? 아무것도 없죠? 그냥 들고 있는 거 아니에요?
들켰다.
제가 적어놓으면 잘 정리가 오히려 안 되더라고요.
그러면 뭔가 들고 계실 땐 저희가 그 빈노트라고 이제.
홈으로 몇 번 들었던 적이 있는데.
감독님들의 노트에는 뱀픽의 비밀이
그러니까요.
숨겨져 있었습니다.
그러면 여태까지 봤을 때 가장 좀 뱀픽을 잘한다, 이 팀은 진짜 뱀픽 잘한다라고 느꼈던 팀이 있으시면
제 입장에서 이제 저희가 개막전 상대였던 폭스 유상욱 감독님이
BNK POX
2023년 스프링 때도 엄청 1라운드 때 6승 3패인가 하면서 갔던 걸로 기억하거든요. 그때 되게 메타를 되게 빨리 찾았다고 인터뷰에서도 좀 언급하셨고 계속 뭔가 자신감이 있으신 것 같아서 실제로 상대할 때도 많이 까다롭고 그래서 잘한다고 많이 느끼는 것 같습니다.
와, 류 감독님 어떻게 생각하세요?
운이 좋았던 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
저는 젠지가 워낙 챔피언 폭도 넓어서 그런지 어떤 픽이 나올지 모른다는 게 항상 젠지가 뱀픽을 잘한다고 생각을 하고 있어요.
저도 김정수 감독님이 되게 뱀픽을 잘한다고 생각하고 있습니다.
그렇다면 김정수 감독님은
이거 부담되네.
의견이 궁금해지는데요.
되게 오랜 기간 봤을 때는 그래도 정균이 형이 제일 오래 했으니까 정균이 형 뽑겠습니다. 네.
자, 그리고 또 궁금한 게요. 뱀픽 이후에 인사를 하고 가시잖아요. 인사하고 걸어가시면서 무슨 얘기 나누시는지.
근데 사실 별 얘기 안 하고 이제 오늘 화이팅 하자니까 뭐 잘해보자 뭐 그 정도?
뭔가 이렇게 뒤돌아서 들어가시면서 이렇게 뭔가 인사를
이렇게
하시면서
김정현 감독 이런 거 자잘하시지 않아요?
그거는 강동원 감독님이 잘하십니다.
다음 코너는 진짜 이게 방영이 될 때마다 정말 시청자분들이 좋아해 주시는 코너인데요.
네.
바로 고민을 사연으로 읽어보는 시간입니다. 사연은 박승진 감독님이 좀 대표로 읽어주시겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 서포트하는 유저입니다. 저는 겁이 많은 성격이라 게임을 한 지 거의 6개월 동안 보점만 돌렸어요. 솔랭도 하고 싶지만 제 실수로 인해서 사람들에게 욕먹을까봐 잘 하지도 못하겠고 멘탈도 워낙 약해서 고민입니다. 멘탈 강화를 위해 감독님들께서 선수들에게 해주는 좋은 말 지금 저에게도 필요합니다.
이 사연뿐만 아니라 선수들의 멘탈 관리에 관련된 질문들도 많았거든요. 감독님들만의 멘탈 케어 방법이 있는지 궁금합니다.
선수들 멘탈 관리라는 건 저는 상황에 따라서 되게 다르다고 생각해요. 그 선수를 되게 오래 관찰해야 된다 생각하거든요. 근데 지금 이 질문을 주신 분에게는 만약에 답변을 드릴 수 있는 게 서포터가 랭크 게임 하는 것 자체를 무서워하며 그거 팀원 4명이 다 죽습니다.
저희 카메라 보고 해주시면 안 돼요? 너무 무서워. 나 우리 보고 얘기해. 너무 무서워.
게임을 그냥 즐기시는 유저분이면 그냥 랭크 게임 하시면서 그 욕하시는 분들 차단하시고 좀 씩씩하게 하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
아니 저도 이제 사실 비슷한 결의 감정과 생각이 들었어요. 이걸 듣다가 굳이 롤을 말고도 그러니까 그 사람이 잘못된 게 아니라 롤에 안 맞는 거고 롤이 나쁜 거예요. 롤은 이 사람한테 나빠요. 전 이분한테 굳이 고치라고 하고 싶지 않아요. 당신은 문제가 없고 이걸 꾸덕꾸덕 바꿔가면서 룰에 굳이 적응을 해서 하기엔 너무 남들보다 출발선이 불리하니까 나랑 더 재밌는 멘탈 잘 잡힐 수 있는 즐거운 게임 하자.
멘탈도 약하고 좀 소심하시면은 좀 혼자 하는 게임을 사실 하는 방법도 있고 이제 상책으로 지인들끼리 게임을 한다던가 같이.
모임판.
굳이 혼자 하고 싶으시면은 그냥 차단을 다 하고 미리 그런 식으로 이제 게임을 즐겨보시는 건 어떨까. 그냥 차단을 다 하고
욕하시는 분들 차단하시고
멘탈 잘 잡힐 수 있는 즐거운 게임 하자.
또 혹시 선수분들의 케어를 해주시는 멘탈 특급 케어가 있을까요?
애들 만나서 이야기 많이 하는 것 같아요. 그냥 뭐 이런 저런 상황에서 애들이 계속 해야 된다 이런 압박감 갖고 있는데 우승에 부담감 갖지 마라. 너네 잘하고 있다. 뭐 한두 번 질 수도 있다. 뭐 그렇게 지내는 것 같아요. 대화를 많이 한다.
좀 장점이나 잘한 부분에 대해서 많이 얘기를 해주려고 하는 것 같고 너가 이런 부분 잘했으니까 이런 부분부터 다시 조금 해보자.
근데 반대로 이제 선수분들도 멘탈이 좀 흔들릴 때가 있겠지만 감독님들도 사실 사람인데 멘탈이 흔들리실 때가 많으실 거 아니에요? 어떻게 대처하시나요, 최인규 감독님?
감독들의 멘탈을 케어해주는 사람은 어디에도 없으니까 아예 일에 관해서 일도 고민하지 않는 상황 속에서 그냥 제가 하고 싶은 거 시간 여유 되는 대로 그런 식으로 해소하고 있습니다.
저는 크게 보면 좀 생각해봤을 때 일단 첫 번째 도파민 충전.
도파민! 탕탕! 흐르!
뭘로든 도파민 충전을 한다 일단.
네네네.
그러면 일단 당연히 기분이 좋아지죠. 그리고 두 번째가 맛있는 걸 먹는다.
맛있는 거 먹는다.
맛있는 거 먹는다.
그것도 도파민이죠. 예.
되게 오래 알고 지낸 형들이 있어요. 저를 되게 많이 둥기둥기 해줘요. 제
위로해주는
자존감을
사람들.
되게 많이 올려줘요.
감독님 최고예요, 짱이에요.
진짜 감독님 최고! 감독님 최고!
제 멘탈 회복됐어요.
답변이 너무
이건 그 누가 와도 풀어줄 수 없다고 저는 생각을 하고 있고 혼자 이겨내려고 일단 노력을 많이 하고 최대한 혼자 밥을 먹는다거나 아니면 혼자 이제 술을 마신다거나 그렇게 해서 빨리 이제 잊고 내일은 또 내일이 있으니까 내일은 파이팅 해야 되겠다 이렇게 좀 접근하는 것 같아요.
그럴 때 제파 감독님을 찾아가시면
저랑 같이 도파민 충전하시고.
배워봐야 되겠어요, 이런 것도 한번. 저는 되게 이런 사람도 부럽거든요. 저는 되게 부러워하는 성격을 가지고 있어요.
감독님 최고!
제 멘탈 회복됐어요.
자, 이렇게 해서 저희가 감독님들의 멘탈 케어법을 들어봤는데 근데 감독이란 자리가 참 외로운 것 같아요.
그러니까요.
네.
그런데 어쨌든 이 시청자분께서 사연을 보내주셨으니까 감독님들의 의견을 모아서 김정균 감독님이 한번 이제 모임장으로서 해결책을 주셔야 돼요.
AI하고 하시는데 룰은 정말 본인 잘못이 아니라고 생각하시고 하셔야 돼요. 이번 판 원딜 잘못 만났다. 그 생각을 한번 해보셨으면 좋겠습니다. 네.
명쾌한 해답을 마지막에 주셨습니다. 네, 좋습니다. 이렇게 해서 보내주신 고민들과 질문들을 9명의 감독님과 함께 이야기를 나눠봤는데요. 이제 앞으로 좀 더 남 탓하는 마인드를 가져가셨으면 좋겠습니다. 그럼 저희는 다음 코너로 한번 넘어가 볼까요? 자, 이번 코너는 LCK 랭킹쇼입니다. LCK 선수들의 설문조사를 토대로 만들어진 랭킹을 저희가 준비해봤는데요. 각 주제를 보고 랭킹에 맞는 주인공을 꼽아주시면 되겠습니다.
LCK 랭킹쇼에는 한 가지 규칙이 있습니다. 정답을 맞히시지 못한 분에게는 저희가 벌칙을 드렸었는데요. 아무래도 오늘 특별히 감독님들을 모셨기 때문에 벌칙을 저희가 드릴 수는 없고 대신 특별한 상품을 준비를 해봤습니다.
가장 많은 이 정답을 맞추신 감독님께는 그 팀에 무려 선수와 함께 먹을 수 있는 커피차를 보내준다고 합니다.
네, 그럼 본격적으로 LCK 랭킹쇼 주제 공개하겠습니다. 우리 감독님을 제보합니다. 이 해당 이제 문구를 보고 누가 여기에 주인공인지 맞춰주시면 되는데요.
진짜 모르겠는데 선수분들이 다 적어주신 거예요.
그냥 생각나는 대로 손을 들고 내가 알겠다 싶으시면 맞춰주시면 되겠습니다.
정답.
네, 최고.
엄청난 그 미담뿐이다.
네.
T1.
미담뿐이다 T1. 정답입니다.
요 내용은 캐리아 선수가 적어주셨네요.
네.
너무 그냥 고맙다고밖에 안 느껴져요. 고맙습니다.
근데 한 문제를 맞추셨기 때문에 만약에 하나를 더 맞추시면 진짜 압도적으로 유리해 주시는 겁니다. 김정균 감독님.
정답.
네.
한강러닝 우통 벗고 뛰신다.
이거 쉽지.
심해 감독님.
정답.
이거 너무 쉬워, 맞아. 이거 너무 쉬워가지고 나도 하려고 그랬는데.
우통을 벗고 뛰는 이유가 있다면요?
아니, 사람 없는 데서.
사람 없는
데가
데서.
있어요. 한강에 사람이 없는 곳이 있다고요?
햇빛 광합성 하려고.
그럼 사람 오면 갑자기 어떻게 해? 다시 입으세요?
네.
정답.
네.
커피차 너무 받고 싶어서.
네, 네.
헬스 하실 때마다 거울샷을 카톡에 올리신다.
이거.
김목경 감독님 아니면은 최호범 감독님 같은데.
한 분을 정하셔야 됩니다.
최호범 감독님?
정답입니다.
이거 어떻게 맞췄어?
뭐가?
내 스토커야 잠깐만 이상한데 지금? 다 이제 시즌 중에 체력적으로 좀 퍼지고 이런 게 있었는데 그래서 우리 그럼 썸머 때 다 운동하자. 네, 그래서 이제 다.
그래서 갔다고 이렇게 인증샷을 찍으시는 거였군요.
운동 인증샷. 네,
좋습니다. 알겠습니다.
그러면 정답 한번 맞춰볼게요. 네, 최우봉 감독님.
백현을 닮은 외모 DRX 하겠습니다.
저요? 왜 저한테?
아닙니다.
정답.
네.
엄청난 근육물을 가지고 계신다. 저게 무조건 김종인 감독이 아니면 전 김정수 감독님 거거든요. 근데 약간 비틀어서 김정수 감독님. 왜냐면은 왜 비튼다는 왜냐면은 제가 비튼다는 얘기가 김정수 감독님 같은 느낌이 근육이 엄청 많아요.
보셨나요?
이거 네?
보셨나요?
제 투시로 보여요.
김정수 감독님 어떻게 생각하세요? 이 답변에 대해서?
전 아닐 것 같은데.
아닙니다.
네, DRX.
백현을 닮은 외모.
네, 백현.
젠지.
젠지.
잠깐만 매기는 것 같은 이제 매기는 것 같은데 잠시만. 나 이제 확실히 알겠어. 이제 확실히 알겠어.
아닙니다. 네.
본인일 것 같은 것도 해도 되죠.
이재민 감독님. 네.
백현을 닮은 외모.
죄송해요. 아니에요. 네, 박승진 감독님.
백현을 닮은 외모.
네. 백현.
최인규 감독님.
과연
최인규 감독님. 정답입니다. 아니, 다들 백현 누군지 모르시나?
선수들이 이제 저를 사회적으로 매장을 시키려고 이걸 한 것 같은데 팀 내에서는 그냥 농담식으로
근데 왜 본인인지 아는데 안 맞추셨어요?
너무 날아가는 게
그러면은 이 자리에서 백현님께 한 말씀 해주시죠.
네? 나의 명성에 누가 되지 않게 열심히 하겠습니다.
야, 좋습니다.
박찬호급 말만 DK
그 건강이 아니면 잘 안 드신다 김목경 감독님.
카메라 있을 때와 없을 때 갭이 크다. 김정수 감독님.
이제 2개가 남았습니다.
저 이거 맞출 수 있을 것 같아요.
오, 좋아요.
저 800원 덜 주셨다.
800원.
주신 분.
저 류 감독님.
정답입니다.
저 누가 썼는지도 맞출 수 있을 것 같아요.
누구?
해나.
정답.
맞춰!
어떡해.
말투가 정확히 해나요.
진짜요? 아니, 류 감독님 왜 800원을 떼먹으신 거예요?
괜히 뭐 달라고 하니까 장난 삼아. 제가 많이 사줬습니다. 커피도 그렇고.
이제 하나가 남았는데 지금 현재 상황이 최우범 감독님과 김종윤 감독님이 각 지금 정답을 3개씩 맞추시면서 동점이거든요. 이 마지막 문제를 한번 두 분께 먼저 기회를 드려볼까요?
네.
박승진 감독님.
남은 거니까.
남은 게 하나라.
똑똑하신데요? 정답입니다.
칼퇴 장인이라고 지금 적혀 계신데
그때그때 좀 많이 다른 것 같아요. 저 5시까지 남아있을 때도 많고 이제 연습실에서 잘 때도 있는데 이제 빠르게 퇴근하면 1시, 2시 이때도 퇴근 많이 하는 것 같아서
1시, 2시.
공평하게 뭐 갈갈보라도 할까요? 묵집바? 가위바위보. 야!
진짜 게이머신데요? 게이머세요.
제가 태어나서 본 사람 중에 묵집바 제일 잘하세요. 이렇게 해서 랭킹쇼 끝내봤는데 김정균 감독님께서 우승을 하셨습니다. 감사합니다. 우승 소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
정말 제가 이렇게 커피차를 받아서 이제 선수들에게 조금이라도 도움을 줄 수 있게 돼서 너무 만족해하고 있습니다. 정말 잘 먹겠습니다. 네.
야, 축하드립니다. 지금부터 상품 전달식이 있겠습니다. 커피차 드립니다.
뭐야?
와! 커피차 도착했어요.
아,
네. 축하드립니다.
저는 잘못 생각한 게 그 큰 커피차가 와서
거기 있겠지, 거기 쿠폰이 아닌가?
이게 그거
한번 열어봐 주세요.
네.
있겠지, 거기.
진짜 커피차 쿠폰?
그게 커피고요. 저희가 이제 차에다가
다행이다.
여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
감독님 우승!
네. 감사합니다.
이렇게 해서 오늘 감독님들이랑 좀 웃고 떠들다 보니까 어느새 단합대회 감독편 마무리를 할 시간이 됐는데요. 함께한 소감 마지막으로 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
감독님들이랑 이렇게 모일 자리가 없는데 자리 마련해 주셔서 너무 감사하고 오늘 정말 재밌게 잘 즐겼던 것 같습니다.
더 재밌었고 평소에 좀 더 자주 연락하면서 해보도록 노력하겠습니다.
오늘 이렇게 감독님들 다 같이 만나뵙게 돼서 너무 즐거웠고요. 다들 힘드시겠지만 다 같이 그냥 파이팅 했으면 좋겠습니다.
이런 자리에서 감독님들의 이런저런 상황들에서의 그런 본인들의 생각 같은 것들을 좀 들을 수 있어서 되게 좋았고
이런 자리가 되게 없었어가지고 되게 걱정을 많이 했는데 잘 이끌어주셔서 좀 편하게 촬영을 한 것 같고요.
감독님들 다 공감되는 의견도 있었고 다들 스트레스 받지 말고 최대한 덜 받고 건강하게 지냈으면 좋겠습니다.
이렇게 감독님들이 다 모인 자리가 처음인 것 같아서 다 같이 이제 각자의 생각을 또 얘기할 수 있어서 너무 좋았던 것 같고
이제 경쟁팀이기 앞서 다들 이제 감독이라는 포지션만이 알 수 있는 고충을 다 공유하고 있잖아요. 다 힘냈으면 좋겠습니다.
제가 사실 다른 감독님들이랑 친분은 딱히 없어서 조금 어려워한 부분도 있는데 재밌게 잘 진행한 것 같습니다.
네, 좋습니다. 이제 저희가 구호를 한번 외치면서 마무리를 해봐야 될 텐데 모임장님께서 이 구호를 만들어 주셔야 해요.
아니면 뭔가 생각나는 거 하나라도 의견 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
생각났습니다. 왼쪽을 보니까. 백현하겠습니다.
너무 많아요.
네, 갑자기 왼쪽을 봤는데 백현 그래서 오늘 그걸로 하겠습니다.
오늘이 제 장례식 같은데.
동의하시나요?
동의합니다. 네. 그럼 하나, 둘, 셋 한번 해보겠습니다. LCK 단합대 감독편!
민규 씨 긴장 안 되지?
도핑 하나 했다니까. 껌으로? 나는 2대1로 이겨 가자. 오케이.
화이팅! 화이팅 화이팅!
아이번이라 그냥 막 하면서 먹을 생각 하자.
세바스찬 어떻게 할래? 기다려봐. 나 이거 봉풀 쪽으로 바꿀게.
같이 하자 말아.
기다려. 언제 되는 거야, 민규야? 지금.
2천에 쓰자, 2천에. 민규야. 써봐.
지금. 아이마.
상태 W였어. 상태 봐봐.
맞아. 셀피 높을 얘들아.
집 갔다 이제 방향성만 잘 하면 이기긴 할 듯.
우리 포커싱만 잘 보자.
오늘 보자 할만해.
가볼게 이거. 천천히 셀피 높을.
세라피 잡았고. 럭스를 밀면서 바텀라인까지 쓰자 이거 얘들아.
끝내 생각 보자.
야 잘 먹겠다. 바로 내가 하네.
보자. 와. 야, 찔렀다.
나이스!
지금 자신감이 말이 안 되는데. 다 뺄 것 같아.
그만 잘해. 장난이고. 계속 잘해.
잘할 생각으로 가보자. 화이팅.
공 볼게.
보자.
한번 볼게.
야, 메가다 조심.
애매하다. 빼면서.
나 좀 버려. 말을 빼면서. 이즈 높을.
바지를. 야 위에 개 빼고 있어.
딜로드.
가도 돼.
이즈 높을. 나이스. 지렸다.
잘했다.
쟤 무조건 목숨 걸어야 된다 이제.
3명 잘 쐈어. 얘네 사용 때 무조건 나와야 돼.
텔 막았어.
천천히.
아지르.
아지를 봐봐.
아지르 잡았어. 나이스. 야, 이즈 잡아야 돼, 얘들아. 이즈 여기 있어.
이제 하면 끝나 이거.
여기 잡았어.
야, 나를 못 잡을 것 같아. 잡았다.
끝내보자.
끝내. 나이스. 야, 근데 롤파크 많이 바뀌긴 했다. 작년이랑. 바뀌었어?
많이 바뀌었죠.
네. 저 일단 이 모니터 이런 거 없었는데.
네 모니터는 서머 때 바뀐 거긴 해.
자신감 있게 하고 알겠지?
네.
화이팅!
파이팅!
이거 미드 푸시하고 탑 다이브 안 되냐?
나 될 것 같은데 이거? 가자. 너 라인 밀 수 있냐?
나 이 가능해. 뭐야? 좀 와봐.
와봐. 남 살게. 누구야 평타 노플. 바뀌면 3분 3분. 나이스. 잘 잡았다.
루시오 꺼내고 세주고 먼저 스타트하자 이거.
가자. 이거 순천 되냐?
나 높을.
야 다시 아래.
아래 볼래.
아래 밀어.
아래 어렵게.
아래만.
액션 빼.
비고.
야 비고.
걸렸어. 안돼 스파 안돼.
오케이. 야 비고 봐. 높을.
잘 잡고. 나이스. 애쉬 높을. 나 일단 죽었다.
얘들아 나 너무 잘 컸어. 캐리해줄게. 천천히. 야 나도 캐리해줄게 이거.
얘네 쇼파이네. 얘네 쇼파 이거.
야 여유롭게 하자 이거. 아니 그냥 싸움하자. 우리 자리 너무 좋은데.
나 살려 여기.
살려 W 붙었고.
애쉬고.
빼면 비고게. 비고 높을. 싸움 보자. 밀어.
애쉬 노정원. 밑에 가.
들어가. 야 여기 있다. 야 나 이길 것 같은데? 파이팅!
이겨줘 제발.
이겨줘. 아 이거 못 이겨. 나 더블 했죠. 까비.
괜찮아.
끝내. 괜찮아 끝났어.
야 됐다.
밀어.
와.
고생했다. 나이스.
of the days where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
KT 롤스터 파이팅! 용신 파이팅!
파이팅! 용신 파이팅!
Hello and welcome back.
That's the energy we need.
I can't outdo that intro, that's for sure. KT Rolster up against Nongshim Red Force here for our final match of week 6. And this one, Ox, is for all the marbles. Will you get 10 out of 10 in predictions, or will you fall short right at the end with a Nongshim victory?
Yeah, I mean, all I need is for KT to beat a team below them in the standing. I think that's a pretty straight... I'm doomed, aren't I?
You're so doomed. KT, they did just lose to T1, and they're looking to bounce back here up against Nongshim, who have only won against bottom-of-the-table teams all year, actually. They have not beaten a top team in 2024. KT Rolster currently are on the east side of the standings, though. So are they a top team, Ox?
I think KT are Schrodinger's team, where they are simultaneously a top team and not a top team.
Yeah.
And you know from when the game starts. About 5 minutes in the game, we'll know whether they're a top team or not.
You gotta open the box and see what's inside, and then you know.
Because you could never really nail it down. You know, they obviously earlier this season slapped T1, and then just recently got slapped by T1, but still had a pretty competitive series. But I could also see them losing to Nongshim, but I could also see them beating Nongshim. You never really know.
Look at the schedule here for Nongshim. KT, Hamalife Esports, Kwangdong Freaks, T1, D plus Kia, Gen G.
And then the final boss.
The final boss, yeah. That's really... why didn't they include that one? That's weird.
Yeah, why is the gold border not around Bro? I guess they... Oh, it must be... It's like these are the regular teams, and that's the super team without the gold border.
That makes sense,
yeah.
That's why it was made that way. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think it's very safe to say that based on the teams that Nongshim has to play, playoffs is not impossible in terms of how many games they have, but it is a hard ask with that schedule, and they need to beat big teams. Like, there's no way to get around it. They have to beat some strong competition if they want to make playoffs. They are currently 3 wins and 6, sort of about 7. I think 7's like a decent cutoff normally for playoffs, but there's a lot of teams at 6 and 5 already, so they need wins, and particularly against teams who are in that 5 to 6 ballpark, which, would you believe, is KT.
Alex is starting for the second time here, and he did pull out Corki and Yone against Chovy. Which cards or champions, you can call them, will he pull out against BDD?
He said card, Twisted Fate, you know? He has cards.
I think that's what production thinks he's going to play. So the OG DPM machine, Def, versus Nongshim carry machine, Jiwoo. Def introduced the new Seraphine and Nila picks. Important, the Seraphine was played with Leona. A very interesting duo that KT did pull out.
The Seraphine worked, the Nila, I mean, if we're going to see Nila, I want
Put it away.
I don't want to see Def play Nila ever again. And number 1 damage for gold in Jiwoo. He doesn't get the resources other teams do, but he makes it work. He's a hustler, you know?
Yeah. He's on a budget, you know? He's got everything lined up. He knows exactly how much he's spending every month.
Yep.
Where the money goes, where it comes from.
If there's some, you know, repair work that needs doing, he does it himself. He doesn't hire a handyman.
Yep.
He's like, I will do everything I need to for myself.
And his family.
And his family,
The team.
Yeah.
Well, this team over here, taking family photos often, KT Rolster, they did fall just barely short of taking down T1 a second time. I would say that they're definitely still the big favorites, but again, we have to open the box that does contain Schrodinger's KT to actually know what we're going to get.
Yep. Can't know before that. Nongshim, I think a lot of fan favorite players. I mean, most of Jiwoo is a lot of people love, but I think the general vibe of Nongshim's been good. Don't have a lot of those players still on the roster. Still got Sylvie, still got Jiwoo. But I think the additions, you know, Guga started slow, but definitely I feel like recent weeks has picked up pace and looked a lot more formidable. So look to see what they can do. Calyx, obviously, as you said, recent addition, and Mihail as well. I feel like even if they don't make playoffs, even if they don't have a hugely successful split, a lot of players getting experience under their belts on this roster still. And I feel like that's a general vibe Nongshim has had for a while, is, okay, well, let's see what they can do next split. At some point, hopefully, it is going to gel.
At some point, you would hope so, as we are highlighting our junglers here. Pyoshik absolutely does feel like a key part of the KT roster. And we're taking a look at the first blood percentage, I believe, down there at the bottom. And the kill participation at 8 minutes. So Pyoshik definitely getting a lot done for his team.
Yep, definitely making things happen in the early game. Pretty low on DPM. I feel like DPM numbers have been really high for junglers so far this season, just in general, because of the AP junglers being played, but not always something that Pyoshik definitely leans on. A lot more about making things happen, getting kills, ganking. But ultimately, I feel like in spring, the success of KT, he was a big driving force when they had good games. I don't think that has necessarily changed too much to summer. You know, if they're gonna have a good game, that's kind of like the first 5 minutes thing. You want to see what Pyoshik does in the first 5 minutes. If he does some good stuff, we might be here to watch a KT win. If not, then buckle up.
Mihail drinking some kind of clear liquid.
Oh, clear liquid? Could it be water?
I think it is.
Whoa!
Staying hydrated.
Crazy.
He's going to be so hydrated, man. It's not even going to be funny.
It's important. In fact, I think we should do you think we should? A little hydration check for the chat. Make sure you
got your water bottle.
Stay hydrated. We could, guys, this is KT against Nongshim. I can easily see it being the longest game of the split, just for no reason at all. So make
that's
sure
the way
you
they
get water.
flipped. It happens sometimes.
But don't drink too much water, because then you might need to go to the toilet during the game.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, if the players need to go to the toilet, well, that's not a reason they usually pause. But we definitely can't pause for Twitch viewers.
It has happened before.
We can't pause for the viewers to go to the toilet, unfortunately, because the game would never get played.
Unfortunately, none of our viewers important enough. Sorry, viewers.
Well, wow, that's so mean.
Yeah, I don't know. It just happened. A bunch of Nongshim fans here to support the team, wearing the raccoon ears, the Nuggery, the mascot of Nongshim brand. Shelly coming out here, one of the new coaches in the LCK, coming up from Challengers himself. I was actually watching the the episode of Lane Mates, but it was coaches, and he was talking about how he didn't have a lot of coach friends, but he's still having a good time because he's new.
Well, I hope he made coach friends during Lane Mates.
Yeah, I
That'd
hope
be
so.
cute.
Yeah.
He was like, I don't have any coach friends, and they're like, we'll be your friend.
There are a lot of legendary coaches in the LCK.
Yeah. Which legendary coach would you want to be friends with?
Bubbling.
Yeah?
He's got the best names.
Oh, well,
that's why.
More than enough reason, if we're being honest. Okay, well, apparently KT hates Freljordian champions. And they're going to start off by banning those out. On the other side, Rumble, fair enough. Azir banned away from BDD. Bit of an interesting one, want to target that. And Nidalee denied from Sylvie. So not giving them the opportunity to play that and set a fast tempo to the game.
Yeah.
I will say that Ezreal still not banned at this point, which is obviously being a pretty.
You should ban
one. Probably. I think
ban it.
Pretty good Ezreal games so far, as it goes. I'm not really sure what else you'd want to ban in this situation. Maybe like Corki, but why would you ban Corki when you can ban Ez? Is my real question.
Talia?
That is not Ezreal, and it's going to be a first pick Ezreal. I can guarantee it.
I guarantee it.
Yeah. So, question is, what are Nongshim going to take on Red in response to the Ezreal?
Watch them just slam Renekton.
Oh, that'd be such a Giga Chad move. And Morgan would do that, by the way, for sure.
Yeah. Perfect has done it, but no, it's Ezreal.
Yeah, when Ezreal's open, you take Ezreal. I mean, picks that are pretty good that are left open. You know, Vi is around, Renekton.
Renekton.
Yeah. This is the gambit. They're like, oh, if we don't ban Ezreal, they can have Ezreal, and then we get Renekton on red side.
Huge.
Massive. Crocodilian.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, Renekton, yeah, maybe Corki. I think if you give over, like, Corki, Ezreal, it's such a strong combo, because they build the same first two items, and you kind of just play around that spike and murder everything. So maybe they want to deny that. But then again, maybe they want to try and save counter pick for mid. You know, if they go Corki, you go Lucian or something like that. We'll see. It could just be a jungle pick here. But no, they are locked in, dialed in for the Corki. And the question is going to be KT. I think a response to top lane could be a decent idea to take here. If you wanted something like, you know, we've seen people picking up the Gnar quite popularly. You could take the Xante. And going the Ivan of Yoshik. So given that security,
Lucian.
they go for the Lucian counter pick into the Corki. So pretty good for KT. Ivan, double AD carry feels nice. And Nongshim
Is today the day Elise makes her return? You know, honestly, I feel like it's a good spot for her, but instead the brand is much more meta and is very good into Ivern.
Yep, we've seen it a lot. We've talked about it a lot. Ivan likes to stack up with his teammates, and you just press R, E, W, Q, and hit everyone with everything. So bans at this point. Presumably KT want an AP top laner, so maybe you're looking towards the Kennen as a ban. I mean, it's not the end of the world if you don't have one, but generally speaking, that could be something that...
you know what does AP damage?
Nah.
Trigger Seed.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
But Nah does his passive on his W does magic damage, so that's why they banned that.
Ezreal,
Get rid of
magic
AP
damage. They've got enough. I think they need more AD.
Oh, more AD, yeah. Maybe get like a Senna.
Senna top.
Yes.
They banned Callista top. I don't know why.
Yeah, they don't want to... Renekton's already picked and then banning Callista top. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, let's just see if they do ban the Kennen in this situation. I think it could make sense, especially if you have like the Bran Corki backline. Instead, they go for the Leona. Leona Ezreal pretty strong, but the thing is, I'd have thought you could have just taken the Leona yourselves.
They want to play Draven Soraka, so yeah, they're not concerned.
Understandable. Oh, they did ban Senna top.
All the AD carries.
Well, I guess if you're banning Leona, chances are you're picking AD carry here, and then you want to counter pick support. So maybe you go like the Zeri or the Kai'Sa in this situation. No, you're going Caitlyn. Well, I guess they are focused on winning lane. And, you know, when Ivan puts his brushes down,
Zeri,
you can get double headshot stacks in the brushes. But Jiwoo doesn't care about that. He's playing Zeri. So, I think it makes sense. You know, got that team fight follow-up. We've seen it be pretty good in general so far. And into Ezreal is pretty fine, especially level 6, there's pressure in lane. Now, KT looking at the Rel. Beryl wanted an engage pick, isn't really too much of a surprise. And now, do you just go like Kennen top lane? No, you're going Cassante. So, lacking AP damage is something I could say about KT's composition. Nongshim, you could go Rakan, I guess. I mean, it gives you that engage potential. You do need engage, but...
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't think it's too bad.
Works with the Renekton and the Zeri.
I just... You know, I sounded really disappointed there. I just hope for more if you're counter-picking, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they have counter-pick, and I'm like, oh, let's pick Rakan. It's like, well, okay, I guess.
Yeah, it's like you have counter-pick for top and you pick Cassante.
Well...
Like, oh... Got him.
Yeah, a little disappointed. It's like they banned Leona because I'm like, oh, well, they want to counter pick, but they're like, oh, we banned Leona, but they could have just picked Leona on 4, you know?
Yeah.
That really would have been fine. And then you would have had a Leona who.
But then you got to deal with Zeri top.
Just stop, please.
Yeah, I have faith in Perfect to play it.
Okay. Anyway, so the way the drafts are panned out, I actually really like Nongshim's composition in terms of the AoE damage they have, the team fighting potential. You know, they have a lot of shields to deal with on this side of KT, but I think KT's kind of relying on Deft popping off on Ezreal and BDD being strong on Lucian. But if either of those two fall behind, they're really going to struggle in this game, honestly. I think the matchup's good mid, though, for the Lucian, and Ezreal is broken, as we know. So I don't think I'm too concerned about them. It's just something to be aware of. And I think this is kind of Nongshim's comfort zone, where it's like, well, if the enemy fumbles a bit, we have G1 a scaling pick and pretty good team fights.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think that BDD, he's going to have Pyosik walking by, putting down brushes, giving him shields. He's already got a good matchup in a Corki on the Lucian. I would give them a lot of chance to actually make that work through the mid lane. And then they've got Deft on Ezreal. Let's see how it does go, though, as we open the rift for Game 1. Alrighty, here we go. Game number 1 of KT versus Nongshim. The Noodle Boys up against the roller coaster. Which direction is the roller coaster going tonight?
Well, they obviously had a bit of a dip against T1, but it was still a close series, and it's still T1, so I feel like it didn't dip too much. They're definitely not at rock bottom. You know, they're chugging along. It's kind of that point where you know you're about to turn a corner, but you don't know what's next in the roller coaster.
Yeah, it's like in a dark tunnel.
Yeah, getting a bit spooky here.
So the team they faced before T1 was BNK DRX. That was also an upset the way of BNK, and that was after KT's 5-game winning streak as well.
Yeah, they definitely went down then, but they haven't, you know, maybe dipped a little bit, but they're just in the dark tunnel right now. And we see on this game where it's going to go. Sylvie, obviously, just going to start it off. Clearing camps, as junglers do. That's generally what they tend to do.
Yeah, they do. Most of the time, unless they're in my game, in which case they're in mid lane with Cleanse. Yeah, starting on the Wolves.
Someone hit you.
Not only once.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's solo queue. And that's fine. I mean, Sylvie is going to be trying his hardest to win this game, which is nice. He goes for a nice clear, which is Wolves into Gromp, into the blue, it looks like. As we already get a trade here on a Cougar, who is in a bit of trouble. Doesn't want to flash. Nice block there from Jiwoo. But the fact that already the Ezreal lane is winning this hard,
yeah,
is a bit of an issue.
So Cougar went Q level 1. Didn't expect to be engaged on by Beryl. The Rakan counter pick not doing so well so far. But I'm sure once he's got some abilities beyond a little feather that heals him, he'll feel much better on the matchup. But I just like that we're seeing them play around the strong level 1 from Ezreal and Beryl using the Rel to really punish. Yeah, not a great start. Jiwoo missing a bit of farm, I think, as a result. Looks like they're slow pushing the wave in, so he'll be able to collect a bunch, but definitely pretty easy to deny there. And Mihail having a good time top lane against the Cassante.
Yeah.
Neither counter pick's working. We call them counter picks because they get picked after, but maybe they aren't counter picks. right?
Yeah, they're not. The Lucian, that was good. I liked that one.
Yeah.
I'm actually a pretty big fan of it right now, especially with Ivern in this meta. As Def really
level 1.
layering in the damage. And yeah, Guger finally hits 2. He's going to get the flash at a barrel who goes a bit early. But they've still got them underneath the turret and a bunch of brushes here as well, as it looks like they want to go for the return gank, as Beryl going to look to tank it up. Actually, it's Pyoshi who tanks it perfectly. Beryl does get the first blood, unfortunately, but you're still denying CS from Jiu. You're still happy with the dive.
And this is as a result of what happened level 1. Because Guga been healed, because Guga was behind in experience, all of these things compounded to mean he was significantly less useful when the dive happened. And they bin some cooldowns, and they go for the re-dive, and they pull it off pretty perfectly. So, yeah, the Rakan, not doing so hot.
Yeah, and Sylvie, as we know, was clearing from bot to top. Went for a full clear, including Scuttle, and so he was nowhere in the vicinity to try to help save that one off. Felt, you know, predictable, but also Sylvie's not just going to spend all of his time down here, as the first part of this didn't go too well.
Def got some good damage down, and then it's a nice flash from Barrel to disengage and reset. More poke comes in, but at this point, Chibu's so low, Guga has no abilities left apart from the Q, which doesn't really do anything.
Yeah. And I thought Beryl was just going to go in there and take one for the team and set it up, but actually Pyoshik on the Ivern, who has a shield, was able to tank that one up nicely and eat the damage. This top lane is... Yes, that was very nice. This top lane is still going very heavily in favor of Mihail.
Oh.
Well, I cursed him. Sorry, Mihail. You might just die now, as Perfect is on the chase, and the flash is not going to be forced, but it comes out now, as Perfect was on the chase here. Once again, sorry about that, Mihail. I underestimated my powers. But yeah, nice job by Perfect to clear out the front part of the wave and give him a chance to sneak a kill.
I think Mihail learned a lot about Cassante and tower shots there.
Uh-oh. Nice block on the stun, and Juice still has to run all the way away. This lane is already over.
Yeah, not going great. I don't really know what to add in that situation. It's just really not going well. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but you drafted into this lane.
Yeah. Well, the culling comes out as he hits level 6. Kalix, ooh, that was close.
He had 84 health left. That was, you know, that was plenty, right?
He doesn't have teleport. They're diving the turret now as Beryl is going to tank up a bunch, and he will go down, but it's another kill, another massive wave. At least the Zeri is still there, as now Sylvie trying to get revenge up in the top side. Perfect is not a flash, but it does not matter, as they are not going to chase into the Dark River.
Into the Cassante as well. You chase him into a tight area, he is just going to drag you to hell and kill you. Yeah, Jiwoo will still be able to pick up the farm, though. It's fortunately not him who went down, it was Guga. But they are really struggling bot. Jiwoo is very low. They keep zooming in with the camera to make it look like he's about to die. Does feel that way. And the plate's getting wrecked. Not a good omen, considering how...
Uh-oh.
He's so dead.
Yeah. Well, he's going to line it up. That's the double stun. Def still here, pushing in the wave. Keeps them around, most importantly, as Pyoshik is here as well. Now, Kalix does roam down to the bottom side here, and Def is a bit low, so they're not going to commit to a dive. But Def's not even going to back. And Beryl's coming back, so perhaps they will actually commit to the dive. As they hit the dragon, and they're like,
the dragon's going to help with the dive.
You're not Mordekaiser from many patches ago. Remember when he can control the ghost dragon?
No, he was banned permanently, so I don't.
It was OP.
Yeah. I remember, wasn't it like he was played once at Worlds, and he just absolutely stomped the game and was never let open again? I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah. Sounds right.
One team was like, nah, I can beat him. They couldn't.
Well, Guger's going to go very deep to try to get a knockout onto an Ezreal. It's not going to work out. The Geo is super low. And Guger and Sylvie still here, but they've got Kalix trying to help out as much as he can, but unfortunately he's just a Corki with the tier, so he doesn't really do much, especially compared to this Lucian. And so he's just going to go back to mid.
Crying mid lane. That's all he can do. Yeah, they will stop them from going for the dragon, though. KT not running a flip it that much, especially when Deft is low on mana, hasn't reset in like several minutes.
Yeah. He just refused to back until Jiu backed. Yeah. And G was about to back there, but he didn't.
It's like a game of chicken.
So now, Deft isn't going to back.
Oh no. Oh, I thought we were going to get full culling then again.
He's waiting for a better angle. Okay, Deft is going to back.
But if he just cancels it? No, he wants damage. He wants a sheen. And he will get his shiny sheen. Oh, Mihail.
Q3 held up. Dominus available. Q3's going to miss.
Dodges it. Oh no!
Wing and a miss. Strike one.
He saw barrel, I'm pretty sure there.
Yeah.
You know, I always assume if they come on camera that they've seen them, but sometimes they don't. You know, sometimes they don't actually catch it. So,
yeah. Well, they're
wait,
still here.
No,
No, Mihail! He's so dead. There's just no escaping. He's not even gonna Dominus. He just accepts his fate.
I guess he didn't see him. Why would you walk up if you knew Beryl was there? Sylvie?
Uh-oh.
Maybe wait for Casante's ult to be over.
Speaking of not seeing them, and yeah, he's dead.
Wow.
So Sylvie is able to trade it back.
It's a big damage.
Yeah. Had a lot of free time with the Casante that had no ability to run.
Mihail did see Beryl, and he saw the future play.
Yeah.
Right? He thought it through. He's like, if I die here, my jungler gets a kill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
The Prophet Croc. Here comes Jiwoo. And he is going to chase down a Def. Will force a flash out. Nicely done. Bit of damage traded back, including the True Shot Barrage, but you up a flash.
It's just the power of the ult from...
Uh-oh. Well, there's the cleanse.
I don't think you needed to cleanse that. I'm going to be honest. I think you could have waited to see if he was going to do anything. Just the... I feel like sometimes like people get like 80 carries get CC'd and like, I got to cleanse it. I'm CC'd.
Otherwise, how are you going to use it? Guger almost dies as Magnet Storm barely going to miss him.
Yeah, they're like, oh, I'm CC'd. All I can do is press cleanse. Got to press it instantly. When, you know, you probably could have just not cleansed and would have been fine. And then you would still have cleanse.
But then how do they deal damage if they're stunned?
I don't think he dealt any damage there either.
That's just what goes through their brain.
Yeah.
So you did get hit by 1Q.
I just imagine they look at like all their buttons, you know, on like the bottom bar, and they're like, compress it, compress it, compress it, and they see the cleanse, like, boom!
Yes! Cleanse value! I didn't misclick it this time.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going any better for Jiwoo. Yes, he got the flash out of Deft, but it's Ezreal. So, really the next moment for Deft to be a little bit cautious is when Guger hits level 5, as now we've got an Ivern here, and Guger is not level 6, which is what I meant to say, as they're looking for the Q, and he's just gonna die to Pyoshik as enough damage comes through from the Daisy. Probably had a shield on it as well. Man, it's just another kill down in the bot lane.
Yeah, the Recon not doing so good. Beryl kind of having his way with this matchup, keeps CC chaining Guga, and it's been close a couple of times, but with the extra help from Pyoshik, it is just a kill. Sylvie will get some grubs in the top side. That's 6 grubs. That's a lot of grubs. A lot of grubbing.
Yes.
Thank you for your contribution.
A lot of grubbing.
Yeah. I do hope Sylvie gets Oblivion Orb, though. Not necessarily now, but assuming Pyoshik goes like the Redemption Moonstone, Brand really good with Grievous Wounds, because obviously your dot burn keeps it on everyone for a long time and you have so much AoE. Could actually... Another reason why it does pretty well into the Ivern. But yeah, so this play happened several times in a row, and then it happened again here. Guga with a flash W to get out, and then it's just Daisy.
Yeah.
Giving him a little bop.
That's exactly what she did. BDD has got Ivern nearby. He's got Pyoshik. They're best friends, is what I was talking about in the draft. It just makes it very annoying. I mean, all things considered, Calix has done a decent job. He's only down 200 gold, and he is surviving in this lane. And
yeah,
he's quirky.
Also, the passive from Lucian, the one that made him really broke with Nami, like the when you shielded, you get extra damage.
Yeah,
works pretty well with the Ivern and Calix.
Well,
you need to stop complimenting people, honestly, Brendan.
Sorry. Wait, Calix is trying to fight it. He's got some help from Mihail, who's coming down from top lane. And we've even got Guger in here, but the Magnet Storm's trying to help out Pyoshik, but I don't know if there's any hope for him. But it's an Ezreal kill first on top of it all. And then, of course, eventually Pyoshik does go down, but they made a lot out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good attempt on a Pyoshik. I'm not really sure what happened with Guga. Like, how he ended up in, but no way to get out as a Rakan. So, ooh, I am...
Hey, BDD. 7th all time. And she was going to dash away.
Oh, it's a shame Barrel didn't get the Q, because Jiwoo would have immediately cleansed.
Gotta slam that cleanse button.
Yeah, gotta do it. Okay, so, we obviously know this bit. Calyx, there's a little beta Rooney from Heil who's coming in. But, Guga ults, dodges the Q.
Oh, we got to fight here. Barrel's in a lot of trouble as now Def, no flash just yet, has to stand up and try to fight it. He's going to get the kill. Def does it again, and he's still alive as Sylvie. Okay, he's going to put him out of his misery. The Burn getting the job done, but man, Def gets so much value, and Barrel stayed alive throughout it all.
Jiwoo had flash, didn't manage to flash. A Mystic shot there would have made all the difference. And I think they would have just got 2 kills for free. So a big hit for Nongshim. A good proactive play, a good place to make the play on the map, but the execution ends up failing them.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue. It felt like, okay, well, Def's super low. I can save my flash, but you got to be careful as now here comes BDD. Culling available as it's getting huge amounts of damage. Calyx has to flash to get away from BDD as this matchup just continues to get worse for the Corki.
Yeah, especially level 11 with the 2 points in Culling is doing a lot of damage, so Calyx has to flash out of that one. A little bit of a rough spot. Now Jiwoo steps up to BDD. Shouldn't have as much issues with his Culling not available.
브랜드 여기 있다. 빠질만해?
So yeah, Jiwoo slides over, and I think there's a point at the end, that final Mystic shot. You just have to flash it, you know? I'm not sitting here saying, oh yeah, easy, but in those clutch moments, that's the play you gotta make. And unfortunately didn't react in time, and so Def does get the kill back. And it's that 3-1 on 2 on the Ezreal. Pretty strong.
Yeah. Keep in mind that they banned Talia away from BDD instead of Ezreal. I do not know why.
You can ban Ezreal? Then why do we keep seeing him in games?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Explain that.
I don't know, actually, why we keep seeing him. I do know the first part, that you can ban Ezreal.
Well, just unlucky.
Especially against one of the best Ezreals in the game.
Nongshim are actually up in gold, but I feel like it's a bit misleading because a big part of that is Sylvie, who's farmed up a Storm. And although, obviously, I'm not saying his gold leads are relevant, but Ivan is a much lower economy jungle. And the main thing is that BDD and Deft are pretty strong, and the Ivan will just amplify them, you know?
Yep, absolutely. Here comes the Zerial just to try to help as nice flash away from Sylvie. And now they're just diving mid as the Magnustorm comes in. Barrel taking a bunch of damage, but Guger and his buddy there has got to run away. And now Perfect is going to go down with that dive from the Brand in the top lane. But Nongshim did lose their mid tier 1.
Oh, he's coming.
Uh-oh.
He's got flash.
He's got flash and Culling. Ooh, just a little bit too much, and he's not going to go for it.
I would have gone for that, missed it completely, burnt flash and Culling, and then being sad about it.
Hit Alt F4.
Yeah, that's
never
the
to be
play.
seen again.
That's the play. That's what BDD should have gone for. A few things missed here. Definitely not the fastest dive. You know, some dives are like, let's get in and out. This one was like, can he just die already? Please. He did eventually, fortunately, for Nongshim. So, trade up in terms of kills, obviously, but they lost their mid tier 1. They didn't even get the top tier 1 thanks to BDD's TP, so not really a great turnout for Nongshim, but still up in gold. And it is a fed Brand right now.
Yeah, and we've seen what Brands can do, especially into Iverns, but with this Ivern that's actually also relatively accelerated, by the time we get a team fight, which, by the way, it's Infernal Soul, so we're probably going to get some team fights here eventually, he's going to have 2 items. So he'll have 2 items, Sylvie will also have 2 items, and we'll see if he can mitigate a lot of that damage from the Brand.
Yeah, I mean, seeing a setup here now from Nongshim moving over, but I don't think they can do more, especially the tier 1 up. I honestly feel like the healing reduction, if it is redemption that comes in second from Pyoshi, can be really big, because otherwise you do your AoE and it just gets reset. I'm not sure if there's anyone who can really build a Serpent's Fang on Nongshim. Like, Bran could just build Serpent's Fang, and it would just apply it to everyone, but I don't think he's going to. I feel like Corki's probably the most likely.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Corki's really do it.
Probably not. There's a root there on a Cougar. He's in a bit of trouble. He goes for the quickness, but there's a massive Brello right on top of all of them. They were just trying to run away. As now Sylvie gonna throw everything in the kitchen sink into KT, but it just doesn't matter, and that's a shutdown as well for Pyoshik. A massive fight here for KT.
Not sure why they stuck around under the tower, you know, Guga staying far, far too long there, and it just ends up being an easy sweep of kills from KT. Pushing them into a gold lead now. And it is the redemption coming through for Pyoshik. We'll see if they get some healing reduction to combat that. But yeah, like, look at the tower's health!
It's alive.
They don't even need minions. They just have Daisy walk up. And then the root interrupts Guga's first E. He uses his second E. He's like, oh, I'll ult. Okay. Now Beryl just gets a triple ult. I really don't know. Like, credit to KT for the punish, but come on, Nongshim.
Disappointed Dad Ox is here to speak his mind.
They can do better than this. We've seen them do better than this.
Yeah, Cougar actually in the last couple of matches they've played has looked much better.
It's not been a good game for him.
I feel like, yeah, he's kind of returned to... Maybe it's a lack of confidence or something. It feels like he's kind of halfway in, halfway out all the time, and sometimes that gets him into trouble.
Yeah, I feel like with engaged supports in general, but especially Rakan, you have to be decisive. You have to be able to commit one way or another, and it feels like his indecision is costing him heavily in a lot of these situations, especially because you're so squishy and so vulnerable to CC. Yeah, not panned out too well, and now KT will pick up another tower on the bot side. Nongshim still really want this top tower. And now, maybe, they're going to not get it.
This time as well. Maybe this time will join the rest of the times where they didn't get it.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sure.
Well said.
At some point in this game, they maybe will kill that turret possibly.
Yeah, now I'm invested. I feel like I want to know if they're going to get it.
The cull, the Zeus cull from the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 CS away.
Sometimes when a game starts feeling rough, you've got to focus on... You know, it's like when you have a big goal in front of you that seems too difficult, you break it down into smaller goals.
Yeah, exactly.
Winning this game seems quite hard, so let's break it down. Goal number 1 is get the top lane tier 1. Okay?
They're really trying their hardest.
They want it. They're trying to make it happen. KT are like, well, we don't want them to take our tower, but they're really obsessed with it, you know? Is it that big of a deal if they take it? And then like Pyoshik's like, no. It'll give them a mental boost if they get it. We can't let them have the dope.
He knows. Pyoshik always.
Oh no! They're giving it up! Guys, it's that... Well, actually, BDD's still there.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
They just gave up a bit of space. And that's it.
It does feel like Nongshim is posturing a lot around that Baron up on the top side. I mean, they're never doing it.
Yeah, the Baron's the objective. Yeah. They totally want Baron and not the top tier 1. Come on, Brendan, keep up.
Yeah, sorry.
Would you rather have a Baron or a top lane tier 1?
Baron's not that important, honestly.
Yeah,
so
Nongshim have the priorities right.
I feel like they should really... You see, KT now is like, we're going to deny them, we're going to push out the wave.
And now Nongshim look a little bit lost. Like, Sylvie's walking back and forth. Jiwoo's recalling, like, look, if we can't top lane tier 1, what was the point?
What's the point?
Yeah.
Why are we here? I think that just trying to set up top wave.
Oh, no, I've got it. Kalek, they're faking. They're like, oh yeah, guys.
He's actually freezing.
We don't want top lane tier 1. We're just going to freeze. And then KT will move bot side for the dragon. And he'll start fast pushing. He just fired an ult. He just fired a rocket. He's ready. He's prepping. He's like, I've got a big one. I'm going to, as soon as we see them around dragon, I'm going to slam it and get this top lane tier 1. He's so ready for it.
Well, he had it frozen, but I feel like we don't do hard freezes here in the LCK.
It's too hard to freeze hard.
Yeah, he just clears the entire wave after it kills one of his waves. So he got a little bit of denial value, but...
He actually has a big spike. Maybe they're going to fight. Not for top lane tier 1, for something else.
Wait, but Ezreal has the same spike, but it's better. And, okay, that was very close to doing a lot more damage. He's already doing a ton of damage. And they found Bahail.
Oh no.
And he is on the run. He's level 14, and he's pretty fed on this Renekton, so it's not like he's going to go down immediately. They can't overchase for him. But both these teams will fight over the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, we see KT clumped up, BDD playing the flank to kind of try and deny this Renekton. They all come together. If Sylvie gets a big combo, you can see he's looking for it, but he's struggling to approach against this Ezreal who's doing so much poke.
Yeah. Poke not really coming in, but now the Roll Ultimate is going to catch everyone into the Cassante, into the wall, as the synergy was insane there from the side of Perfect and Barrel. As now Perfect's in a bit of trouble, but he immediately just going to dunk onto the guy as it's Jiwoo. It's Mihail alone, desperate to try to carry this one, but it's not looking good. Def pokes out Jiwoo. Mihail goes down. Might just be a clean ace from the side of KT Rolster. As Jiwoo, he's just dead. Down he goes, nowhere to leave. It's a triple kill for Deft and a clean ace.
And I think that's a clear difference between a team who has taken the top lane tier 1 and a team who hasn't. But KT played that one so clean. They're now going to look towards the Baron. Will we get the Guga Miracle Steal? I doubt it. And we see the pokes coming down, so they're trying to move in. They dash together. They clump up for Beryl, who just immediately punishes the drag on Sylvie. BDD finishes him off and then flashes over the wall. And then here, I don't even, Cassante pretty tanky, especially when he gets shielding. And
all right, Cougar, let's see it.
No. Oh, he didn't steal it. Oh.
Oh, no.
What a surprise.
I can't believe he didn't get it.
Yes. Shocking. Well, he's just focused on the real objective. Top lane tier 1. You can see, look, he's setting up vision. He's like, guys.
He's getting there.
Look, it's objective bounties now.
It's so low.
This is the perfect time to take a top lane tier 1. I've set up vision, Mihail. It's free for you to take at any time. Anytime.
He's said it before as well. He's made it very clear to his teammates that he wants that one.
Yeah.
But, I mean, a clean ace into a Baron is one of the ways to really take control of a game.
Look at the top lane vision, though, from Nongshim. It's so much control around.
It's like a concave of vision. They want to know exactly.
Oh, the ping! He's going! It's gonna happen!
You know, I think he's gonna get it.
I think this might be it. Nongshim about to make the turnaround and claim the top lane tier 1.
Will they lose their base first is
I think
something.
It's worth trade. I think it's worth.
Okay,
there
here we go. No, I want to see that.
We have to see it.
Well, Beryl says, I don't care. And Sylvie's the only one who's actually fed, so I'm just going to ult Sylvie alone, and down he will go. Meanwhile, the top tier 1 did go down. But I have a feeling the Nexus is going to fall very soon. And Def's like, I don't need that redemption. I'm not going to stand in the circle. I'm too cool for that. And he's just doing ridiculous damage at this point. He's got 3 items, has a Bloodthirster. And with the Baron buff and
wait, he got another top lane tower.
He did. It's even better. But now he's going to TP into the fight as they get the root down. Everybody jumps on in their Barrel, trying to get in on the action. But Gugar's going to be pushed away. Calyx is going to be pushed away. They've got bushes. They've got Baron buff. They've got 5 members barreling down here on the Nexus. And Jiwoo just desperate to try to do anything, something. Now, they're not going to hit the Nexus for some reason. And there's the stun onto Perfect. Now Deft in a bit of trouble, but there's a second AD carry and a true shot barrage where that came from. So they're able to regroup. They've got shields, they've got Ironburn, and they're going to try to kill Sylvie again. As they bully in League of Legends. Once again, Jiwoo's still alive here and actually doing a lot of damage on it, but he immediately gets popped by the 280 carries on the side of KT, and it looks like finally KT Rolster will end the game.
Yeah, I think something I said in the draft, something you said in the draft, something everyone at home said in the draft is, why is Ezreal open? And I don't think it should be again. Deft putting out a masterclass on that champion. Obviously the game quickly fell out of Nongshim's control, but there was a big time they had an early lead. The spike came in for Deft, that team fight around Dragon, and they just never got a look in again. They did get the top lane tier 1. They even got the top lane tier 2, but even that wasn't enough to win them this game.
Yep. And a pretty clean game from the side of KT Rolster as they're able to get it done. And I feel like first step here, ban Ezreal. And, you know, they're going to be on blue side for game number 2, so at least maybe they don't have to ban Ezreal.
Leave Ezreal open,
pick Sejuani. Yeah, we've seen it before. We have actually seen it before, unfortunately. Let's take a look at the post-game damage. Well,
whoa! Look how much damage. What champion is that? My glasses have blurred up. I can't. Oh, it's Ezreal.
Yeah, it's Ezreal.
That's Ezreal who
looks a little bit like Lux.
How could they know that Ezreal would do 40k damage? Because he does it every game.
Yep, he does. And Def does it really well. He does the 40K'ing really well. Anyway, guys, we're done here for game number 1. We're going to take a break. I think a well-deserved break after that game number 1, and we'll have the space to break it down. We will be right back.
대리. 야, 다운풀이야, 다운풀. 내리 빠졌어. 라칼. 천천히. 아까 더블 해봐.
버려 생각해.
나 쉴드 2초. 빼면서 해봐. 나 뒤로 맞출게. 천천히 싸움만 해. 내 싸움만 해. 나 쉴드 2초. 되는 사람? 나 브랜드. 나 이거 큐플 돼. 브랜드 맞아. 나 이거 큐플 되고. 못 찍었어, 나. 대신. 오케이, 나이스. 나 포르키. 나 죽을만해. 나 죽었어. 나 쉴드 2초. 얘 앞에부터. 나 쉴드 있고. 포르키. 야, 다이브 해도 돼. 여기까지. 포르키 발키리 돌아.
KT take the first step towards restoring the signal after the telecom war as they go up 1-0 on the Noodle Boys in this series. Welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Atlas and Wolf. That was a pretty clean one, just like the game was for KT.
It was pretty clean. I thought the draft was even cleaner. And I think that's aided by the fact that Nongshim seemed to not really understand that KT was doing this again, right? We can see the Freljordian bans come through, and then the Nidalee ban is what kind of stands out. And you think, ooh, what did KT just lose to? They lost to T1 playing Nidalee and Caitlyn Lux on their bottom side, and the Ivan didn't work in that situation. And so, without the Nidalee, they just do it again. And the pick of the Renekton and the Corki really was just showing me that they didn't understand.
So, I mean, the big thing for me is they banned the Talia and BDD's Azir, right? So this makes sense because they're strong picks if you're not going to play AD mid. And then they're like, then we got the Corki. That's the last AD mid, so he can't play his other good champions. I took the Corki. Lucian's still up. It's the counter to Corki. They left that one up. They left the Ivern up, and they let Deft get Ezreal. So these are the big issues for me. It's really tough on red side to try to tax in those Azir Talia bans because what you give up is just too much power. And they could have gone for something like a Callista, for example, but they wanted to get their brand early because Sylvia's really relied on this pick. It's strong into Ivern. They ended up with a Zeri and Rakan lane that was going to get crushed by modern-day Ezreal. So I just felt like this draft had so many holes in it. It was super easy for KT to play out the game.
It's sort of like they banned champions that were like second and third and then left up the first one. And so it kind of looks like they didn't ban anything at all.
Yeah, well, like we said yesterday, or I brought up yesterday, the Olympics are happening, and KT showing that they're aficionados of said Olympics as they show what great dives look like across the map on the bottom side and the top side.
You got there in the end. I was a little bit worried about whether that was going to land.
Trust me.
I think you absolutely nailed it. And KT, they nailed this one as well. I think that like the second time they head down towards the bottom side of the map wasn't actually as clean, but Pyosik picking up the turret aggro, absolutely fantastic. And this demonstrates what an Ivern composition looks like from ahead, right? And the fact that Pyosik could just go wherever he wanted in the jungle was really a linchpin. As you see here that it was Beryl falling down. The fact that Jiwoo survived was definitely good. And this was, Mihail with a little bit of an overstep.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't end up being too big of a deal, but still, just KT getting a lot of gold early. I think that second dive bottom side, obviously, with the kill onto Guger, less impactful than the first, less clean, as you mentioned, because you didn't kill the AD carry, but you still give gold over to Deft. He has a pretty big lead. He has an insanely powerful mid game, doing over 1,000 DPM in this game, as Ezreal, as Deft does on Ezreal. So, I mean, the rail win streak...
claim for first place Ezreal, by the way, is really getting thinner and thinner.
I do think that the ways in which you could use that Ezreal mid game, especially into a comp like the one that was being run by Nongshim here, is just so easy. It's so simple to play out.
All right, and with that gold lead, then we find a fight here at the Drake Pit where Beryl says, game, KT.
And this was where Perfect was like, by the way, I'm a contender for POG, because he kind of just went over the wall, executed Sylvie. I love that they just get the brand out of the fight immediately. And then Perfect is like hanging out with 3 of the bad guys and not dying at all.
That was really clean from him. Target selection, fantastic. KT also following up with that Magnet Storm after the Glacial Augment was set up by Pyosik as well, making it really, really sticky there in the Magnet Storm. And yeah, Deft showing you that you can E into that bush. I do feel like there were a lot of things that went wrong for Nongshim in this game. KT also, we skipped the parts where they way overextended, made some big mistakes. We cut the good part of the top dive, and then what happened next was a little bit rough. So I think maybe tighten up the play a little bit too, because if Nongshim have a better draft, could be more competitive.
It's a clean 1-0 up. There's nothing to see there, Wolf. Don't you worry about it.
All right, well, let's see who is the POG from this clean 1-0. And it is Beryl down on the bottom side of the map. Can you believe this? First POG for Beryl this split.
I can't believe it at all. I would be voting for him every single time, much like I was in this game, Dagon.
There it is. All right, well, Beryl gets this one, had some great engages, including this one on the top side of the map, Magnet Storm pulling so many people in, and this one here in the Drake Pit, really just starting off the fight and forcing Nongshim on the back foot.
His dives early, also fantastic. He had 100% kill participation at 14 minutes, and then ended up with over 90, I think, there at the end. So just very impactful on this rel, which is on a huge winning streak. Some depth votes, I think, honestly warranted.
Back to
bot lane voters.
I think it's okay in this case. I mean, he did a ton of damage. He hit a lot of accurate shots. He helped
funnel that lead in the bottom lane as well. I think it's reasonable.
I reckon Media back on board as well. Absolutely nailing it.
Yeah, Nongshim moving to blue side again. Trying to figure out what to do with this draft here as that last Nidalee pick banned from KT, then allowed them to play the Ivern very comfortably. What do you want to see from Nongshim here, Wolf?
Maybe just move away from those BDD AP champ bans and ban Ezreal. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yep, and BDD has spent the last couple of games playing Lucian or Jace, right? Like, it's not like he is relying on these AP mid laners, so I think just give up on those. I even think that, like, if he gets Azir, at least you've then got yourself at least 15 minutes of playing the game, right? And so cherish that and don't worry about those bans.
I think the most important thing to remember, though, is that if this win comes on through, Ox will have the first 10 out of 10 predictions for the week, which hasn't happened yet. How does that make you feel?
Fantastic. Congratulations to Ox. It's his birthday this week, and he can celebrate with some perfect preds.
We're just giving perfect everything to Ox because it's his birthday? All right, well, here, have this perfect toss. Let's send it on over to Vox for game number 2.
Wasn't perfect.
It was pretty good.
Thank you, Degon, for the perfect toss. Back to Vox as we are getting ready for game number 2 indeed. Beryl picks up his first POG. All is right in the world.
Yep, he had a great game. But unfortunately, I'm not perfect. I actually got corrected. So last game, we talked about the Mordekaiser, and I said when I was at Worlds, it got picked once, it was broken, it got banned every other time. That wasn't true. Someone in the LCK Discord said, well, actually, it got picked 4 times, and won 4 times. And that feels more applicable to this situation where teams don't ban really broken things even after seeing them be really broken. So I actually feel like, yes, I was incorrect, but I've been corrected and it actually makes even more sense. And with With that, Nongshim will go on to blue.
Yeah.
And we won't see Def play Ezreal again this series.
It's not even like the Rumble situation where Rumble got some taps and teams were like experimenting. Okay, we'll ban Ezreal. We know he's super OP and leave Rumble open and see how it goes. We've learned that that's also not really okay, and you should also still ban Rumble every game. But yeah, Ezreal didn't receive anything but buffs up until this moment.
His Q has like 140% AD ratio on it now. It's so insane. I love how we finished the cast talking about Ezreal. The desk had a long discussion about the intricacies of the game, and then we come back and we're still complaining about Ezreal, but I'm just... Oh.
It'll be okay.
It'll be okay.
I think that Ju could play it, but he doesn't necessarily have to. There's a lot of respect shown to the Talia.
Yeah, I feel like these bans do make more sense on blue side when you have a bit more freedom to ban, but it still feels a bit weird. They have freed up that 3rd ban, though. And it'll be the question, are you going to face pick Ezreal or are you going to ban Ezreal? That is what we're offering, or will KT ban it themselves? KT might leave it till 3rd ban. They're like, is G going to play Ezreal? Can we leave it open?
Lucian ban expecting themselves to get a chance to pick up the Corki.
Yeah,
actually.
That could be an angle. I mean, maybe Nongshim ban the Corki themselves, try and face pick the Ezreal. Maybe they ban like Renekton, face pick the Ezreal.
They're going to leave it up. KT are going to leave it up, and then Mihail's going to first pick Renekton.
I think for sure KT... I mean, if they leave Ezreal open, then... Okay, it's open, so Nongshim will first pick
Renekton.
Ezreal. It's got
Renekton.
No, stop, Brendan.
Nidalee.
But with making light of this, it's just going to be a first pick Ezreal, and then I guess... There we go. See,
hey, they did it.
They're not going to let it through.
Nice.
They won't do that again. Okay, they won't let Deft have Ezreal again. And now KT, they ban the Lucian, but then they ban the Corki.
You could get Renekton Nidalee.
They could also go like Renekton Sedge if they really wanted to, but I think Renekton Nidalee also makes sense. Ash also opens.
Ooh,
we were so focused on the Ezreal. We forgot about the other OP carry.
Yeah.
Well, this is a trade. And honestly, Sejuani on 3 would be kind of insane with that. Do you not think? So perhaps Nongshim
should take
pick
it.
Ned. I think you might just have to pick Sejuani yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, you run into the Nidalee, right? But I don't think you can let them have Sejuani.
Sejuani, Renekton, and Ashe just seems like is doomed. And they're looking at the Yone. Sejuani Yone coming through.
Yeah.
That's pretty good to get on top of the Ashe. Some threat there. Lacking a bit of the AP though. So perhaps they want to pick that up at the top lane. Although they can just go AD compositions. We've seen it work before. It's not the end of the world.
I feel like they want to pick for mid here. There's already a lot of mid bans, and they see the Yone. They want to have a chance to counter it in mid. Or they're just going to pick Maokai. Never mind.
Yep. They opt for the Maokai. A lot of control, a lot of peel, a lot of disengage. Does put some pressure onto BDD's pool, but presumably he has something he is happy with. So Karma going to get banned. They don't want to deal with the Karma Ezreal. This is just, you know what they're going to do? They're going to ban Karma, and then you know what they're going to ban? Rakan. And then Nongshim are going to ban Braum, because it's the most... everyone always does this. When they want to pick Braum, they're like, let's ban Karma and Rakan. And then the enemy team bans Braum, and they're like, oh no, they can just do that. We'll see if they do. We'll see if they follow through. This happened a lot of times so far in the LCK. Maybe. Oh, they banned the Kante instead. Okay, well, still plenty set up for it. There is also the Leona open, but I think KT would be happy to play Ashe Braum into Leona Ezreal. We'll see what Nongshim's last ban is. Because if they do ban the Braum themselves, then KT would definitely pick Leona on 4.
Really digging deep into the mid champion pool with the Jace ban.
Renata ban.
It's just Renata.
That makes sense as well. Also, they know they might be dealing with counter pick here for Beryl, and they're kind of a bit worried about that. And it looks like we're going to get a Zeri mid coming out into the Yone. So securing the enough AP damage from the Maokai that they're happy to go for that. Also makes the K'Sante make sense, the ban, because obviously Maokai does AP damage, but not a ton, so thinning out the tanks.
It feels like there's also an angle.
Oh, I just saw a Riven hover. I haven't seen that champion. I haven't seen anything towards that champion in like such a long time.
Nobody's hovered it in a long time.
I forgot it even existed.
I feel like, you know, they could also put the Zeri top and the Renekton mid into Yone. I don't think they would actually go that crazy, especially with the Gnar in the top lane.
That would be Giga Chat.
It's not like you're actually, it's not like you picked Kalista, which would have a better laning phase than the Gnar.
Do you just take...
yeah, it's probably almost definitely Zeri mid.
Do you just take Leona and you know you're probably playing into Braum? I guess. You just do, is the answer. Yeah, that seems... No, they're going to take the Braum.
The takeaway!
Okay. Now KT just take Rakan? I think that's why they left the Rakan open. I think you just take that here. It's a good matchup in a Braum.
Yeah, looks excellent.
Alternatively, you could take a range support, but I feel like Beryl and Rakan is...
It's going to play Hui. Seraphine!
Oh, he's looking at the range support. This actually syncs so well with the Ashe as well. You thought you could blind Braum into Beryl?
Into Beryl with counter pick?
Now he gets to play Sarah Queen?
Oh, man. I know a lot of our viewers must have played some Seraphine in Swarm and know some of her abilities now.
Actually, I think, well, LCK viewers are based, right?
Yeah.
So are Seraphine players, so I think there's a lot of overlap.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a really strong lane. They still have to deal with Ezreal, but Braum doesn't really do much into those two.
Yeah, you only engage as well. I mean, I guess you have the Yone, but it's a bit slow, and then you have the Sejuani, which can be cleansable. I don't know, I feel like the blind Braum is punished again. And also, you know how the Seraphine E, if they're slowed at roots, wouldn't it be cool, wouldn't it be nifty if your lane partner slowed on every single auto? Wouldn't that?
That would be really cool.
Yeah.
Also on every ability.
That'd be really neato, I would say.
Neato burrito.
Neato burrito indeed.
You had a burrito today, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. That's why I was throwing it out there.
Yeah. Gotta go Kuchara.
Yep.
Also, the Death did. Wolf did as well. He got a burrito.
He did it. Well, this is a pretty interesting comp that kind of got thrown together by Nongshim. On the other side, we've got a very strong bottom lane with the Zeri mid and Maokai Renekton. Let's see how this game number 2 is going to go as we hop into the Rift.
That was a big KT roar.
Yeah.
Oh my god, and he's gone Fierce Strike as well. So incredibly based.
That's pretty money.
He's just, you know, people make a lot of jokes about Beryl and his commitment to gacha games.
Yes.
He knows about making money. He's won Worlds 2 times so he can buy more gacha rolls. He knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's having a great time.
Just listening to the song. It's not every day you get music in your League of Legends game. All right, it's over.
You know,
Wait, no, it's back.
If Beryl wins Worlds again, he really gonna want a Seraphine skin, let's be honest.
Yeah, honestly, I think he should do it. Just play one game in a spot like this, although I don't know many teams that would draft like this in Worlds.
I don't know, man. 4 teams let Broken Dragon Mordekaiser through, so...
That's true.
Yeah.
We have had some draft issues at Worlds before.
Oh,
not to
no.
name any names.
He just got hit by the Ezreal Q, and now he doesn't have First Strike anymore.
Yeah, it's okay. He'll get it back. All
Got
right.
20 gold from that.
Yeah, that's the support item. Push advantage is going the way of the Ezreal, funnily enough, as there's the root.
Braum seems to be having a not-so-hot time at the moment.
They're still going to hit level 2 first, but...
Yeah, I guess I mean, I think part of it is also Beryl going E, and they didn't really alter the wave all too much, but playing a bit more defensive here, potentially maybe setting up Pioshik to come down bot.
6 separate players lost on Braum in a row. Braum is very good in certain spots. I still believe that.
Yep. I think the problem with Braum is that you need engage in other parts of your composition, and a lot of supports like having them being the engage, and also, you know, sometimes you can sort of pigeonhole yourself into a certain comp to have that engage elsewhere. But also moments like this, where you pick Braum and get countered, or also, you know, like people pick Braum often to Leona because it's a good matchup, but Leona's very strong right now due to all the tenacity nerfs, and I think sometimes it's like, well, it's an answer, but is it enough of an answer?
Or teams will pick it very late in the draft when they already don't have a lot of engage, just to try to win the lane, and then they, you know, they get to mid-game and they lose a team fight because nobody can press their buttons.
Like this.
Yeah.
They're really doing a good job of winning the lane right now.
Yeah, I'm not talking about this game. Yeah. I'm talking about other games where teams may have done that and picked it last when they already, you know, they had like Ivern in the jungle. And I mean, you know, you set up a death ball, but you don't have any engage.
Yeah, this looks really unfun. I think now is about the time Guga should just flash Q on someone, you know, get the old engage
Braum. What do you think he's going to max here?
I mean, you're into double AD carry. Surely you need points in E.
Calyx might just die here. I think he might be saved a bit here by Sylvia. The flash in for BDD as he comes back, and Pioshik is stunned. He misses the Q, and that's not going to be enough damage to actually take down Calyx, who does have quite a lot of survivability and sustain and will not die.
That was a very odd passage of play. Good moves from Calyx to keep himself alive. Sylvie coming in with a backup, but yeah, I'm not sure from KT's end. A little bit of a weird approach to that one. There's one play gone. This is really going to just be a money printing bot lane.
There's only 4 plates left.
In this lane.
Yeah. Let's see how many of those they can get. Sylvie, good timing there as well, by the way, to be mid right when that gank was coming in.
Maybe this is Nongshim protesting, like, look, Ezreal's not that broken. Let's show you how Ezreal can lose.
Yeah.
Not having a good time here, Jiwoo.
Feels like this Gnar is also not having a great time. I mean, even on farm, and it is Gnar. It's ranged, but we've seen Renekton do some silly things nowadays, and it feels like Perfect's in a pretty good spot at the moment. As we return to bot lane, where the wave has pretty much just stagnated right in front of the Nongshim turret over and over.
At least KT are running out of mana. Nongshim are like beaten up, bloody, bruised, but they're like, they're nearly out of mana. We made it.
Nearly.
So close.
Well, they're not gonna back on this wave, it looks like. Cannon wave.
Uh-oh, no flash BDD.
Yep, and Sejuani looking for the lockdown. It's going to be knocked off the wall. BDD is so dead. His first blood for Kalix in the mid lane on his Yone. Looking fantastic so far.
Yeah, good moves. Honestly, this Sejuani Yone working out pretty well for Nongshim. Strong mid. And then we look bot.
Oh boy.
No, let's go back mid. Sejuani Yone looking good for Nongshim. They find a kill on the BDD without the flash. He's down in farm. Oh, Yoshi's coming in bot.
Oh, Arcane Shift down. He does have Flash and Cleanse and a heal from Guger. Is it going to be enough? As nice tanking here from the side of Pyoshik as he tries to get away, and he will. The timing on the Twisted Retreat is going to save him.
It's actually called Twisted Advance.
Oh, sorry. Twisted Advance away from your enemy.
Yeah, I think Twisted Retreat is better, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, just really nicely played from Pyoshik. Super patient with the root. Often Maokai's lead with the root, but especially with no flash, that's super dangerous. But a good dive. Now bot lane really not going well. This is the exact same angle as before on BDD.
Dash is down. Sylvie's going to land the stun, and it's not a kill, but BDD doesn't have teleport.
Man, Kalix resisting the urge to just ult straight under tower there. A lot of restraint. Yone players don't normally have that level of restraint, so credit to him there. Yeah, and we'll see the replay coming out. Actually circumvents the ward, and BDD's playing towards the ward because he's like, oh, I'm fine. No one's going to be coming here. But gets jumped around, and the knock-up from Kalix is what catches him out of the ride. So really well played there. You can see Pyoshik was a little bit in the background. But here, Pyoshik gets aggro with a Q, leaves the charge, tanks the stun, the heal keeps him healthy. And then W's the minion, because if he W's Guga, he'll just get aggro again. So really well played. From both sides on their respective ganks.
Yeah, nicely done. And all things considered here, Jiu isn't massively far behind, but still not fun times down there. Already 2 plates, and Def picked up the kill on top of it all.
Oh, and they both have 6 now. One good thing is Jiu didn't burn Cleanse. In an Ashe Seraphine, if you don't have Cleanse, you're not alive. You're just going to get taken out.
Yeah, Kalix is going over the wall. He says, I can get this job done myself. I don't even need Sylvie.
And BD only has the... Is it the Bandle Slingshot or Yordle Slingshot?
Oh, that's a miss.
It's not a great item spike to be sitting on, if I'm being honest.
Yordle Slingshot.
What's it called?
Started with
Scouts? Scouts?
Yeah, Scout Slingshot.
I said, is it Yordle or Scout Slingshot? That's what I said. You were supposed to say which
Yeah,
one
I
it
don't
was.
think so.
I was testing you. You failed the test. Oh, where's that ult going? Oh, I stopped BDD's recall.
Yeah.
Sad.
BDD's just having a rough time. And, you know, in a vacuum, the Zeri feels pretty good into Yone. He dashes forward, you can dash away, you can punish, you can dodge Q, knockups, he's melee your range, stuff like that. But when you've got Sejuani camping the lane...
Yeah, it's not so fun. And then, Jiu just cleansed Deft ult, by the way. We didn't get to see that. We can see both of those are burned. So they have Barrel ult and they have a Maokai. Yeah, they're not going to make anything happen here. One thing to bear in mind is that even though obviously playing Braum and a Seraphine is not ideal, you can block a lot of the big abilities. So definitely decent in a dive against that, but still very scary, especially when your AD carry has no cleanse. The lead's being built in the bot lane. It's just interesting that both series today we've had like an enchanter support we don't often see as a counter pick. Just kind of get a free lane, a winning lane.
Why don't we see this more often? I feel like a lot of teams were just very much in the heavy melee kind of engaged support meta for a while.
I feel like it's one of the problems we have, honestly, on red side at the moment. Like, blue side is really strong, but teams just haven't been willing to utilize counter pick on red side well. I mean, a great example was Nongshim last game when they gave themselves bad matchups on red side.
Yeah.
I think...
Guger... well, he's alone, and yeah, nobody else is here. And KT slowly learning that this should be a free dive, and that it will be. Pyoshik pretty tanky at this point, and that's going to be another plate going over to them, as well as another kill onto Deft.
Deft has arrow again already.
Yep.
They could honestly just circle around and redive. Yep. Beryl still has ult.
There's the arrow. There's the encore. Jiu throws out the true shot barrage, and even a third ultimate from the Maokai as Beryl is nearly going to die to the turret, but it doesn't matter. One of the messiest dives I've ever seen that still worked, and they get the kill. Meanwhile, up in the top side, Perfect is just absolutely clobbered by multiple members.
Yeah, didn't even get a chance to ult there with a CC chain. Ult and Q would have actually kept him alive so much longer, but just CC chain really well. And Nongshim's top side doing pretty good, all things considered. Bot side not so much. Bot side not really.
Yeah. In this case, seems okay to leave the Ezreal. If you can get a lane like this.
Just mind control them to blind draw. This one was super easy. Didn't really need anything special there to set that up. But this one, you know, Def finds a great arrow on a Jiru who ends up arcing shifting too late, still stunned. Beryl follows up with the ultimate, and they haven't actually taken aggro here. Beryl gets it again here, so the ramping up isn't there. That's why he takes so little damage. Pioshik does have to flash in here. This is really well played by Mihail. Maybe there was like a slight window where Perfect could ult or flash if he did it immediately, but it's hard to say. The layering was pretty good there from Nongshim, so good gank threat there. I think Perfect just really didn't expect that play.
Yeah, he had time, but I mean, then you're just burning flash, because he didn't see the other two, so it's like you're just burning flash against an R that already ulted you.
Yeah.
Not expecting a gank. So, at the end of the day, he's not that far behind on gold. It's like 100 gold, because the kill did go over to Yone, Kalix, who does have the majority of the gold lead for Nongshim. And now we do have a lot of people coming down on the bottom side trying to utilize that Yone lead, but now we got double TP from the side of KT, and Beryl got away. Pioshik, they're looking to get on top of Kalix here, who's in a lot of trouble. Already used his Unbound Soul. Meanwhile, Perfect just zones them all away as now an arrow's going to come in. And Beryl looking for it and finally throws it out, but that's way too late. And Mihail wasn't there at all.
Thought maybe there was an angle to get a big one. Might have been just up a couple of seconds away. But either way, 5 members of KT down in the bot lane. And more pro coming in. They could honestly probably dive this. They're all low in the next wave. Perfect's got full Fury stacked up.
We do have a TP coming in, and so they're going to look to turn here onto the Renekton as Perfect is dead again. And now Mihail gets in, flashes on a Def, forces his flash, as the rest of the chase will stop.
What a scrappy turn of events right there between both these teams. Some good execution, some bad execution overall. Nothing really a big takeaway. They do force the TP down bot from Nongshim, but now Mihail maybe forfeit.
Not again! Well, yeah, he's alone. He's going to get rooted up. The slow comes in. There's a Maokai here as well. These three have just been sticking together this entire game, and they're going to get another bonus here, taking down the orange buff that is Gnar. Third kill on the Deft.
Yeah, so Deft gets chased down, but hard with that extra movement speed, so they split on the Beryl. Unable really to connect on him, and Sylvia has no ult to follow. Kalix ends up in trouble, but Yone notoriously slippery, especially with the tornado stacked up. And then he ends up flashing out. Ult blocked by Guga. And yeah, the ult quite late from Beryl. And then this redive, the TP comes in, and I feel like they just don't like Perfect.
I mean, melee or an Renekton that's not ahead, you can burst him down. It's behind the play.
Just take him out. And now Beryl has the Dreammaker, I think that's what it's called, and the Moonstone. So he is vibing.
I call it Bubbles.
I like that. Also on the other side, Guga has the fast pants.
Well, he's still Yone, so I don't know about that one, Pioshik. But it was cool.
Yeah, Guga just has the fast pants and nothing else. So I think Beryl definitely winning out in terms of useful items between these two.
Yes. Top lane is a little bit of a disaster now for Perfect, who has been bullied in League of Legends quite a lot. Hextech Drake now, so it's probably just going to be Chemtech Soul. No, it's Mountain. Okay.
You don't decide the souls, bro.
Sorry. I don't have that power.
Yeah.
That's not me.
Mountain pretty big, honestly, especially with the amount of bulky champions on Nongshim, the amount of shielding on KT. Those extra resists can really be valuable. So Pretty high demand. Dragon coming out in this one. And actually seen the Solstice Slay from Guga. This item got nerfed tons. Like, we used to see it quite a lot, and then it got nerfed again and again and again. But to be honest, Celestial Opposition here is going to get procced by Ashe.
He did not do that on purpose, I'll tell you that. He was very surprised.
Yeah. Yeah, I think makes sense because Celestial Opposition is just Ashe W will perma-proc it. It's not very helpful in those situations. These situations.
Yeah. Perfect, just catching waves at the moment. Not really able to match the Gnar in a 1v1. You see the big value for Nongshim is on the top side of the map, especially in the Yone, but Deft is really fed, and so is Beryl.
Yeah. You know, Gold and Seraphine pretty nice. Often we don't really talk about support gold leads. It's kind of whatever, but it does actually make a sizable difference here. Especially could go like, I mean, Mikhail's is high value here. Redemption's always high value. In terms of follow-up items, even like Ardent has decent value in this game for their team. We'll see. We'll see what else to go for. A lot of nice choices. And a lot of pick potential as well with the Ashe. So I feel like KT can honestly just play around that if they find the right targets, but they have to be cautious. I feel like Nongshim want those structured 5v5s where they get the engage. KT just want to stay at a distance, poke, harass, maybe get picks, and then if the 5v5 breaks out, counter-engage.
Well, he's going to get a flash at a Beryl here.
I even TP'd in with Mega as well, so they were fully committing.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if that was going to hit him. It might have been like a max range one, as here comes the...
what?
The, Okay.
Oh, wait.
Well, there were 5 members at KT and he got scared.
That's like worse than Lehen's trying to go.
He got cold feet. He was like, no, I'm a little bit scared of this one. I don't want to...
Like, it bounces you back with a big shield. Just do it.
Yeah, and you're Gnar. I mean, he was mini Gnar. And he didn't have flash. I'm trying to find an answer for you, but... Yeah.
Guys, I didn't want to use Herald usefully, so I just crashed into a wall. You're welcome.
KT are very thankful. I'll say that.
They appreciate it.
I thought maybe Perfect was just going to be Dove again, but it's not quite happening. Maybe, yep, looking for the angle here. There's the stun once again. Has to use Cleanse, as now we got a Maokai barreling down, and even a flash at a Jiwoo just to get away from Maokai and Ashe. He's just not having a good time.
I think if the ult hits, then Pyoshik might just flash through you, so I kind of get it. Yeah, the cleanse value massive in this game, but it's kind of one of these situations where like Merc Treads got nerfed, cleanse cooldown got nerfed, and cleanse is great, but you have it once every 4 minutes. So it's one of these situations where yes, the value is really high, but you honestly need a bit more than just a single cleanse to get you out of these situations. And now Jiwoo is without it and without flash, and Deft's arrow is coming up very fast.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the fun parts about Ashe. Even if you do play ADC Ashe and you're not like focusing on a cooldown build or anything like that, you still get it back so fast. And eventually you hit level 16 and you're just firing them off pretty much any chance you get.
Yeah, level 11 as well, pretty big for Deft. I also saw Guga's maxing Q. Full max, you know, all the way.
Full max on wrong Q when you're not even interacting with the enemy.
Q damage. That's what they need.
I mean, it doesn't even break the shield. Like, I'm really looking for an angle here.
But there is trying to look for a lot of angles today.
Yeah.
I appreciate the effort. I think Nongshim do too.
Yeah.
Dragon in 20 seconds, setting up mid.
He almost hit it there, by the way.
I think the big focus point is the fact that Jiwoo has no sums in this fight. And there's a lot of things where if you get hit by them, you are dead. So I'm looking out at him. I'm looking out at KT, the angles, the barrel ult, the Pyoshik ult, the Deft ult. Even just Perfect get on top of him with that empowered stun could end up resulting in his doom. BDD is pushing up top but has TP. And Nongshim trying to set up and get some vision around this. Definitely don't want to get Pyoshik in there setting up saplings, but you know, I thought it'd be like the AP Maokai with Leandri's first. He's got no AP, so sapling's not doing that much.
Well, that would make Chronicler very happy. Chronicler hates EP on Maokai after the nerfs. And Gooker's he's just trying to clear one ward. And now Sylvie's just sending it into that backline. And he is going to throw an Ultimate Barrel with 0 follow-up. Okay, now a True Shot Barrage comes out. But Braum going to get in front of a lot of different engage abilities from the side of KT. So finally gets some value out of that pick. And KT are just going to back away, waiting for Meganar to time out, you would imagine.
Big thing is they still have BDD's ult, they still have Barrel's ult, they're still ready to fight this. And the sustain coming in, they're healthy. Nongshim starting to look pretty low in the health bar department, and Mihail's ult's timing out. I don't think they can contest this at all.
Just giving it up. Mihail just runs away, and the rest of the team decides to back off of that one. So first Mountain Drake to KT.
Yeah, I think KT did a fantastic job there of disengaging from the fight, creating space, getting some poke down. But they don't need to handshake when a fight starts and say, let's just, you know, counter-engage immediately. They can be patient, they can win the sustain war. Barrel with a Moonstone already doing so much sustain on low health targets.
Yeah, I feel like when you have Ashe and Seraphine and Maokai, you really always control the pace of the way the fights are going to break out. So KT have realized that, and they're doing it really well, as you said.
Yeah, landed some good poke from BDD as well. And Jiwoo just isn't at that spike yet. You know, we talk about the Triforce Manamune. This is the thing with being set behind from a rough laning phase is you get to that point much later, and you'll be less relevant once you do get there.
Alex is still really fed. He's definitely ahead of BDD, but we haven't really seen it pay off yet. There was the one fight before we had in the bottom river where he was really in the thick of things, and then he had to escape. And then they turned it around onto the Renekton. But other than that, he's been kind of hanging out with his lead, not able to use it yet.
If he gets a big ult angle onto the backline, that is the game winner.
Well, Jiwoo used his Arcane Shift, and now he might pay for it, but the heal comes out.
Yeah, Barrel doesn't want to use ult. He's like, I'm saving it for something bigger, something better.
For something Barrel. Well, Deft is going to be slowed up, but he's not going to be stunned up. And there's that Braum damage! No, most of it being Ezreal, as Deft is forced to back off, and it's not much of a wave here, but we do have some little grubbies coming out.
Yep,
not able to get much.
Gonna do a bit of work, but not enough. Mid-tier 1 still up. You see the movement speed from Barrel, not quite enough to get Deft to safety without the flash. Still gonna be precarious, you know. Playing up against all these engaged threats from Nongshim. Jiwoo is low though. They can maybe find an angle onto him. Looks like they will just clear out some vision and play it safe. Definitely feels like both teams posturing, and I think burning sums like Deft's flash there can be super impactful when it comes to setting up fights. It's not going to be up for that Dragon in 2 minutes 40, so maybe that allows Calyx to get a good engage.
Mihail just sticking around. There's no wave. He tries to hit Mega, tries to push away perfect. He's really, you can feel that Mihail is trying his best to really push the lead that he has in the top lane. It's not a massive one, but it's more so just the fact that Perfect is very behind more than Mihail is very ahead. But he still has 2 items. Black Cleaver Triforce is definitely going to be a lot of damage, and he's just tanking turret shots.
Yeah.
Taking down that bottom tier 1.
He's pretty strong. Pretty scary. See, it's kind of typically what we see from like Ezreal's, where they just set up mid and it's just a battle, you know, between this Seraphine, Ashe, and the Ezreal to see who can get more mid prio. I do think side lanes, though, heavily favored for Nongshim with that Yone and the Gnar, obviously, you talked about a second ago. And you can see in the goal difference, it is only the bot lane for KT that's really pulled out ahead in this one.
Yeah. And Deft, I mean, we haven't had a lot of team fights that have been very obvious and straightforward with the Ashe just doing a lot of auto attacking. It's mostly just been looking for picks and posturing. So we haven't seen that power really show itself. And generally, to you know, if he's sitting around, no wave, he's still able to push up and get more poke than Deft and Barrel is able to do here.
Yeah, keep looking for angles. Oh, I didn't do that much damage. Yeah, Dragon up in a minute, and I think they're actually just starting the Baron.
Yeah.
Like, ping comes on it. Looks like they're somewhat aware. BDD's gonna check.
Yeah, I mean, It seems like they have some sort of idea this is happening, probably because of the Scuttle Crab vision.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I like risky plays like that. Just try to see if you can make it happen. But the problem is, this is now going to mean you have to reset. Well, Sylvie's going to clear some camps and heal up, but all your controls going on the top side of the map. KT can apply some pressure mid, put some pressure on the Dragon. And that's going to be up in 30 seconds. Deft has no flash. I think that's the big thing we need to focus on this. Can Nongshim get on top of this Ashe? And especially, Mihail just hit level 16, by the way, on this Gnar. He is super strong.
Oh.
Well, actually, a late recall from KT as well.
Yeah.
Oh, and it stops the Home Gods. The double whammy.
That feels good for Jiwoo.
The value.
He struggled so much in the laning phase, not really his fault, but now
Ezreal's
he's
still Ezreal.
Yeah, he's gotten his spike. So comes late, but it still happens. So now he's really trying to make them feel it. Deft's taking poke, Barrel's taking poke. People aren't really able to sit around, and it's forcing Pyosik to come on over and try to help them push on in and get some presence here in the mid lane, as now the arrow is going to hit you. There's the cleanse already, just trying to poke him away. But look at the poke difference as Jiwoo gonna flash forward, nearly takes Barrel's head off. And now the Trish Drop is gonna get him. Barrel doesn't respect it, and here comes Nongshim looking for the bite down, as they will take down Pyosik as well. And no Drake goes to Nongshim, but they get 2 kills, so they want the Baron.
And honestly, Jiwoo is that guy, and Ezreal is that broken, just dismembering Barrel. Doesn't even get a chance to ult there. Now they're going to look towards Baron. KT trying to take Dragon in return. But Mihail's hovering. I don't think he's strong enough to 1v3 though. So it's a Baron for Dragon trade, and Nongshim going to try and get the mid-tier 1 as well. Definitely a trade up for Nongshim. But KT at least gets something and managed to slink away. Just Jiwoo dip, I guess.
Yeah. You know, we were talking about the Ezreal player tier list on the space.
It's changing on a daily basis.
It's changing on a daily basis. As Jiwoo said, he puts his hand up. He's like, remember me? I'm pretty good at this champ too. You know, I don't play it that often, but hey, here I am. I even lost my lane, by the way. Doesn't matter.
Yep. Gets hit, obviously burns the cleanse. But now he knows there's so much less risk of him being challenged here. Goes for that final Q with the Brawn pass, it would have stunned as well. And the ult here, Barrel walks back and forth a little bit and ends up against the wall when it comes through, and then they just focus down the Maokai. Yeah, so even losing lane doesn't matter to Ezreal. You know, he had Triforce Manamune. I'm not sure if he actually had anything else, and now he just has a Bloodthirster, so I assume he must have had a lot of gold or components or something.
I think he had a Vamp Scepter.
Okay, but yeah, that's a huge spike now for the Ezreal. And KT, you know, the bot went hard, the top side lost, but now the bot just can't keep up with the pace that Jiwoo is setting.
Yeah. I do wonder if this game goes long enough. You know, Nongshim are in the lead, don't get me wrong. They're in a really good spot right now where the Ezreal's really strong, the Yone's really strong. By the way, we do have kind of a mixed build here from Kalix. He did go for QSS and now is going for, it looks like, Jaxos as a 4th item. But still, you know, they've got Zeri Ashe on the side of KT and they have 2 Mountain Dragons. If they can try to delay and not fall too far behind, I feel like there is still an angle. Here we go again. Pyosik's like, wait, I'm going to actually go for the engage this time, and it's not going to work out, as he somehow forgets that the Unbound Soul is a thing twice on Yone. And Nongshim are just barreling down as, you know, those slight chances I was saying for KT are getting slimmer by the minute.
Yeah, not looking good, and Pyosik makes another mistake, just gets focused down, and he's not actually that tanky. The Locket not doing enough. Oh, I think Perfect's fine here.
Yeah, bit of a rotation over from the side of Nongshim. It is a 5v4. They got bot inhibitor. And the poke is coming in a big way. Once again, another True Shot Barrage is Steph, and they still have Baron buff, so that's going to be 2 inhibitors at least. It might be 3 as mid-wave is here as well.
Yeah, I don't really think they can do anything to stop them immediately. They have Barrel's ult, but they haven't found an angle with it yet. And that's 3 inhibitors down. They're against Baron, and the Nexus Tower is taking damage. KT need to do something soon.
Yeah. Well, generally Rebel Baron power plays are not 6,000 gold to the one team that has it. But in this case, with this many structures going down, you can see that number continue to climb. In KT, they finally pull the trigger as all the ults are fired straight into the Braum shield. and not much is going to go right for them. College does go pretty deep, but Perfect is already dead pretty much. He is going to get away. Pioshik falls to Mihail, the very fed Gnar, as now Noshim's going to take down them. They will play with their food, they say, and they will take game number 2 in their favor and tie up the series.
Honestly, just kind of a crazy one, you know, pick Braum, get counter-picked, lose lane, win. It's that simple. Ezreal just so strong right now. Jiwoo having a pretty fantastic performance on it. But the top side, I feel like, for me, were really the heroes of the show in terms of getting the early game going. And Jiwoo, once he got items, just ended up being a monster.
Yeah, I mean, he hit his 2-item spike, and KT, it felt like they didn't have a good answer for him. They're like, wait, he has cleanse? What do we do? And Jiwoo was just like, yeah, I'm just going to take away your Seraphine, who was great in the lane, but ended up being very little value when it came to the team fights, not necessarily because Seraphine is low value in team fights, but just because of the way that the game played out and the fact that KT were not able to force fights in their favor.
And honestly, the Braum shield in fights had a lot of value, can block the Seraphine ult, can block the 80 carries damage, so you know, you really sacrificed lane quite heavily, but the end result was you had this Ezreal who just became a monster afterwards, so yeah, I guess the lesson is just ban Ezreal. I would have thought we would have learned that.
We have returned
from the first game. Apparently not. Apparently we still need to learn this lesson, guys.
We opened the KT's Schrodinger's box and, well, they said, hey, let's try against Ezreal and see what happens. Not even with Ashe could they get it done. And guys, we're going to take a break and have the space to break down game 2. We will be right back.
나 공 5초. 미터 깨지고 천천히 나가자.
천천히 가자. 야, 마오
볼게. 아, 이거 앞라인부터 보자. 앞라인.
야, 에이스
빨리 가.
에이스 노플이야.
나 살긴 해. 나 살아.
싸워줄래?
천천히. 싸우다 그냥 싸워.
으아, 다 죽여! 야, 3점 잘해보자.
잘해봅시다. 현미 캐리 좋았고. 캐리어.
민규씨 긴장 안 되지?
아이, 도핑 하나 있다니까. 껌으로. 아, 나는 2대1로 이겨 가자. 오케이.
화이팅.
아이번이라 그냥 막 가면서 먹을 생각 하자. 스마트 어떻게 할래?
기다려봐. 나 이거 봉풀 쪽으로 바꿀게.
같이 하자.
기다려.
언제 되는 거야, 민규야?
지금.
2천에 쓰자. 2천에. 민규야. 써봐.
지금. 나 아이마.
상태 W 없어. 상태 봐봐.
맞아. 셀피 높여 얘들아.
집 갔다 이제 방향성만 잘 하면 이기긴 할 듯.
우리 포커싱만 잘 보자.
천천히 보자. 할만해.
박아볼게 이거. 천천히 셀피 높여.
세라피 잡았고. 업데이를 밀면서 바텀라인까지 쓰자 이거 얘들아.
끝내 생각 보자.
야 잘못 겼다. 봐도 돼.
보자. 와. 야,
나이스.
지금 자신감이 많이 안 되는데 다 뺄 것 같은데.
그만 잘해. 장난이고. 계속 잘해.
잘할 생각으로 가보자.
화이팅.
공 볼게.
보자.
한번 볼게.
야, 메가 나 조심.
애매하다. 야, 빼면서.
나좀 벌어 아주 빼면서
이즈 노플.
아들이
노플이야.
야 위에 개 빼고
딜러드.
가도 돼
이즈 노플. 나이스, 지렸다. 와.
잘했다.
제가 무조건 목숨 걸어야 된다, 이제.
3명 잘 쏘았어 얘네 사용 때 무조건 나와야 돼
텔 막았어. 천천히.
아지를
봐봐
아들 잡았어.
나이스. 야, 이즈 잡아야 돼, 얘들아. 이즈 여기 있어.
이제 잡으면 끝나 이거.
여기 잡았어
야, 나를 못 잡을 것 같아. 아, 아까 잡았다.
끝내보자.
끝내.
나이스
야, 근데 롤파크 많이 바뀌긴 했다, 작년이랑.
바뀌었어? 많이 바뀌었죠
네. 저 일단 이 모니터 이런 거 없었는데.
네 모니터는 서머 때 바뀐 거긴 해
자신감 있게 하고, 알겠지?
네 파이팅 이거 미드 푸시하고 탑 다이브 안 되냐?
나 될 것 같은데, 이거? 가자. 너 라인 밀 수 있냐?
나 이 가능해 뭐야 좀 와보라
가봐. 나부터 할게. 누구야, 평타. 노플. 바뀌나, 3분.
나이스 잘 잡았다 루시오 꺼내고 세주고 먼저 스타트하자 이거
가자. 이거 순천 되냐?
나도 높여
야, 다시 아래. 아래 밀어. 레오나.
아래 어렵게
아래봐.
매출 빼 이거
비고.
스턴 안돼 스턴 안돼 오케이 야 비오봐 노플
잘 잡고. 나이스. 애쉬 높을. 나 일단 죽었다.
얘들아 나 너무 잘 컸어 캐리해줄게 천천히 야 나도 캐리해줄게 이거 얘네 쇼부야 이거
야, 이렇게 하자, 이거. 아니, 그냥 싸움하자. 우리 자리 너무 좋은데.
야 달려 여기
탈려 W 켰고.
시고
빼면서. 비고게. 비고 높을.
싸움 보자
아, 뚫어.
나이스 노정원 미드 가보
미드로 가. 야, 여기 있다. 야, 나 이길 것 같은데? 파이팅!
이겨줘 제발 이겨줘
아, 이거 못 이겨. W 쳐. 까비.
괜찮아
끝내. 괜찮아, 끝났어.
야 괜찮다
밀어. 이겼네.
와 고생했다
나이스!
All right, Nongshim battle back here and forces to a game 3 as it's 1-1 against KT. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Wolf and Atlas. And we learned one really good, solid, strong fact. Ezreal is strong.
We learned a lot of things, I think, in this draft. Like, if you are going to first pick the Ezreal, they protected the Ezreal from the Kalista, but they did not protect it from the Ashe. They still banned BDD's Talia and Azir, and then, you know, he just played Zeri mid. That part was okay, but, like, also, you know, if you're going to pick Renekton when the Nara is open, maybe protect that a little bit more as well. Like, I don't know if they were really planning on playing the Cassante into the Renekton when the Nara was then left up. There was some choices that were made. I did really like the Seraphine pick to come through, though, in response to the Braum. So they had the Ashe Seraphine lane, which is incredibly strong. So yes, the Ezreal is very powerful, but it should not have been able to come back in this game given the lead that KT had.
Yeah, Renekton is not that worth it. That's what we're learning. Ezreal first pick should never be allowed. Jiwoo is a good enough AD carry for KT to need to respect it, and so like that is already, like as you mentioned earlier, Dagon, that's kind of done and dusted as far as this draft is concerned. But then it got worse, right? Because you then pick Renekton, and Renekton is very counterable. Mihail is definitely good enough to play the nut into it, and you saw that they were punishing that lane over and over again. BDD, not as good as Chovy on Zeri mid, and even Chovy didn't look very good on Zeri mid. So I don't think that was all that good either. I thought that Calyx had a really good game on the Yone as well. I actually thought that like they made use of the Sejuani Yone quite well.
Yeah, I do like the idea that these teams that are starting to prime themselves for playoffs need to show off different looks like a Zeri mid, but you gotta win on them. Otherwise, you might cost yourself a position at playoffs. So we take a look at the highlights here. 27 minutes. This was the Jiwoo blind ult that they replayed multiple times.
So the angle he takes on the ult is really cool because it's between the turret and the wall, so there's not really anywhere Barrel can go there after he flashes. And then as soon as Barrel is pushed out, they instantly engage. They have the Narbar pre-prepped. This is a really great call from Nongshim. So they instantly get the pick on the Barrel. They have full control over the Drake. They force this fight. They take Baron. They get tons of map control. A lot of mistakes from KT leading up until this moment because the early game was fantastic for them. They had full control bottom. The Ashe lane was going well, but just one misstep and Jiwoo clutches it. Even though he had some big mistakes, got caught by a ton of Ashe arrows. His cleanse was constantly on cooldown. When it mattered most, he made it happen.
Yeah, and then he got a Bloodthirster, and then the game was over, is kind of how it worked. Orcs really did illustrate it well. I think he went into that fight with a Vamp Scepter and then came out with the BT, and then it was done. It was really well played by him, but KT can't be making mistakes like this and throwing away the game. I feel like in the mid-game, they felt like they'd done enough to secure the win, let their guards down, and were immediately punished. And it was really well played by Nongshim to just be so snappy with these engages.
Yeah, one of those players making a mistake here. Pioshik getting caught out here at 29 minutes. He has the most POG points, and I think just, again, not respecting the power that they had. And we saw a couple of these very long traverses, none of them punishing except that one. And it cost them the game.
It's kind of weird because obviously you have a lot of stall tactics with the Maokai you can utilize. You could try to burn the Baron timer by just playing a little bit more defensively there. Sit back. You're going to lose this turret. Try to actually then chip away under your own inhibitor turret, for example, buy time. It's the second time this game he actually goes for the full charge forward onto a rebinding Yone, which, you know, we have as much experience as Pioshik, one of the first people to bring back the Maokai. You look back at 2022 in the jungle. A little bit bizarre that he's making these errors because as soon as he's picked, the game is done. Like, it was probably done for sure, but it was, you know, this was the moment where you're like, okay, well, whoopsie daisy, there's no recourse.
Yeah, he didn't make Juhan proud time around as far as the skin usage was concerned. And the first time that he did it, he was like, more ego. Like, what is this? And then he went and did it again with full knowledge of what could go wrong. It was not great. And then they lost all their inhibitors and their Nexus.
Well, because they lost all those inhibitors, now we got to vote for a POG here for Nongshim. Who is it in game number 2? It's Jiwoo. I know chat was like, yes, Jiwoo, so good, boom, boom damage. He got held down pretty long behind at the early game, but was able to catch on up with some clutch plays here.
Yeah, I really was umming and ahhing, and then, you know, G-Sun put on a lot of pressure. Like, I really had to vote. And I just went, all right, I guess I'll do Jiwoo. I think, in retrospect, kind of want to give some shout-outs to Calyx. I think Calyx had an absolutely fantastic game. Very young player in the mid lane here for Nongshim, and I think he had a real good one. But I think the winning moments were very, very Jiwoo. And Orcs, absolutely based.
Yeah,
absolutely based.
Super based. Also, I feel like Mihail was a fair vote. Like, Mihail had a pretty good game too. But yeah, Jiwoo got the kill on the Barrel, which won them the game, so I think most people went that way.
Yeah, and I think that sort of makes sense, but I think that we should all be Orcs more often in our lives. That's what I learned.
Well, all right. Well, 2 games in the book, still no series winner. Let's find out the thrilling conclusion with Orcs. Bang, 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 bang. Right there.
Thank you, Dagon, for that toss. Yes, we will find out the contusion of this series and see who can land the hardest punch in game number 3. As you would imagine, KT do access the blue side once again.
Yep, and we have to see, can Nongshim find Ezreal in the draft phase and ban it?
Yeah, I think they will. Honestly, I think for game 3, they will.
We get an even game, a no Ezreal game. That's what we're looking for.
I think in the beginning, in the beginning of the series, they wanted to take a chance. They wanted to really cut out the mid lane picks from the side of BDD. They kind of fell flat on their face by leaving Lucian up, etc., as the space talked about after game number 1. But I would imagine that now things have to change coming into game 3, and we're just not going to see it.
Yeah,
right?
And then we get something really fantastic we'll probably see. Maybe like a first pick Renekton.
First pick Ashe could be nice.
Yeah.
If that does squeak through.
Okay, so Seju, this is what KT banned on their first game. This is what Nongshim banned in their first game. So we'll probably continue in that direction. We'll probably just repeat similar bans. And then I feel like it's probably third ban that will change because Nongshim, they're actually banning Talia now. Last time they banned Azir.
Yeah, are they going to leave Azir then?
Yone banned, which is an answer to Azir. So they will ban Ezreal, and they'll just have to take the fact that Azir is going to be picked into them. They'll just have to accept it. We're playing into Azir, guys, and a lot of the answers to Azir are banned away, so I guess maybe Calyx can play Lucian in the situation.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Anything's better than playing into Ezreal, I swear. Trust me.
Stop. It's going to get banned. It's fine. There's literally... I swear to God. I swear to God.
Oh, no. Now, can KT one-up them by not picking Ezreal?
It's just, Adept is like... They're like talking about what they want to play. They're like, guys, we could play Azir. And then like, Adept's like, wait. They didn't ban Ezreal. And he locks it in. Well, that's a game-winning play. Congratulations, KT. Fantastic move. Textbook execution. They'll put that in highlight 1, I think.
And highlight 2, and maybe even in the POG highlights.
Yeah. Well, let's see what they can get to counteract it. Obviously, the Azir is open. Are they going to deny that away? It looks like it.
I feel like if you're not banning Ezreal, you should know 1,000% that they're picking Ezreal, and you need to have your picks ready to go. You should know 100% what you're playing.
Yeah, they're like, okay.
There shouldn't be any waiting time.
It should be like slam instant. Azir Renekton, we got it, right? It's not like they're going to be caught off guard that KT face-picked Ezreal. It's certainly not a surprise in this situation. But hey, at least they don't have to play an Ivan, right? To KT just go... I mean, you could go like the Corki Ezreal, the combo, who both spike on the same item.
Oh, but Ox, Ivern is banned. So I guess they can't.
Oh, they got Leona! Leona Ezreal, notoriously underwhelming bot lane in the LCK.
Yeah. Also,
Okay.
they get their top lane pick of the litter. I mean, only Rumble is banned. So.
The question is, do Nongshim pick like a support? They're just going to go Maokai. So Braum's going to get banned. So they won't even get that. Well, bans here. I guess you can target. Maybe if you want to deal with those mids, thin out the pool. The BDD players, you want to get rid of like Corki Lucian, you could in this situation. You picked away the Maokai already. Maybe you're worried about Pioshik playing some AP jungles. You could ban those. We'll see. We'll see.
Maybe Ju will play Kai'Sa in this game.
Yeah?
If it doesn't get banned. I feel like this is a pretty good Kai'Sa spot. You know, a lot of engage. You don't have a ton of AP. Actually, they have it as here. What am I talking about? I mean, it still works, but not the AP part.
Yeah, they have
Maybe
quite a lot of
go for
AP
something
in their
else.
composition. I think that makes Kai'Sa difficult.
Yeah, maybe not the Kai'Sa, actually.
It was Zeri, I guess. They banned the Lucian. Do they go for the Corki as well? I mean, Pioshik, I feel like, hasn't been playing as much of the AP junglers maybe as the others. But they're going to ban the Zyra away. Don't want to deal with that. The Corki's still open, but I think a lot of teams are taking Azir into... Okay, they banned the Rakan here. Interesting. I feel like Ezreal Leona just kind of annihilates Rakan.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like Nongshim could take the Braum if they wanted it, but they're actually looking at the Caitlyn. Maybe they go Kate Braum. We'll see. We'll see what they opt to go for to pair that up. Now for KT, will they lean on that Corki we've been talking about? I think Azir is okay in the Corki, all things considered, but that mid-game spike is just so strong. But it kind of depends what Pioshik wants to play in this situation. They actually go BDD Orianna, so leading on the mages. Orianna Lee Sin, interesting. Definitely not the picks I would have expected to come out here.
Yeah.
A lot of follow-up for Beryl, at least, with that Shockwave. But yeah, you know, I mean, they got first 3, like, really solid picks. And it is definitely going to be Braum.
Hey, why you don't give them credit to play Caitlyn Lux? T1 beat them with it.
Anyway.
Surely, yeah.
Yeah, so they got the Braum pick. They still have some engage from the Maokai, but this game is kind of about keeping... The problem is, conceptually, look at the composition. It's like, okay, keeping them at bay. We have the Ultra engaged with Maokai, but like play around the traps, play around the Braum passive, where they have a lot of people who stack it. But you're into this Ezreal, who in the mid game is just going to be firing off Mystic Shots like a cannon, and you have to deal with that. So, I don't know.
There's not a lot of recourse because a lot of the disengage from the side of Nongshim is very committal, or the engage. So it just feels like they even drafted into giving Ezreal more power.
Yeah,
I don't know how this is possible.
This is a pretty good game for Ezreal, and Ezreal's a pretty good champion. So
and he has an amazing lane to go along with it.
Yeah, and he's going to take cleanse, so he's not going to be threatened too much by this CC.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen Deft have rough games before in the Ezreal. This split, he's also had some fantastic games. I think Nongshim has to hope he has a rough game and they can get on top of him. We'll see how it ends up panning out. But I'm interested about this mid jungle from KT. Definitely not something we've seen very much of at all. Ona has been, Lucy's been playing a fair bit off the Lee Sin to great success. So we'll see how they can handle that in this matchup. I think Nongshim's comp, yeah, it's in Ezreal, so good luck.
Good luck. As we are ready, let's hop onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 3 coming in here. I didn't expect a game 3, but now Beryl is running into a Braum, but with BDD around and Deft coming on over.
Yeah, nothing really came from it, but I feel like one thing, you know, we talked about how the Braum was on this big losing streak. Well, until last game, you know, that losing streak's now broken. Was on a 6-loss streak until last game.
Nice.
But I feel like what teams don't do with the Braum, one of his biggest strengths is the level 1 invade. You know, you land that Winter's Bite on someone, there's not much they can do.
They're going to get the stun and the Q on a Jiwoo. Here's BDD, who is a Orianna. Jiwoo is going to have the flash, but he dies anyway! And BDD picks up the kill.
Well,
as if it weren't bad enough.
You saw what happens when an Ezreal loses lane, he still carries. How about when an Ezreal wins lane? And also, you've just given First Blood to BDD on this Orianna, so things are really bad. Jiwoo no summoners as well. Easy time for Beryl, who has Hex Flash, you can definitely abuse that. Not the best start.
Yeah. We have seen Orianna once, I believe it was BDD that did play it. And
it's a win rate.
Huh?
100%.
Oh, yeah.
1 out of 1.
100%, and he certainly knows how to pick this one up. It was either him or Faker. It was definitely, you know, those are kind of the two guys that are classic Orianna players and have played it throughout all the metas. Orianna was just kind of perma-pick in many times. But, yeah, now he's got a kill, and the Orianna still does a lot of damage, especially if you get ahead and you can build a quick couple of items. She just becomes really oppressive, and she kind of can do a similar thing to Ezreal. Not quite as well as him, don't get me wrong, but you know, you throw forward a QW, you can chunk someone if they don't have MR after you get a couple of items.
As well, like Azir does good in a lot of matchups because you can utilize the soldiers, you know, dodge away from their skill shots, get some Willows down. But Orianna can just charge at you QW and auto and kind of win trades here.
Yeah.
They step so far in a Barrel, they're confident because they have the Braum, but BDD waited. The first stun comes in. Def's getting as much damage as possible out, and then Jiwoo ends up cleansing the ignite damage late, and it's a short stun because of the tenacity. But you either have to, I think you just save the cleanse for the stun, or just cleanse ignite early.
대보성이다, 대보성.
He says God BDD. And yeah, GU had some trouble with that in game 2 as well on the Ezreal, just kind of arcane shifting late, flashing late, not respecting, and I feel like there was a way for him to recognize, okay, Orianna's here, I'm just going to flash and not deal with any of this.
It's one of these things, it's the bane of players everywhere. Yeah, a little disengage going.
Really glad that there's a cone there to save Sylvie.
So many players will try and hold the sums, and it happens at every level from Iron all the way up to in the LCK right now, where they're trying to hold the sums because they're hoping they can get out without burning them, and then they die after burning the sums anyway.
Yeah.
And you obviously falling trapped to that. So, unfortunately, also an invade off Sylvie's jungle by Yoshik as a result of this pressure bot. So everything's just kind of going wrong for Nongshim, and they're playing into Ezreal.
Yeah, it's very true, and what you mentioned about Orianna in the lane is still very true. This is one of the reasons why we used to see this matchup as well, kind of after the Corki Azir years, where Orianna came in again after she got some buffs, I think. I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before, but either way, Orianna's been in and out of the meta forever since she was created way back in, I think it was season 2.
I also think, you know,
maybe season 1. Yeah, they're just going in. The door has fallen, but Ju still trying to get ahead, but he is nearly dead as one more auto would do it. And guess who's here? It's Lee Sin, one of the best divers. Just going to kill Guger first because he says, you know.
What you going to do?
He's emoting him. Yep, he's just dead. And the Ezreal's going to get the kill this time. So Ezreal's got a kill. Orianna's got a kill. Pioshik's got a kill.
And look at the right of your screen. Look how close the cleanse is to coming up. They find a great winner to punish while it's down. Beryl focuses the damage, focuses CC onto GU, and the cleanup is just so good from KT there. Def playing it almost perfectly as well. You know, he's had a couple of Ezreal games which aren't all that. This one really has been getting the damage down, and then he biscuits for some mana. He actually Mystic Shots the W for the mana refund there.
Yeah.
So he ends up having enough mana to Arcane Shift at the end once he gets the kill on a GU, but just really well played from Beryl.
Throws up the, I think it's the Shocked Seraphine.
Oh, she got me.
Wait, I got no assists for the last kill.
Unlucky.
Yeah. So, you know, the Renekton Prio comes in, Miles getting value, he's pushing the Cassante in, but teams are willing to take this handshake over and over again, especially for top laners that don't necessarily want to play okay, well, now Calyx is going to get ulted by BDD, just a little bit of extra damage, but
You know, he's a young player, let's just pretend we didn't see it. Yeah, Calyx got chunked out.
We'll give him another chance.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, it happens. You know, I'm going to say it, like, not even coping at all. When the game is going like this, you're going to make some plays that are a bit harder to pull off, you know. You're going to try and get back into the game. Doesn't find the angle, just BDD walks it out. Unfortunately, can't connect. And they're at a 2k goal deficit at 6 minutes. Not a good spot to be in at all. So we will start, I think we'll see more desperate plays before the end of this game from Nongshim.
And, you know, BDD with that early kill on the farm lead he has, he already picked up Lost Chapter and has boots, so he's going up against only Merc Treads from the side of Calyx. And now, he's just able to chunk him out, even with that extra MR from the Merc Treads. It doesn't matter, and he doesn't get to trade back at all. So it's just BDD supremacy in mid. He's able to just walk into the Maokai jungle with the Prio, with the Lee Sin, who's also ahead. And, you know, I know we made a lot of fuss about the Ezreal. It's still a problem. I feel like, you know, this could be any AD carry, and this would still happen. But the issue is compounded because it's Ezreal.
I also feel like the level 1 and the dive really were amplified by the Ezreal. But yeah, no, you're completely right. This is definitely not being a clean game from Nongshim, and they have to deal with an Ezreal. You getting poked down so hard.
It's just not missing. I mean, at least Sylvia's here this time and is level 6, but you're still in so much pain. I mean, it's a 28 CS lead and struggling to kill minions under turret.
You know what? Some people might have watched and thought, you know, maybe these guys are overreacting a bit about the Ezreal.
There was definitely at least one person.
I honestly think we were underreacting.
We were trying to keep it professional, you know?
Yeah, we were trying to be... I feel like there's going to be some viewers who are literally pulling their hairs out over the Ezreal. And they're like, yeah, it's justified. Well, at least you has all the components you always want. You know, we've seen Caitlyn build Infinity Edge first, and when you build an Infinity Edge, you love coming back to lane with Pickaxe, Cloak of Utility, and no BF Sword. That's what every AD carry player is looking at this inventory and just wincing right now.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
BF Sword nowhere in sight. And, you know.
He has to take out a loan. Actually, no, he has to take out a mortgage to get a BF Sword. You know, we saw earlier that Jiwoo, very high damage per gold, but I think lowest gold for 80 carries.
Yeah.
He's struggling right now. He's struggling to afford his items.
He is. And it looks like he's been kind of left in the lane alone for now as the supports are off either backing or roaming. We did have the 3 Grubs and the Drake go the way of KT as well. And it's not Ocean or Chemtech.
Oh my god. This is like the worst possible scenario for Nongshim, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think it can get worse.
This is one of those games where it just feels like everything is going one team's way. The only game where I feel like it was more one-sided was Genji versus Bro.
Yeah, Genji Bro was pretty bad.
Game 1. That was the only game.
that felt like, well, it is Genji versus Bro.
Yeah.
It's not like every, you know, I feel like this one, even the Dragon RNG is against them.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, you've always got Guardian to help you out.
Oh, look at that. The shield to block the Mystic Shot and not the ult. Well, it is what it is.
Yeah. Ezreal, once it gets ahead as well, very obnoxious. One of those champs that...
yeah, I feel like when Ezreal's ahead, he does a ton of damage and he's very obnoxious. When Ezreal's even, he gets big item power spikes and becomes very obnoxious. And we saw last game, when Ezreal's behind, he still manages to do a lot of damage, and he's hard to pin down. So
he's obnoxious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it just takes him a little bit longer to get online, but he still hits that spike really hard. That's just the way
of obnoxiousness.
It's just the way it goes with the buffs that he got.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason why Rumble is perma banned, and Ezreal should be as well. But we'll definitely all keep that in mind for the next time.
I brought this discussion up. Like, because, you know, obviously everyone talks about new champs being broken like Cassante.
Uh-oh. Cleanse coming in. Deft has to flash away, but Engage Brawl comes in, and they're going to kill him. As now we're getting another Maokai in some trouble as Beryl is looking to punish Sylvie. We'll force out the flash from said Sylvie.
Guys, looks like Ezreal is just a bad champion. Yeah, Deft kind of doing everything wrong there. Good gang setup from Nongshim, good punish. They managed to take him out, they managed to bin both his sums, and they get the kill. And actually a bit of plating in return. We all doom and gloom, but the bounce back is here. Is there hope? I ask. Oh, then he blocks the ultimate. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe lose lane on Braum is just the winning strategy.
It worked in game 2, you know.
Okay, Deft does now have a Triforce. Oh, Jiwoo might have a BF sword now. It's redeemable. Let's take a look.
All right. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Now the inventory looks fine. Well, not as good as Deft's inventory.
Ooh, Calyx with the forward step. Confident. Missed W here.
KT are just falling apart.
Yeah.
But they're still...
Well, it is 5 plates in the bottom lane that are about to go to Deft and Beryl.
It is 6 Void Grubs.
And the first Turret Blood also going to go into their hands.
Yeah. But the kill is nice.
Cassante has 2 plates.
Yeah, Deft ends up cleansing the slow, but stays up too far. The heal to gap close. Doesn't get enough distance to the Arcane Shift and the flash, so... Little bit of an overstep there, I think it's safe to say. Sylvie has to flash out from the CC from Beryl.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Cleanse comes through this time, but we've got a BDD behind him. And the TP's going to come in from the Azir. Beryl a little bit low, but it's only him, and the Shockwave hits them both. And Calyx is here, but he's just going to die. He's just dead. He's not even going to do anything, and Jiwoo also is going to fall. And
oh, Mihail's here?
Now Mihail TPs. And he's going in. Well, there was no other direction to go, I guess. Big Q, he's still dead. Will he get the kill? Yes, he will. Okay, he gets the shutdown on a BDD, so I guess hashtag worth. But yeah, KT, a huge fight in their favor just to get everybody a little bit more fed.
Yeah, I feel like Jiwoo and Guga just kind of forgot that the turret was dead. And then they were like, oh, why is Leona running at us on like 20% HP? And then they saw the Orianna. The Shock Seraphine coming out from Pioshik. That's kind of how I feel this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Beryl takes a ton of damage, gets a cleanse, and then the TP's coming in, they're like, oh, we're in trouble. And they're like, let's call the TPs, but Mihail has to run away before he can TP. So Calyx comes in really late, tries to make things happen, doesn't really succeed. BDD just kills a no-mana Jiwoo. And now is when Mihail turned up, but he's like, in for a penny, in for a pound. And yeah, does a decent job, all things considered. 1v4, back to kill. You know, I think his contribution to the play was the best contribution to the play.
Yeah.
But that's not saying much.
He was just very rushed. I'm sure the comms were all over the place in that moment. So,
yeah.
I don't really blame him. He was trying to run away from a Cassante,
and honestly,
he just rushed it.
He does burn his flash, but like he got a shutdown in return for his kill.
Yeah.
He at least got something out of it. But they are at a 5,000 gold deficit. They are down 6 grubs. They've already lost their first tower. They're about to lose their second dragon, and it's a guaranteed good soul. Did I miss anything?
Ezreal?
Yeah, Ezreal, 2.3k gold lead.
Yeah, I think you didn't mention him. Ooh, nice little catch here from Beryl. Calyx has to flash away, and still he might go down. This is Ezreal we're talking about. If that Q hits, you get an Arcane Shift back. You never know.
Yeah.
He doesn't even hit a spike
Oh,
yet.
it's Infernal Soul, notoriously bad with Ezreal. Yeah. The Mystic Shots, I don't think they do enough damage, so I think Infernal Soul...
Just a little bit of extra scaling for your
yeah,
free carries.
I, for one, think that Ezreal Mystic Shot should feel like the blast wave of a nuclear bomb. So
Yeah.
I think Infernal Soul was needed for KT in this game.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Feeling good about this one, Nongshim. Also, I think one of the other problems as well with this Caitlyn pick is if you lose lane on Caitlyn, it doesn't feel good. But also, this IE rush build feels so bad until you have like 3 items. Like the 1 item spikes, a bit rough. 2 item spikes, eh. But into Ezreal, who is like notorious for like insane 2 item spikes.
Yeah, you're just very much behind the tempo of like item.
And even if you even, it's gonna feel bad.
Yeah.
When he hits 2 items.
And the reason why you're generally building items is to get stronger as soon as possible, generally. But this build doesn't really do that well, so.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to try to go for the Rift Heralds. This is on Vision. I don't think that Noshim can do much about this. They've already lost all of their outer turrets, so yeah, they don't really have much control over the map. And they're just going to have to let this one go, although Sylvie is hanging around.
Well, at least they got those 2 kills, because they haven't gotten anything else.
Yes. Well, okay, Calyx is going to get away this time. A little bit close there against Beryl. Sylvie, okay, they're going to press their buttons. They say, okay, this might be your best chance, but then they just, wait, no, Sylvie's gone back in. Calyx is like, okay, I guess we are going for this, but now TP's coming in, and the Shockwave hits the front line, and it doesn't quite matter because Sylvie and Guger are relatively squishy compared to the very fed Orianna, as that's going to be a couple of kills in the plates of KT as they're looking for a bit more of the chase potential. Pretty huge. Nice kick from Pioshik. And silly, very nice escape from Calyx as somehow he makes his way out of there.
Yep, it looked like Nongshim were trying to find an angle to come in, but more members of KT were ready to be there. Well, not even necessarily more members, stronger members, I think, is the key thing. And they kind of just send them crushing it. Calyx has to be a little bit careful. They could just one-shot you. They'll take the inhibitor tower at 17 minutes.
Go mid!
Where are you going with this one? Perfect.
Mid tier 2!
Okay.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, I'll give that a B-.
I think that's a fail. That's a fail. Don't think you're passing your driving test with that one. He's still a young player, though, you know. He has time. But sometimes the older players, like Lehans, do struggle as well with driving. They have to get retested every so often. Yeah, big Shockwave comes in. They just don't have the damage. Like, no one was actually hitting the targets apart from Maokai Braum And then BDD flashes in for that kill. Jiwoo has nowhere to go. Ezreal is Ezrealing.
He only got there just now.
And he just comes in and starts. You know, Guga has to flash the Mystic Shot and then dies anyway.
Pyosik took that kill away from Deft.
How dare he?
Pyosik deserves it.
He didn't get the assist earlier, remember? Total damage dealt. Well, the Braum's doing 3,000 damage. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Max
keeping up with the rest of the team. That must be Braum's doing a good job. Yeah. And we talked about this earlier on, you know, only Ezreal is rough enough. It's already obnoxious enough. But when you have Orianna as well, you just do not get to stand anywhere. When you're this, even when you're not even this far behind, but when the enemy team is ahead and they have both those champions, the amount of poke that they have is just ridiculous.
I love when I dodge a Mystic Shot that's going to do a third of my health and walk into an Orianna ball and die.
Right after you said that, I'm like, it's not a third of his health. And then it's like actually a third of his health.
His inventory, he hasn't even fully stacked his mana immune.
Yeah.
He's not even at the spike yet. He's not spiking right now.
He
That's
didn't
just
spike,
casual.
no. This is an Ezreal that's still lying dormant.
Yeah. He's not even trying.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this game is playable.
You shouldn't have tried to back in your base. I think that was a mistake.
I just want to say, anyone, you know, I can't see the Twitch chat, but anyone who is saying, oh my god, can they stop talking about Ezreal? They're exaggerating so much. No, we're not. No, we are not, right? It's ridiculous. And we've just seen that on display, so no, I disagree.
Especially in this region where all of our AD carries are incredibly gifted and talented, and they can really make the most out of Ezreal's kit. This is not the region to allow it to be played.
Because there is one thing with Ezreal, his Mystic Shots, they actually do significantly less damage if they don't land.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's aware of that, but it does make a big difference.
Deft almost bought his BT before he completed his mana. What is happening there?
I think he's a bit fed.
He didn't stack it very well, I guess.
Remember mana stack now.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, KT are very far ahead in this game. They're going to get the Infernal Soul points.
Maybe it's one of these things where when you're behind, you're like stacking your tier as much as you can. You're like, I need this. I'm so weak. And when he's ahead, he's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
just hanging.
I'm strong enough.
Well, Nongshim, they're trying to hit the Cassante, but as we said before, the Caitlyn doesn't really do damage yet. So actually what happens here is that they're caught up against the top wall, and they have nowhere to run to. But here comes Renekton, as they do double down to try to take this fight. I do have an inkling that it's not going to go very well for them. Oh boy, here comes Cassante. He's just going to flash on Jiwoo. And the Maokai ultimate is pretty good for the disengage, but it just doesn't matter. The wallets are huge. That is a huge divide, though, from the side of Alex. Nicely down. They take down Def, and BDD is going to be isolated as well. But again, the wallets are just way too heavy here. BDD getting sliced on, getting diced on, and then he gets disengaged. And there it is. Double kill comes through for Pyosik. It doesn't matter how the fight is going. It's still a huge win for KT.
Oh, no. He's found him.
Oh, boy. Yep. So Portal Combat. Oh,
flash from Beryl. Flash for him.
Yes. He did it.
Look at all those cinders.
I didn't want the disengage.
I know who my POG mode is.
Well.
Yeah, Def does a little bit of an oopsie here, where he arcane shifts in for damage. You'll see it right about now, and that sets up Calyx for a pretty big ult, honestly. And if the gold was closer, this could be a winnable fight, but unfortunately, Perfect's just melting everyone. Beryl and Pyosik are running around, killing people. As you said, wallet diff. I think Nongshim did what they could, but they ain't winning that.
Yeah. Too much happened earlier on that led to this becoming a 11,500 gold lead here for the side of KT.
That's quite a lot.
It's a lot of numbers.
Well,
5 figures.
Hey, it could be worse. They could have Infernal Soul. They don't have that yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, I'm sure Nongshim will figure out how to fight them.
Has anyone got any culls to finish?
In the next 3 minutes. Jiwoo just has like a bag of culls he's been stacking.
Yeah.
No, he's been hiding them. Oh, he's gonna have IELDR.
Yeah.
That's not the 2-item spike. You're super
Headshots are gonna be slapping.
Yeah. Well,
once every 30 seconds.
He's like, I'm doing no damage to Cassante or Leona. I need these items. It's like, brother, you're doing no damage to anyone.
Yeah. Well, what can you say? He doesn't have a lot of gold, so he's just trying to...
Yeah, I'm not...
He's trying to build some items.
I'm not criticizing Jiwoo for building it or the build or anything. I'm just saying it's...
Yeah.
It's... Once he finishes that, it's not suddenly going to fix the game, you know?
Yeah. Siege coming in with the Baron buff. BDD, again, it's just, you don't get to stand anywhere near them, and that wasn't even a good shockwave, as Beryl is going to eat a lot of that damage, but so will Jiwoo on the poke, as Deft, he doesn't even care about the rest of the team, he just looks for that back line. And Mihail's just going to Dominus here to try to save the mid turret desperately. Nongshim, they tasted victory in game 2, and now they're desperate for more, but it's not much going right for them in this one.
Yeah, and KG, they have Dragon in a minute 30. If they feel like they need to, they can back off and take it, but they know they have so much strength with this Baron, they have so much pressure. So why stop? Why stop just bullying Nongshim? And if you don't finish the game in this next minute, that's when you can take the soul, and the game is in your hands. We're going to TP, fully committed.
All right.
Miles on the flank.
The flank, and yes, Perfect did TP onto a trap, but doesn't quite matter.
Oh, he did get autoed. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it for sure did damage.
Yeah. A little bit.
A little bit. Oh, it looks like
scratch.
KG are at the point where they're like, okay, maybe we back off, we buy, we go Infernal Soul, it seems. Or maybe just Deft and BDD are fighting over blue buff. I don't know. It goes to everyone, so I'm not sure why it matters. It feels like he's just hitting Jiwoo just like to make a point.
Yeah.
Like, it's not really achieving that much, but he's just doing it because he can. He has got a bloodthirster now.
Do you think that Deft felt a little bit disrespected after they left Ezreal up again?
Yes. I feel like
I feel like I would.
I think Jiwoo felt disrespected that they left Ezreal up, and now Deft feels... I think every AD carry in the entire league, if Ezreal's left open for you to first pick on blue side, the enemy team is disrespecting you, right? And if it's not Gen G, that's kind of BM. And you should 1v9 the game as a response. Then again, if it's Gen G, it's like, well, it is what it is, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure Ezreal is enough to take down Gen G right now. And that's...
No, I don't think so. Although I don't think we're ever going to find out because, you know, they won't leave it open.
Yeah, maybe that's why they're winning. Maybe that's why Gen G win. They don't mess about when it comes to these things. I mean, to be fair, they sometimes do, but they are just very good. Enough about Gen G. They now have Infernal Soul. Now is when we get to the scientific portion of the game. And we want to see how much damage...
Ox's favorite part.
How much damage does an Ezreal Q do to Jiwoo? How much damage does an ult do? How much damage does a WQ do?
All right.
Oh my god, that's a big damage.
He's like, I'm in the game, I swear.
I love science.
Yeah, well, he's got Mortal Reminder. That'll help. Yeah,
Just need to remind Deft that he's mortal. That is important.
Yeah, I think that's very applicable in this situation where he doesn't feel very mortal. And yeah, KT with this push with the Infernal Soul. I was going to say Baron because it felt like they had Baron, but they don't actually have Baron. So yeah, they're just pushing in as a team with Infernal Soul and just looking to poke them down.
Deft really wants to E in and just Mystic Shot you. You can see it.
Yeah.
He's hunting for it.
Oh, this is your chance. Look at that shield. Oh, they're just going to go for Calyx. Oh, nice setup here from the side of Beryl, but the Q3 misses from the Cassante. And now Beryl's kind of in an awkward spot. He is quite tanky, but yeah, he just survives forever. Here comes the flank, though, as Mihail thinking about this angle. Perfect pretty low himself, but Nongshim not going to commit to it. And oh, man, the shockwave is going to take Uger's head off. Perfect pretty tanky. He's just going to back away. Deft is going to take a bit of damage, but not able to take down the Nexus turret just yet.
Yeah, he's got a Bloodthirster. He can sustain up. Nongshim trying to hold on, but it's against very improbable odds.
BDD getting close to dying. And oh, bit of damage comes in from the super minion, and we got more where that came from, as there's the E forward. Looking for it. Trying to just stick that damage. Everybody else is backing. Perfect, looking to TP back into this one. As now Deft has an angle to just auto onto the turrets. Takes multiple turret shots and doesn't even care.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, Jiwoo is, he's got a Cassante on him. There's the knockup. Does go for the cleanse, and is just massive chaos in the base right now. And Mile goes in, he's gonna go down. It's desperation from Nongshim, but they will be cleaned up. As Steph says, don't you dare let me play this champion ever again. And KT as a team absolutely clobber them in game number 3.
Yeah, and I don't think it should have taken us 3 games, but sometimes you need to reiterate a point, you need to make it clear, you need to really ensure that everyone understands that we need to ban Ezreal. But KT, very strong performance in game 3. Obviously had that hiccup in game 2, but at the end of the day, they got the series win they needed to push themselves up in playoffs. And Nongshim, a pretty rough one for them. I think after that game 2, they definitely felt like maybe they could have taken the series, but too many things went wrong in the early game of this game and in the draft.
Yeah, it definitely did. I feel like Nongshim is a team that comes in with a specific plan, but I do also feel like part of the reason why they do struggle is because their draft reads aren't fantastic, and it's definitely it's a legitimate point. I think the fact that KT, we said it so many times, but the fact that KT got so many power picks, including the Ezreal, over and over again, is something to look at for the future for Nongshim. On the side of KT, you know, Deft once again proves he can play this champion. We see Orianna coming out with Elise, and that was a pretty cool duo. We saw in mid-jungle. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of it, especially when there are so many mid-bans coming in, and when BDD doesn't want to play Tristana, which is a lot of the time nowadays.
Yeah, I think ultimately, you know, KT definitely not a flawless, perfect gameplay team where we see them don't make mistakes, but bouncing back after that loss to T1, and that was a competitive series, and they just need to keep this momentum. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how clean the series is, how clean the series win is, as long as you get them under the belts, you're climbing up the standings, and currently with them now being 6 and 6, Quantum Freaks are 5 and 7, you're getting closer and closer to securing a playoff spot. At the end of the day, you know, regular season, it's whatever. We've seen teams have bad regular seasons and bounce back for playoffs. T1 have done that before, great example. You can solve issues in your own time, but this is really where it started going wrong. I think Beryl having a pretty excellent setup in this game to get some advantages over Jiwoo. Obviously, BD getting that kill was a massive advantage in here. Deft making some mistakes, wasn't a flawless game from him. Ezreal is mortal, but still does a ton of damage.
He was reminded by the mortal reminder.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, one thing I feel like Nongshim can take away from this is that Calyx is looking better and better every day we see him. I think that, you know, this game wasn't very playable for him, right? I mean, he had to deal with BDD on Orianna with a kill, first blood. So
I think that's a takeaway.
He looks great in the other games that they played.
He did, and also, like, that shuffle he got on Def was legitimately a really good play. You know, I think that's the thing, is that when a team is against a strong matchup, or, you know, they've got a bad draft, or they've had a really bad early game, you have to take that into account. But considering how far they were behind here, Calyx actually finds a really nice play here onto Deft. And again, you know, they don't win the series, but you can definitely judge Calyx of his individual play during this. And as you said, I think he had some good moments. So a definite positive for him.
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, it does take a full team, and KT are not the team that Nongshim are going to beat at this point in time, I would imagine.
Yeah. And this was just brutal. You know, Def just taking tower hits and then healing off the wave, and just fish in a barrel, honestly. There was fish in a barrel, I guess.
Yeah.
Wasn't really anything they could do to get away from the Nexus, and he's just spamming Mystic shots.
Just calling targets. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
BDD baits him, you know. He goes in and then he's Anya's, and then definitely dies as a result.
Yeah.
That's fantastic move, by the way. I think every player should do tricks like that.
Yeah, everybody should learn from that.
Yeah, that's probably the play of the series for me.
Yeah.
Baiting Deft under the fountain. If you died, that really would have been fantastic.
It definitely would have been. Absolutely. 34k damage in a game that didn't even have... I mean, there were some fights there, but yeah. Either way.
Ezreal just does a lot of damage.
Don't leave it up.
I'm glad we could learn that. I'm glad we
leave it
could
up. Take a look at this. 10 out of 10 for one guy.
Ooh.
One guy only. It is Ox, their birthday boy this week. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was really difficult. I did the same as everyone else, but then I predicted T1. fantastic moves.
There was only one other person that also predicted T1, by the way. It was Helios on the
Did he get
Korean
10 out of
side.
10 as well? Oh, well,
don't know.
We'll find out that information for you at some point in the future.
Eventually. Either way, guys, we're done here on the cast. No more malding about Ezreal over here. Let's throw it over to the space where they can do it over there.
We're discussing on the space here how much we enjoy Ox getting a 10 out of 10, and I enjoy it a little less than
Dagon is
everyone else.
very salty about
I am
the
super salty.
It's very
Okay,
cute.
you got half of them
very
right last week.
I want a 10 out of 10 where bro is a part of it, right? Come on, where's the brositivity? It feels like a false 10 out of 10. Ox, congratulations on your 10 out of 10. Great predicting. Mao is salty as well, apparently.
Mao's not even looking.
Oh, yeah. Look, Mao's so salty. Look, can't even watch the results.
Cold
there.
shoulder. Cold shoulder for Orcs.
Yes, this is a great, true depiction of how Mao would actually feel.
Do you want to talk about the game, or do you want to just keep talking about the power? I think
Dewey,
the
let's
Paro-
go into the
yeah.
draft. We'll go into the draft because to talk about the game, we talk about the draft right off the jump.
All right, well, you can see the highlighted Ezreal. That's the draft.
So this time they protected the Ezreal at least with the Ashe ban. You know, that's something that Nongshim didn't do when they went for their Ezreal. They got the Caitlyn, but then it didn't work out. But that was a good idea. I liked Caitlyn Braum. It felt pretty strong. You know, if they can stabilize the first few levels and start to push that lane, and you know, if things don't go very badly, it's totally cool.
Yeah, well, here at the LCK, we only give the biggest plays and the best highlights. So if we take a look at highlight number 1, kind of encapsulates everything.
It's gonna get bad, it's fine. There's literally, I swear to God, I swear to God.
Oh, no.
They're like talking about what they want to play. They're like, guys, we could play Azir. And then like, Def's like, wait. They didn't ban Ezreal. And he locks it in. Oh, that's a game-winning play. Congratulations, KT. Fantastic move.
Incredible. You can see the plays from KT here just completely uncounterable.
Ezreal is so overtuned at the moment, hasn't been touched for several It's actually it's ridiculous. He's super broken. AD carry items are obviously really strong right now, but the ratio on his Q is so strong in these winning lanes he's not supposed to. Maybe we talk about what happened in this lane that he was not supposed to win.
Yeah, we could just go into the actual highlights.
Yeah, let's show how he started winning a lane that he's not supposed to.
So Jiwoo is walking into a brush that has a Leona in it. I mean, the nerves here are real. Doesn't cleanse the first Leona stun, gets ignited, doesn't cleanse instantly, and then cleanses an auto attack base. The ignite cleanse is way too late. He dies. BD gets the first blood. So BDD is now like, all right, cool. Well, my lane's free. The Caitlyn died, so I get a free lane bottom is what Deft is saying. I mean, this was a moment where the only real strong point you had in your draft is Nongshim, like, oh, I think this is the answer to the Ezreal. You walked into a bush, and you lost the game.
Yeah, and Caitlyn's job is to control the minion wave of the bottom lane and siege the bottom lane outer turret. That is generally what a Caitlyn... That's what it says on the tin when you pick the Caitlyn. Unfortunately, she was relegated to trying to defend her turret and getting dove repeatedly. That was it.
Yep. And it just really basically decided the game from there. We have more highlights to show how more decided it was here as
Let's decide
some
again.
kills. But yeah, the big TP play, and you know, then it was mistimed TPs because everyone's trying to get down to the bottom side of the map, but the TPs come in so late, and it's just four easy kills.
It's one of the examples, I think, of a team that was like obviously stole that win away in game 2, right? And was like, oh, we can beat KT, and the confidence there. They see how happy they were at the ending call after game 2, and then you go into a game like this and you just completely botch it, and then everyone's not on the same page. He couldn't TP in because he was getting blocked by the Cassante topside. TP's in anyways and dies, and then up here, you know.
This was where the Fiesta really came to light. This is where the trumpets came in, you know, and you really started to hear the crescendos as everything just all went completely batty. Jiwoo having probably the most horrible time. We understand how it feels to be in a trough on items on Caitlyn. That happens naturally. If you're this far behind, you feel less useful than a cannon minion. It's just how it works.
Yeah, that's not a power trough. It's a power canyon that you never really climb yourself out of. And Just was a tough spot there for Jiwoo, who's been an outstanding player for the squad, but couldn't really get going.
We saw him in game 2. He was great.
Yeah. Let's see who the POG is here for game number 3 as KT take this one 2-1. It's the man in the mid lane, BDD. We were wondering, it's like, hey, you could pick anything. Goes to the Orianna. Plays very well on it. That's why he picks it.
Ezreal's really strong, obviously, but I mean, BDD ended up taking this lead and running with it, set up a lot of great team fights, was able to help secure this kill as well. And yeah, it's just, I mean, this was a really rough game for Nongshim. BDD played well. You know, he's the only person who's picking Orianna. There were a few other picks he could have gone with this game, but this is the one he ultimately decides on. Pretty straightforward.
Yeah. His Orianna also, like, absolutely historic for BDD as well. I mean, makes you think back to like 2021 Worlds when he was playing for Gen G, like hard carrying that game 5 that they almost managed to win. You know, like I get these sort of like images in my mind whenever I see him pick this champion. He's incredibly good at it. A whole bunch of votes going all over the place as Beryl is picking up some fans today.
It was the 4-way tie.
It was the flash.
Magical 4-way
It was
tie.
the flash that Orcs was yelling for, and then he listened. That was the one that got him those extra votes.
Oh, is it 3-way? Sorry, I meant 3-way tie. 3-way tie. I can't math. It was 3-way tie, all at 4 votes. So then it looks like Jenna Strong was the decider to make this one peachy clean, a 4-0. So nice stuff there. All right. Well, with that win, that closes out our week. So it's time for our Mushinsa Stylish Play of the Week, where we take a look at the biggest play that happened, and it will be Delight coming from the big Engage playing.
Yeah, this one is, I mean, it was
Didn't
pretty...
we call this?
Yeah,
when it happened, we were like, this has got to be the winner.
Yeah, I think we all were kind of on the same page, just because the Viper follow-up is also amazing. Bit of an error here from the Guangdong Freaks, but you can't deny it. Delight's game sense here, fantastic. Knows where they are. Viper was already preset to put up the bullet time. Just a straight-up wombo combo in the most classic sense, and a very dominant win for HLE.
Yeah. And, you know, if you wear Mushinsa clothing, it's plays like that you're going to be capable of.
Yep.
And if you get the pants, they also turn into a horse.
Yep. Well,
that's not actually what they do.
That's not what they do. Delight will get himself the Mushinsa sports set. So congrats to Delight for being the play of the week. Now it's time for the best ceremony. I always think it's like best celebration ceremony. No, it's our weekly best ceremony. Let's see the pop-off moments from our players. Woo, Duro.
I love Duro's vibe, man. I actually really like it. I'm kind of like, I'm ready for him to win this one, honestly.
I feel like he's so confident, yet also humble. That's what I like about him. This is the really cool Shades.
And this is when they were against B&K as well, and they just
Shades.
Yeah, they just did the interview with the Oakley sponsorship as well, and then like they walk out with the shade. Oh, I think it's actually dope.
It's clean. It's clean. I like it. It was well done, classy. Lehens. Oh, he's saying he's almost 600.
Almost there.
I don't know. I feel like it would be...
That's not my favorite one.
Yeah, no,
so far.
I mean...
That's just more of a stat.
Yeah.
He's just showing people the numbers. It's fine.
Yeah, and he does his standard bow to the entire crowd.
The running bow.
He does that every single time. We're not highlighting that right now. And let us know who you think's the winner.
Duro?
Yeah, I'm kind of Duro.
Yeah, I think it's all of Nongshim, because that was a lot of coordination that they weren't able to show today.
There's something about like a new, very young player coming into the LCK and just having that charismatic aura that I really respect. So I'm kind of I'm voting for Duro.
Chronicler, what do you think?
Well, I love Duro because he's from Challengers, so of course I picked him.
That's a great answer. Challengers, baby. Am I right? All right.
It was really hard for me because Nongshim are all also from Challengers.
Cheers, Mal. We love you. We miss you. We'll see you soon. We're getting the interview ready right now in just a second with Deer. But that's exactly what he would say. Very accurate. I'm sorry. About really good, Wolf. What do we take away from KT after bouncing back from a loss like this? How could they build upon this? Or is this just like, hey, we needed this win?
Flip another coin.
Yeah, I really don't know. Nongshim had a good game too, but KT also looked a little bit rough around the edges. Not perfect in this one. I think we need to find those strong form points and kind of keep with that momentum. Hopefully they can run with it.
More Ariana from BDD as well. And I also think that like just very humbly Perfect had a really good day. So it's a good look for KT.
All right. Well, with that win, we now have our winners interview. Standing by with Deer. Take it away.
2024 LCK Summer KT 롤스터와
Thank you very much. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Beryl and BDD on the side of KT Rollster, who just ended their losing streak by securing a precious victory. Congratulations! Beryl, this is the first time seeing you in the interview zone this summer. How does it feel to get your first POG? To be honest, I feel like I didn't really do very well. It's just that my teammates did really well and made really beautiful angles. So I think I'm just happy about our victory. And BDD, how do you feel? We were able to end our losing streak today, so that makes me very happy. And Beryl, both teams utilized Ezreal as the key pick in all 3 games. So what does KT think of Ezreal as a team? Ezreal definitely is getting a lot of love right now. And it's also a pick that our AD carry Deft is very confident with. And Beryl in game 1. With Ezreal and Rel, you consistently pressured bot from the start, revealing confidence that you could dominate the laning phase based on your comp. So where was this basis coming from? Honestly, just sort of capitalizing off of mistakes actually was what really paid off, and what we were able to turn into our favor. So this is the Game 1 Drake highlights. How did you find this angle to engage? So from the enemy's perspective, there's a lot of pressure from the Lucian. So because Lucian was getting a lot of the aggro and the attention from the team, I think it created a really nice angle for me to engage. So yeah, all the time we hear in Beryl we trust. And Rel in patch 14.14 has a 6-0 undefeated record. So how do you feel about Rel in the current meta? Despite the Warmog nerf, there are so many good things about tank items that you can utilize in especially team fights and being able to sustain during engages. So I think it just makes Rel so viable right now. And in game 3, BDD, we saw Lee Sin Ori comp that made a comeback after a very long time, and you proactively brought all the action bot. So what changes did you make after the game 2 loss? I think mid jungle was really the part that we had to focus on utilizing the most change after the game 2. So what do you think is a good strength of Orianna? Honestly, Orianna is not very easy to play, but because of how impactful she is in the team fight and because how much proficiency and experience I have with her, I think we were able to utilize her. So let's take a look at the next highlight in game 3. What a bold level 1 setup. Whose call was this? At level 1, our bot duo was asking for some vision. And after we were able to get some summoner spells out, we were able to go in really aggressively. And here Beryl yells, BDD the GOAT.
보이스에도 나왔지만 대보성 이렇게 감탄을 해주셨는데요. 이렇게 잘 풀릴 줄 아셨을까요?
So, Beryl, did you think this plan would be so effective? Yeah, just because we didn't have so much vision, we were just kind of clustered up together. And I think Jeff was able to land a lot of really good Qs. And in the end, the Ori took the kill, so it worked out, I guess. And that's how the game went completely KT-sided, and there was so much snowball from bot. And BDD the GOAT has reached 4,000 total assists in the LCK, and you're the second mid laner to achieve this milestone. How do you feel? It makes me very happy and feels great, and I want to keep on going and reach 5,000 assists in the future. And Beryl, what do you think? I feel like, yeah, it hasn't been too long since I reached 4,000. 4,000 assists, and yeah, being able to witness BDD reach
네, BDD 선수의
4,000 assists. I'm very proud of him, and I hope that he can keep it up and reach even higher milestones. And we heard you guys will be on Lolly Night together. So anything you'd like to share with the fans? Maybe a little bit of sellout? Beryl?
무조건 확정적으로 하게 예정이 돼 있어가지고 그래서
Yeah, so we were scheduled to do Lolly Night, so I hope that a lot of fans get to watch us in the content and BDD. Yeah, we will be in a good mood and we'll be happy to be on Lolly Night today, so please look forward to it. And your next opponent is Hana Life Esports, who's in a good momentum, so how will you prepare and what is your resolution? After watching them play yesterday, just from watching, we had a lot of fun too.
운영 같은 게 되게 좋은 것 같아요. 후반 그런 뒷심도 좋고 그래서
You know,
준비를 열심히 해야.
we noticed that they're really good mechanically and they have so much sustain until the very late game. So it's going to be a great game.
잘한다고 생각해서
And BDD.
잘 해가지고 이길 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
네, KT 롤스터의
Yeah, we know how good everyone's been playing, especially Zeka, so we'll be sure to be ready for our next match. And that's the end of the interview from Beryl and BDD, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as we have another week in the books as KT now find themselves back on the western side of the standings, bumping BNK down as they
back in equilibrium.
There we go. That's why they had to win today. They needed to get back to 0. I just want to say, our Pog State predictions, I am perfect on one side. I'm like very KT. It's like all wrong on one side and all right on the other. I'm nailing it.
Let's take a look at the matches for next week. Starts off with a banger right there. T1 versus D Plus and KT versus Hanwha Life. Like, you don't want to miss anything right here. Saturday Showdown, T1 and Gen G. What else?
A finals preview. T1 Gen G finals preview for the summer final, guys.
Probably.
You know, BNK versus DRX on Saturday also could be good.
You know what it actually is? It's a big week for Bro. DRX might be in trouble here against the Bros. Brositivity. KT. I know you got playoff.
Bros coming off a win, and KT lose to Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah.
They're looking shaky.
That's right.
We're setting the.
I can see Dagon's Preds now.
We're setting the Dagon Pred ceiling pretty low.
You don't know. You don't know. Those are the correct Preds. Here's the Challengers schedule. Will be co-stream. Get all here in English. Everyone's starting to pack over here because the Lolly Night's about to happen. Everyone, thank you so much for watching. Another great week of LCK in the books. We'll be back on Wednesday for more. On behalf of everyone on the broadcast, we thank you so much for watching. See you next time.